Time, 12:30. 30 minutes till post time for the first race, first of 17. Under clear and sunny skies, the temperature is 86 degrees, will be 86 degrees. The track is rated as fast. If you want to turn to your official racing program, here are the changes we have thus far. Turning to the first race. In the first race of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, sponsored by American Teletimer, the first division 3-year-old colt and gelding trot. In the first race, 2 scratches, scratch the 2, Fleurs Fire sick. First race, the 2, Fleurs Fire is out sick. Also in the first race, scratch the 8, St. Joe sick. 1-8, St. Joe is out sick. The second race is clear at this time, along with race number 3 being clear. Turning to the fourth race. The Great Lakes Amateur Driving Association Trot, sponsored by Hatfield Stables, Bud Hatfield. The fourth race, scratch the 3, T-Bar Judges. 4-3, T-Bar is out, Judges. The fifth race is clear. Turning to race number 6. The sixth race, the second division of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. 3-year-old colt and gelding trot, sponsored by First Citizens National Bank. In the sixth race, a driver's change on the 6 CS Full Speed. Make the driver Brett Miller. Brett Miller will drive the 6 CS Full Speed in the 6th. The seventh race, the Ohio Breeders' Championship, sponsored by Brian Brown Stables. 2-year-old filly pace, second division, is clear at this time. Turning to race number 8. The eighth race, 2 drivers changes. It's the Ohio Fair Racing Conference for 3-year-old colt and gelding trotters, third division, sponsored by the Eagles Lady Auxiliary. In the eighth race, a driver's change on the 1, Hill Tabor. Make the driver Chris Limbs. Chris Limbs will drive the 1, Hill Tabor, in the 8th. Also in the 8th race, a driver's change on the 7, Della Grande. Make the driver Anthony McDonald. Anthony McDonald will drive the 7, Della Grande, in the 8th. The 9th race is clear at this time. Turning to race number 10. The 10th race, the Standardbred Driving Championship, the Tim Founts Memorial, sponsored by the United States Trotting Association. The 10th race, a driver's change on the 5, JK's Champ. Make the driver Steve Oldford. Steve Oldford will drive the 5, JK's Champ, in the 10th. Turning to race number 11, the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, the second division of the 2-year-old filly pace, sponsored by OnGate.com. In the 11th race, scratch the 2, Legendary L sick. 11-2, Legendary L is out sick. 12th race, clear. 13th race, clear. 14th race, clear. 15th race, clear. 16th race, clear. And finally, the 17th race is clear as well. The balance of the racing program is clear. Again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Delaware County Fairgrounds, known world over as the home of the Little Brown Jug. It's Sunday, September 15th, 2024. First race post time, 1 p.m. for the first of 17. Under clear and sunny skies, the temperature is going to reach 86 degrees, and the track is rated fast. Again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Delaware County Fairgrounds.
Welcome to Countdown to Post Time. Countdown to Post Time is brought to you by the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center. Now let's go trackside to the Delaware County Fairgrounds.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to the Delaware County Fairgrounds as we get set for day one of 5 days in Delaware and countdown to post time. I'm Frank Frost, joined by Susan Schroeder. Doug Ballinger will join us a little later in our presentation. We'll also have a couple of new features that we hope you're going to enjoy. Susan, do you believe it's here?
It's been a long summer leading up to it, but what a wonderful day we have here at Delaware also.
It's been a crazy summer when you
Yes.
get right down to it.
Yep.
It's just been one of those years.
Yeah, it has been, but what a wonderful atmosphere here. I mean, everybody's excited. You can tell that when you walk on the place, everybody's ready for Delaware.
There's just something about this fairgrounds. Even when you're here during the week leading up to it, getting ready, you just anticipate what's happening.
Yeah, it is. It's such a special place, and I know that you and Jay Wolf talked earlier this morning about tradition, and that is what it's all about here. I ran into Roy James. He was back at our 10th, and he was talking about the tradition, how he has been coming here since 1970, so 54 years, sitting in the exact same box that they've always sat in. His dad, his uncle, him and his brother sat there for all those years. Now they are down to just him and his brother. His dad and his uncle passed away, and he got a little teary-eyed talking about that tradition of his family being here and what it means to them.
And that's one of the things about the Little Brown Jug. It's family. You feel like you know everybody. You walk on the fairgrounds, everybody's saying hi to everybody. It really is a family atmosphere here.
Yeah, it really is. You know, there's lots of racetracks that hold big races. But there's nothing like the fair here at Delaware because it truly is a fair first. You know, and we have a big race here called the Little Brown Jug, but it is a county fair.
And we're going to have a lot of races this week. We've got 17 today, we know, 18 tomorrow, 17 on Wednesday, and 22, or 17 on Tuesday, 22 on Wednesday, capped off with the Jugette. Waiting tomorrow, we'll find out what we have on Thursday.
Yeah, and like you said, today we've got 17 races. We've got 77 different trainers that came today to race, 130 horses. But just like the summer fairs, the Levan and the Rosie Weaver stable and the Hank Levan stable lead. They've each got 5 in, so they're going to be busy.
Well, you know, and that was the thing too when I was doing some research in the morning. I was like, 77 different trainers are entered today alone. And like you said, 30 horses. We've got full horse fields for the races today.
Absolutely. We do have full fields. It's going to be a little bit like the county fairs this summer because we've got a lot of Ohio Fair Racing Conference races, which is really good. And this is the last leg of anything Ohio Fair Racing, so everybody wants to do well today, so they're up in those standings.
And you take a look with the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, we have 3 divisions each of the 3-year-old Colt Trot, the 2-year-old Filly Pace. We've got Buckeye Stallion Series action today as well. We will have 2 divisions of the 3-year-old Colt Pace or Colt Trot, and 2 divisions of the 3-year-old Filly Trot. We have the OBC, the Ohio Breeders' Championship Aged Pace. And then we also have the OBC for 2-year-old Filly Pacers, 2 divisions of that. We've got 1 overnight, and we got 3 amateur races today.
Yeah, those are kind of exciting races and full fields with them, too. And I was looking at something, you know, we talk about, you know, it's the age of people in the business and all that. And I took the second race, and the average age of these drivers in this race, which is the amateur race, is 38. So that's relatively young in my mind because I'm relatively old. But I mean, I don't think the worry is there about not having young people in this business anymore because it's our program is full of people 20 and under.
When you get to our age, anything's young.
That's right.
So we're going to take a break here. When we come back, we're going to talk about some of these feature races that we're going to look at today on the race card here from the Delaware County Fairgrounds. So we will be back right after this. At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Welcome back to the Delaware County Fairgrounds as we get set for day one of racing from the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. Will be the circuit that we race under for today. We have 5 full days of racing, and some of the big events that we do have is really the Ohio Breeders' Championship. The age pace and the 2-year-old filly pacers are what we will be seeing today.
Yeah, and we have 2 fillies in the 5th race that won their Ohio State Fair races, so they could be in contention for a Triple Crown. Triple Crown kind of different this year because the final of the Ohio Sire Stakes won't be until later. So this is like the second leg.
I kind of like that.
Do you?
The big day gives you the chance to win the Ohio Sire Stakes and a shot at that Triple Crown if you're eligible for it.
And we have 2, the Queen of Fear and the Word is Out. Both won their divisions in the Ohio State Fair Stakes, and they are both in there against each other, so we will only be able to have one.
2 divisions. You hope they split, but they didn't, so one of them will come out of it.
And it's interesting, too. We have a horse coming out of the fairs. She has almost exclusively raced at the fairs, Kylie Cash, from the Clegg stable, and dropped right into that Ohio Breeders' Championship.
Draws the rail, too.
Yes.
Very advantageous here. And, that's a horse that had hit the board in 8 straight until her last race, and that was at Worcester. Made a break early, but due to broken equipment.
Yes.
So, you can't fault her for that streak coming to an end.
Yeah, that is for sure.
And then the second division of that is the 2-year-old filly. That'll be the 7th race for the 2-year-old filly pacers. And in that race, we've got a couple nice horses as well.
Yeah, Skywalker C, who will come from the 5-hole, is 4 out of 7. First, seconds, or thirds. 2 wins, the fastest 152 in Oak Grove. And also Rose Run Ashley is 6 starts on the year. Hasn't won, but has a second and 4 thirds. And a record of just 159 at the Meadows, but that was in a qualifier since she hasn't won a race. So, we've got a lot of nice fillies in these 2 divisions of the OBC.
And then the other OBC race that we have today will be later in the card, and that will be the aged pace. And we got some really familiar names that are going to be racing in this aged pace.
Yeah, we certainly do. That's going to be, I'm trying to find it. There we are, the 15th race today. I mean, we've got some horses that have been, of course, we always talk about Charlie May. Charlie May is coming after his 3rd place finish in the Ewart, but he had won the Ohio Sire Stakes Championship for veterans the week before that at Scioto in 49-2.
Charlie May, just 1 win this year, that in the veterans. 12 starts, but 5 seconds has been there so often. You take a look at some of the other horses that will be in this race as well, and you look at Seafire has won 5 out of 12, and that could be where the battle sets up. Again, we look at Charlie May, and you just have to feel for this horse. This horse cannot draw the rails 2 or 3 at all. You take a look at where he has started, and he finally had one in the Ewart. But other than that, 6, 8, second tier, 8, 10th, second tier, 7th, just just a tough draw, and I know Don Tiger is going to be here today to watch his horse Charlie May in this race.
And we've got Low Rider coming out of the 9-hole that beat Charlie May in the
Regal.
Yep. It's got to
Remember,
brain freeze
try
for
to
a moment,
remember
yeah.
all of them. Yep.
And, of course, Gold Digger King, who's just such a great racehorse and races at Scioto Downs. I mean, the whole field is full of really, really nice horses. That's going to be a good race. I think it's going to be a fast race.
You know, let's go back and talk a little bit about the Tim Fouts Memorial. The USTA sponsors this the Standard Bred Driving Championship. You know, this is one of those races. There's some people that, you know, they may not be familiar with some of the names that are in this race. You know, you have a Larry Ferrari who drives in the amateurs. You've got, we do have one driver change in the number 5, Steve Olford, who heads up the Great Lakes Amateur Driving Association. And some names that you're not used to seeing, but we're familiar with the name of the horses. So it's just different drivers. You've got Big Bad Whammo. You've got, you know, Mayfield Duke. You've got Salty Robin N. These are horses that we've seen around Ohio.
And Salty Robin N is making his 200th start today.
Did
we
you
should
do
have
it?
had a party.
Did you do it?
I did not.
You
I
forgot
did not
the
bring-
birthday cake
I
again.
did.
You know, I hate to say this, Susan, but you're getting kind of like that guy TBA. You know, he never shows up. You know, you talk about these parties. You know, we never get anything for these
we
parties
should have
that we
definitely.
get.
It's
So
a 12-year-old making his 200th start today. What a great career he's had, making $335,000. And this is what is really amazing. Took his lifetime mark at 11. I mean, this is a horse. He'll probably go on. He'll probably race for 3 more years and have hopefully a great retirement someplace.
the one thing about here that we're not used to is from when we're at the fairs, when they come out on the track, they're coming out right to the post parade.
Yes.
So it's not like they're going to be out on the track. So we kind of try to keep an eye over on the paddock over there to see when they're going to be coming out. And with that, we're going to take a break and wrap up, countdown to post time. And when we come back, we will be ready for the first race of the day right after this.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Long Tom, Summa Cum Laude, Ready for Money, and Bit of a Legend. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 66 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fairs, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for nearly $23 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Welcome back to Delaware County Fairgrounds as we get set to go for today. Waiting for a couple of horses are warming up. That is going to wrap up our first countdown to post time today. Join us every day at 12:40 as we will talk about the races coming up. And that day, tomorrow we'll be able to recap the races from day one. So what are you looking most forward to today?
As far as a race, I think that OBC aged race is going to be the greatest one. And, of course, to see if we can have any Triple Crown winners. But just the fact, a lot of these fair horses that have been racing around at the OFRC, if they get a chance to come to a track like this, race on the big screen, as we say. But just a great opportunity for kind of maybe the littler guy that's been racing at the fairs all summer long to come here. Really special.
Well, that'll do it for Countdown to Post Time. Stay tuned for 5 days in Delaware from the Delaware County Fairgrounds.
you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association presents 5 days in Delaware and the Little Brown Jug, the Great American Harness Race. 5 days in Delaware is presented by the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center, Midland Acres, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply, thestable.ca, and Dublin Valley Farms. Now let's go to the Delaware County Fairgrounds for today's racing action.
Welcome back to the Delaware County Fairgrounds as we get set for the first race of 17 here today. I'm Frank Fraz along with Susan Schroeder. Doug Ballinger is on our crew as well today. We'll have Ashley Daly, Matt Clark pressing all the buttons for us today, making sure we continue on. If you're at the Delaware County Fairgrounds this week, make sure you stop by the OHHA tent next to the log cabin. Stop in. If it's early, grab yourself a cup of coffee, a donut, and later in the day, pick up a snack. We've got a lot of people over there. We had a big crowd earlier this morning. Looking forward to it. And this year, we got something a little special. We got Ashley Daly. We've got a feature called All Access with Ashley. We've got her out roaming the grounds, trying to find some different stories that are out there, things that you might not see or might not know, or maybe you do know, and she's going to tell you a little bit more about it. So looking forward to seeing that first one that Ashley does today as we're getting ready, as we look over. I know one of our outriders today is Ashley Holiday, who we want to thank the outriders that do a wonderful job for us as they are getting ready to post-parade the first race today. Our announcer, Roger Houston, will be calling some of the races. Jason Settlemore will fill in for Roger. Gets tougher and tougher for Roger to keep doing 17, 18 races. Yes. Gets tough for us to do 17 and 18
right. Right.
races. So
we sure want to thank everybody that's joining in. I was looking at my phone. We've got a lot of our people that have been with us all summer. We've got a couple new names that I'm not familiar with, so we welcome everybody to our broadcast. I always like David Myrick. He's always such a very positive guy. He said somebody asked him how he was, and he always says, if I was any better, I'd be twins. So we always like that from David. He's very, it's like we got a little.
Yeah, we got a little technical glitch that Matt is working on, trying to correct. And so we still have audio. Matt is working on it. So stand by. But the Outriders out on the track, so just a few minutes before we have our first racehorse comes on. This will be the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. We'll kick it off with the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters. This will be the first of 3 divisions. Purse of $5,175. So.
And as we said earlier, this is the last chance to pick up some points for the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. This is as far as it goes. There's no final or anything like that for the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. There is for the Ohio Fair Championship. But there are those year-end trophies that everybody really is happy to get. Bill Peters puts together a great banquet, usually in November, and the first and second place horse in each division get honored, as well as the drivers and etc. So it's really a nice, and this is where they will get the last of their points.
So here's the post parade for the first.
I'm in 2024 here at the Delaware County Fair, known world over as the home of the Little Brown Jug. The first race, first division, Ohio Fair Racing Conference. 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters at 1 mile, a purse of $5,175, sponsored by American Teletimer. Scratch the 2, Fleur's Fire Sick, and the 8, St. Joe's Sick, being led to the post by the 1, Dublin Rockin' Jerry, owned by Anthony Miller of Dundee, Ohio, and Hegerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, trained by Herman Hegerman with Mark St. Louis Jr. The 2 is out. The 3 is Scott Rooks of Greenville, Ohio, And Ty Van Roden of Washington Courthouse, Ohio's John Lehman, trained by Ty Van Roden with Hank Levan. Austin Hanners drives the 4, Rose Run Zeb for Susan Bates of Gibbonsburg, Ohio, and Joel Shivik of Woodville, Ohio, trained by Ty Bates. The 5, Secret Chaos Theory, owned by Patrick Sweeney. Delaware, Ohio, Limmer Racing LLC of Rockwood, Michigan, trained by Mike Sweeney, Dan Noble. Well, the 6 is Adventureful Pete, owned by Rosie Weaver, Beach City, Ohio, and Heartland Acres of Wallenhounding, Ohio, trained and driven by Rosie Weaver. And to the outside, the 7, Zoned, owned, trained and driven by John D. Payne, Toledo, Ohio, in the sulky. Scratch the 8, St. Joe, Sick. In the first, scratch the 2, Fleurs Fire, Sick. In the 8, St. Joe, both out sick. Second race, second half of the early double. 8, field of 8 there is clear. We're scratching.
So there is your field for the first race. Let's take a quick look at these horses a little more in depth. The number 1 is Dublin Rockin' Jerry. Mark St. Louis Jr. drives for Herman Hagerman. This is an Enterprise gelding out of the Cadabra mare Magic Dancing. 26 starts this year, 9 wins, 3 seconds, earnings of $43,647, was a $24,000 purchase at the Ohio Select sale, was a winner 3 back at Mount Gilead, trotting in 2:03 and 4, lifetime 9 wins in 30 starts.
The 2 is a scratch. The 3, John Lemon, Hank Levan drives for Ty Van Roden. This is a What the Hill gelding out of a credit winner mare Fruition. 16 starts on the year, 1 win. That was at Scioto Downs in a non-winners of 2 condition claimer in 158 and 1. Has been making a few breaks lately, so we will see how it likes this Delaware track.
The number 4 is Rose Run Zeb. Austin Hanners drives for Tyler Bates. This 3-year-old gelding by Triumphant Caviar is out of the mare Tamika Sealster by Burnt Hanover. Susan Bates of Gibsonville, Ohio, and Joel Shivik of Woodsville, Ohio are the owners. 23 starts, 4 wins, 4 seconds, 7 thirds, earnings just under $33,000. Lifetime earnings creeping up to $45,000. Has made breaks in 2 of the last 3 races. Was a winner 5 back at Lima.
Secret Chaos Theory and Dan Noble from the 5 for trainer Mike Sweeney. This is a Sebastian K. colt out of a Muscles Yankee mare, a homebred. Patrick Sweeney and Lemmer Racing bred this horse and own it. 15 starts on the year, 6 seconds. So I think this colt kind of likes being second. Had 3 in a row, Hicksville, Napoleon, and Attica. Did win a qualifier earlier this year in 158 and 3 at Scioto Downs.
The number 6 is Adventureful Pete. Rosie Weaver drives and trains this Uncle Peter out of the Ken Workington mare Tagalong Kendra. Rosie Weaver is the co-owner along with Heartland Acres. 14 starts, 3 wins, 2 seconds, and 2 thirds, $15,000 in earnings. Lifetime 8 wins in 31 starts. Has made breaks, though, in 3 of the last 4. Was a winner 5 back. If this horse can stay flat, looks like it hits the board.
And John Payne owns, trains, and will drive Zoned from the 7 hole. This is a What the Hill out of a Donato Hanover mare. 2 wins on the year. The fastest of that was in 56 and 4. Hannah also has trotted in 57 and a piece his last couple starts.
The number 1 Dublin Rockin' Jury comes in currently number 3 in the Ohio Fair Championship point standings. Was a winner, as I said, 3 back at Mount Gilead. Was a winner the race before that at Wilmington. Did try the Buckeye Stallion Series earlier this year. Finished 7th.
And I thought it was quite interesting. Dublin's Rocky Jerry is 3rd in the Ohio Fair Championship points, but he's 6th in the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, which is kind of strange. And it just depends how many horses are in each of those different circuits and who is paid into the Ohio Fair Championship. Rose Run Zeb is sitting 11th in the Ohio Fair Championship, and Adventure of Pete 26th. And I mentioned being 26 because there have been times when we have gone down quite a ways to get horses in that Ohio Fair Championship because some of them have already quit racing for the year. So sometimes you can go a long ways down in the standings and still be in that final.
Well, you got to enter them to win them, so
That's
you
right.
might as well get yourself into the races. Horses are starting to form up on the backstretch. We have the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate here at Delaware today. Mike is the starter. His wife Becky will be driving, and they will be starting all the races today.
And we are on Facebook, YouTube, and our harnessracingohio.com website. So
where you can get the programs to follow along, and we have been told we can put them up early. So we're going to try to get them up there early for you, and so you can enjoy them. So we're getting ready to go. The starting gate is rolling. Let's send it up to the man who is the voice of the Little Brown Jug, Roger Houston.
First race, Delaware County Fair, sponsored by American Teletimer. 3-year-old colt and gelding trotters down to a field of 6 with a scratch of the 2 and the 8, both out sick. The Mike Wepkenberg starting gate swing to the top of the stretch for the first time in 2024. And here we go. Here they come at the Delaware County Fair. They're off and trotting, firing out of there from the middle of the track. Secret Chaos Theory on the go from the inside. Dublin Rockin' Jerry coming away, racing into. Gap of 3 there, racing third. Rose Run Zeb. Back there, fourth is John Lehman. In and out of the first turn and over to the opening quarter. Fifth, that's Adventurable Pete. And sixth in trailing zone. We got a war up top. Down the backside they go. Nearing the opening quarter. And Dublin Rockin' Jerry wants no part of the garden spot. To the inside, now second. Secret Chaos Theory and Danny Noble. Nose to helmet, racing into opening quarter. The opening quarter came and went. And what was it? 26 3/5. They're storming away up top. Dublin Rockin' Jerry with the lead. Secret Chaos Theory. The garden spot racing into as they pass the stands of the fans for the first time and head on over to the half. First up on the outside, Rose Run Zeb is underway. Second up on the outside in fourth, that's John Lehman as they went the half. 58 2/5. Inside racing in fifth, that's zoned in sixth and trailing Adventurable Pete as they move around the turn. On top of the field, Dublin Rockin' Jerry continues to front the field, leading it by a tight length. First over on the outside, Rose Run Zeb and Austin Hanners. Along the inside, Secret Chaos Theory is watching over the dueling leaders from third. Perfectly placed second over on the outside in fourth. John Lehman trying to stay with him. 3/4 and 127 flat. They'll trot that final turn and head for home. Dublin Rockin' Jerry from the inside's been there every step of the way. Rose Run Zeb on the outside of the leader's wheel disc into Secret Chaos Theory looking for racing room. With less than a 16th to go, they're on their way home in Delaware, Ohio. Dublin Rockin' Jerry with the lead. Rose Run Zeb on the outside. Secret Chaos Theory as they come to the wire. Dublin Rockin' Jerry in front. Rose Run Zeb to go second. Secret Chaos Theory was third. John Lehman to round the super. Time of the mile 1:56 4. Dublin Rockin' Jerry in a new lifetime mark.
1:56 4 for Dublin Rockin' Jerry. Comes home the winner for Mark St. Louis Jr., the leader on the fair racing circuit, now with win number 107 for Dublin Rockin' Jerry.
A few years ago when Ronnie Gillespie went over 100, that was the first time on the fair circuit anybody had gone over, and now Dublin Rockin' Jerry or Mark St. Louis, 107.
Second was the number 4, Rose Run Zeb. Secret Chaos Theory finished third, and finishing fourth was John Lemon. So it was a battle at the top from the beginning, but Dublin Rockin' Jerry able to hang on and hold off the late rush from Rose Run Zeb. And with that, Dublin Rockin' Jerry pretty much solidifying his spot in the Ohio Fair Championships. Came in third with the win. Now will remain there or maybe even move up depending on what else happens.
Very lightly raced as a 2-year-old, too. He just had 4 starts. Did not hit the board, made $506, but he certainly has come around as a 3-year-old. His 10th win of the year.
It's now 3 wins in the last 5 races for Dublin. Rockin' Jerry making his way back to the winner's circle.
See, on our Facebook page, Kim has put the link right there to get your program. So from your Facebook page, you can go right in that link and open up your program. And here comes Dublin Rockin' Jerry back to the winner's circle.
Six and 4 to gate to wire victory. The one Dublin Rockin' Jerry. A 3-year-old bay gelding by Enterprise out of a Magic Dancing Mare, Shibai Kadabra. Owned in partnership of Anthony Miller of Dundee, Ohio, and Hegerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, trained by Herman Hegerman. Nicely handled here this afternoon by winning driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Posting the 10th win this year as a sophomore trotter, home at a new lifetime mark, 156 and 4, bred by Dublin Valley Farm of the Buckeye State. Dublin Rockin' Jerry kicks us off here at the Delaware County Fair in 2024. Dublin Rockin' Jerry and Mark St. Louis Jr. Herman Hageman win.
Well, that was not Roger Houston, by the way.
No.
I thought Roger would do the first race. Jason Settlemore had the honor today of doing the first race, so we'll have to find out when Roger is going to do the first, do his first race today. But 156 and 4 new mark for Dublin Rockin' Jerry.
I just did see him walk across, Roger walk across.
Secret Chaos Theory 210. $1 Perfecto 14860. 50-cent Super 1453. $14.50 or 15 cents. $14.15. And the 50-cent Super High Five was refunded. So we await the judges for the.
So still waiting for the official rundown. And see if, not sure what they're waiting on, but waiting for the official. You know, just like everything else, you know, it takes a few races for the judges to get everything coordinated and fixed and figured out as well. Look across, we can look up into the judges' stand. And you have all our officials, do you not?
I do not.
You do not?
I will get them.
Okay.
At some point
all right.
today.
We'll find out who all of our racing officials are today.
Here's the rundown for the first race.
So here's the rundown.
Teletimer, the one Dublin Rockin' Jerry, the race winner, new lifetime mark, 156 and 4. The 2 Fleur's Fire was scratch 6. The 3 John Lehman 4. The 4 Rose Run Zeb 2. The 5 Secret Chaos Theory 3. The 6 Adventureful Pete 6. The 7 Zoned 5, and the 8 St. Joe was scratch sick. Recheck the rundown top to bottom. 1 scratch sick, 4 2 3 6 5 scratch sick on the bottom of your racing program.
So there is your rundown of the first race today.
Someone asked if this is being shown on Harness Racing Ohio, and yes, it should be up on there too, so you can get your program there, but you can also watch the races right there.
So we hope you will join us with that. We will take a break now and come back, and we will have our second race of the day. This will be the first of our amateur races, the Great Lake Amateur Driving Association race, a 1-mile trot going for a purse of $3,000 when we return to the Delaware County Fairgrounds right after this.
Home to the most renowned week of racing in the United States, the Delaware County Fair needs no introduction among horsemen. The first fair was held in 1834 as a common exhibition of livestock and farm products. However, in 1946, the fair would be completely transformed by the creation of the Little Brown Jug. Local attorney Joe Neville, and Hank Thompson, sports editor of the Delaware Gazette, changed the game of harness racing forever. Neville, concerned by the emphasis placed on trotters, turned toward showcasing pacers. Receiving its name through a newspaper contest, the initial Little Brown Jug had a purse of $35,000 and was won by Ensign Hanover, with Delaware's Curly Smart driving. 27,000 people watched the inaugural race. Today, record attendance stands at 56,000 spectators. The Little Brown Jug is the final leg for the Pacing Triple Crown. Both the Jug and Jugette are the last Grand Circuit races to go multiple heats in one day. Delaware County Fair is a member of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. They host 5 full days of the best and biggest county fair races.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fairs. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 21 fairs in 19 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins. Buying or selling a racehorse? OnGate.com is your one-stop website. OnGate has changed the way racehorses are bought and sold. Easy-to-view listings makes it easy to find your next champion. Buy or sell at OnGate.com.
Okay, welcome back to the first day of 5 days in Delaware. It's one race in the books and a new lifetime mark for the horse. I would say that we're starting out pretty good.
I think we are.
Next race coming up is the Great Lakes Amateur Driving Association. There are 8 in it, and as I said, the average age of the drivers in here is 38. Average age of the horses is kind of old. I didn't add those up.
Yeah, it's not too bad. There's 3 4-year-olds.
Yeah.
A couple of 10s, 3 10s, and a couple of 8s. So
these are kind of the horses. Now, there's one of these. Well, there's a couple of them. Feisty Sam, Eddie L, a Royal Line, Feisty Jim. They have been in the Signature Series races on and off, but we're getting ready for the post parade. The outriders are out, and here comes the horses. So let's turn it over to our announcer.
Stepping onto the track for the second race. This, the Great Lakes Amateur Driving Association Trot at 1 mile, a purse of $3,000, sponsored by Hatfield Stables, a field of 8 on gate. There are no changes. Number 1 is LMC Mass Gem, owned by Brian and Ira Wallach Racing of Gloucester, New Jersey, trained by Bill Rhodes with Larry Ferrari. Well, the 2 is Derek Knepp of Montgomery, Indiana, Swan Last Sassy, trained and driven by Marvin Raber. Matthew Brown drives the 3, Feisty Sam, for Michelle Brown of the big city in Newark, Ohio, trained by Matthew Brown. The 4 is Eddie L, owned in partnership by Levan Stables Incorporated, Perry, and Levan. They're all of the Buckeye State, trained by Hank Levan, Harrison Levan at the lines. Next to the 5, My Uncle Cuz, owned by Krista Harmon of Jackson, Michigan, who also trains Lauren Harmon, the driver. Right alongside the 6, a Royal Line, owned by Oldford Racing LLC of Port Huron, Michigan, trained by Terry Dieter. Steve Oldford is up. The 7 is Feisty Gem, owned and trained by Joseph Wilson of Marion, Ohio, with Dan Jones up. Daniel Jones. The 8, Lucius Varenus, owned and trained by Stacy Van Heusen, Blacklick, Ohio. Devin Miller in the sulky. That's the field for the second race.
So there is the field. Let's take a look at these horses more in depth. The number 1 is LMC Mass Gem. Larry Ferrari drives for Bill Rhodes. 9 starts this year, 2 wins. One of those wins came 3 back up at Northfield in the non-winners of 1,500. Last time out, finished 4th at Northfield, has a mark of 157-2. Lifetime 29 wins in 208 starts.
The 2 is Swan Last Sassy. Marvin Raber drives and trains. This is just a 4-year-old Swan for all. This is the only mare in the race. It's had 45 lifetime starts, 33,000, almost 34,000 in earnings, and a mark last year as a 3-year-old of 56-4 at Hoosier Park.
The number 3 is Feisty Sam. Matthew Brown drives, trains for Michelle Brown. This is a 4-year-old gelding by Victory Sam out of the Feisty GG mare, Feisty Kind of Love. 19 starts, 3 wins, 2 seconds, 4 thirds this year. Lifetime 11 wins in 54 starts, closing in on that $100,000 mark with a win today. Hits that milestone.
Eddie L. and Harrison Levan from the 4-hole. Trainer is Big Brother Hank. This is a 4-year-old by What the Hill out of an ABC Garland mare. As lifetime starts, 52. 7 wins, fastest of those was 57-3, taken at Miami Valley Raceway. Last raced in the Signature Series at Findlay.
The number 5 is My Uncle Cuz. Lauren Harmon drives for Krista Harmon, who is also the owner of this 10-year-old gelding by ABC Garland out of the Mr. Vic mare Malibu Marley. 1 win this year, lifetime 22 wins in 152 starts. $435,000 in earnings, has a lifetime mark as a 6-year-old of 152 at Hoosier Park.
A Royal Line and Steve Olford from the 6-hole. Terry Dieters trains, and Olford Racing is the from LLC is the owner. This is an 8-year-old gelding by Royalty for Life. 151 lifetime starts, 17 wins, $181,000 in earnings, and a mark as a 3-year-old, 155-2 at Woodbine.
The number 7 is Feisty Jim. Daniel Jones will be in the bike for trainer Joseph Wilson, who also owns Feisty Jim, a 10-year-old gelding by Triumphant Caviar. 8 starts this year, has not hit the board, has really had struggled with a number of breaks. In fact, you look at the card, out of the 7 races shown on the card, has breaks in 5 of those, and to make matters worse, had one where it had broken equipment too. So still looking for that first win of the year, lifetime 15 wins.
Little brother Feisty Sam is having a little bit better luck. Feisty Sam and Feisty Jim are half brothers, one by Victory Sam and one by Triumphant Caviar, but same mare. Lucius Varenus is a 8-year-old Father Patrick, trained by Stacy Van Heusen and owned by Stacy. Devin Miller will drive this 8-year-old. 128 lifetime starts, $257,000 in earnings, and a mark as a 5-year-old of 154-3 at Dayton.
See, you don't get that information anywhere about them being, half brother, half sister. I mean, that's quality information.
That is. I said, Feisty Sam, Feisty Jim. There's got to be a connection.
Take a quick look at it and see if you can find out what that connection is. Eddie L. with Harrison Levan in the bike. Last one at Northfield back on June 12th. Has the most wins this year of any of the horses in the field. Has 4 wins, hitting the board in 10 of 28. And I liked when you said trained by Big Brother Hank.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's what we've been saying all summer. Harrison has driven a few times this summer, but most of the time we see Hank in the bike. And we also always say that that's owned by LOL, and that's lots of Levans.
So the starting gate is starting to move into position, and we will get ready to go with the second race on our card of 17. Glad to have everybody along. Thanks for taking a part of your Sunday afternoon to be a part of day 1 of 5 days in Delaware. Cannot believe after this we are down to, I believe it's 5. Dover, Coshocton.
Mm-hmm. Ashland is tomorrow.
Ashland is tomorrow. Mm-hmm. So it's Ashland, Coshocton, Dover, Montgomery County Fair races, and Lancaster. So those are the 5 that are left besides Delaware. So we are getting ready to go. Starting gate is in motion. Let's send it back up again to Jason Settlemore.
The 7 Feisty Jim is off the gate right now. The Webkenberg starting gate swing to the top of the stretch, and here they come. They're all fan trotting and firing out of there for the lead from the inside. There goes LMC Mass Jim protecting the rail there. Driving through in the middle of the track, Eddie L is sent on the go from the inside. Coming away in third, Swan Last Sassy. In and out of the first turn and marching over to the opening quarter. Coming away, racing in fourth, that's Feisty Sam. Feisty Sam to the inside, racing in fourth, caught to the outside. My Uncle Cousin fifth. Racing sixth on the pylons, a Royal Line outside, racing in seventh. That is Lucius Varenus in eighth and trailing the field, Feisty Gem. The opening quarter came and went in 28 and 2/5. That far sweeping turn for the first time here in Delaware, and up top, Eddie L. Eddie L continues to front the field and leading it by 2. LMC Mass Jim passing the stand for the first time, racing in 2 as they passes for the first time and head on over to the half. Outside racing in third, taking a long mile. My Uncle Cuz buried on the inside in fourth. Swan Last Sassy rolling into the payoff half, 57 and 4/5. Up top of the lead, Eddie L. Eddie L continues to front the field here, leading it by a length and a half, a length and 3 parts. Off the turn and driving down the backside. Heads are pointed towards 3/4, and Eddie L with the lead by a length and a half. LMC Mass Jim trots to the inside, racing in second. Swan Last Sassy, and out comes the earplugs on that one. Up on the outside, My Uncle Cousin sent 3 high on the outside. Lucius Varenus, 3/4 and 127 and 2/5. Backside 29 and 3. They'll trot the final turn and head for home. Eddie L with the lead. LMC Mass Jim come to the outside with less than a 16th to go. They're on their way home in Delaware, Ohio. 3 high on the outside. Lucius Varenus is on the go, and Feisty Sam way outside. LMC Mass Jim up to win it. Going to be tight for second. Looks like the 3 Feisty Sam over the 8 Lucius Varenus. In the 5, My Uncle Cuz to round the super. Time of the mile, 1:58 flat. LMC Mass Jim.
Looked like Harrison Levan had things in control, but all of a sudden here came Larry Ferrari with LMC Mass Gem and gets across the line for the win.
Looked like Feisty Sam was right up there too. I'm not sure. We're going to have to, I think, wait for the photo for that one. That was a pretty tight finish.
Yeah, we'll have to. I think he called Feisty Sam second and Lucius Varenus third, but one in a photo. So we will have to wait to find out who finished second and third. But the win goes to Larry Ferrari.
Trainer Bill Rhodes. Bill Rhodes trains this 10-year-old gelding. He's a muscle mass out of a cadaver mare. 209th lifetime start today.
Picks up 30th win.
1-3-8-5 unofficial. 1-3-8-5 unofficial.
So Jason was correct what he originally thought was the order of finish. So Eddie L., who was rolling, did not even get to the top 4 spots. And coming back to the winner's circle is the number 1, LMC Mass Gem, the 10-year-old by muscle mass out of the Cadabra mare, Homeby Gem. And here comes the Rhodes crew across. Good to see Braden Rhodes there. Braden suffered a concussion a couple of weeks back after an accident at Northfield Park.
Trackside of the winner's circle, the Sugar Valley Farm winner's circle. The unofficial winner of the second race, the Great Lakes Amateur Driving Association, sponsored by Bud Hatfield. Nobody better in the business than Bud Hatfield and Hatfield Stables. The 1 LMC Mass Gym. A 10-year-old bay outing by Muscle Mass out of a Hornby Gym, Shibai Kadabra. Owned by Brian and Ira Wallach. Racing of Gloucester, New Jersey. Trained by Bill Rhodes. Nicely handled here this afternoon by winning driver Larry Ferrari. The 1 LMC Mass Gym. Larry Ferrari. LMC Mass Gym, bred by Frank Crillo of Ontario, Canada. And the caretaker for the 1 LMC Mass Gym, Ron Wright. Home winner in 158 flat. It's now official. 1385 official.
So there you have it. The winner of our second race is LMC Mass Gem. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we've heard Ashley Daly is out there somewhere, and we'll have that when we return to the Delaware County Fair right after this.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out, Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Long Tom, Summa Cum Laude, Ready for Money, and Bit of a Legend. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
You ever driven here at Delaware in this before?
No, I never drove it. It's my first time driving to Delaware. I've been here many times, but never driven.
Has to be a thrill winning this in Delaware.
Oh, it's the best place ever.
Congratulations on that win. Will you be driving anywhere else this summer in the amateur series?
Yeah, we have one more drive, the Fouts, the 10th race today I got to drive in.
Okay, best of luck.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
So that is the winner, Larry Ferrari, who comes home a winner in the first race today. Now, Ashley Daly's out and about. I don't know where she is, but we've got all access with Ashley. Let's see what's going on with our partner, Ashley Daly.
It's been 360 days since we've last met up at the Delaware County Fair. Welcome back, and thanks for joining me for All Access with Ashley, sponsored by Hagemeyer Farms. For the next 5 days, I'm hopping all over this entire fairgrounds to give you the behind-the-scenes access. What better way to start than a tour of the fairgrounds itself? Now, we're going to start in the heart of it all, the backside. The fairground spans across hundreds of acres. It's a year-round training facility for many trainers, including Brian Brown, Tim Lane, Ron Steck, Mike Sweeney, McCowan Racing, Ron Potter, and many more. You can spot harness barns all the way from the first turn through the top of the stretch. Even behind the barns that you can see on our broadcast, there's a jogging track. Moving along into the first turn, we will find ourselves at the log cabin. This is the secretary and race office for the week. I'll make sure to give you an inside tour later on. Coming out of the first turn, we will find the paddock. This is where our horses will be coming in and out of all week long while they get ready to enter their races. Although a little empty this morning, it's normally a 4-race paddock. Across from there, we will find our jugette and jug barns. Now these barns will be used as detention centers when our jugette and jug horses come in Wednesday and Thursday. Both barns are open for special visitation hours.
Going into the first turn, it's hard to miss the pavilion. This is the place to be on Wednesday and Thursday. Lots of good food and lots of good fun.
Finally, we have reached the calm before the storm, the grandstand. Behind the grandstand, there's so much more fair to visit. Thanks for joining me for the first edition of All Access with Ashley for the 2024 79th Little Brown Jug.
So there you are, a little tour of the grounds with Ashley Daly. She's going to be out and about all week, finding some different stories that you might not know about. Matt's got some things up his sleeve. I think we're going live with Ashley a few times a little later in the week, which is going to be interesting to do that. So, but
well, it's fun to see the stuff on the backside, because even if you come here and you just stay up front, stay in the grandstand, you never see that, and you didn't. I mean, how many people probably did not know that there was a half-mile jogging track in the back?
Well, right now it's just an entry to the parking lots, but
is.
but also the Little Brown Jug, the Jugette Barn. You go in there and they have almost a museum for the hills. Laverne Hill back there. A number of Charlie Hill's sport coats are on display there. They've got a big plastic horse that has. Is all rigged up with a Little Brown Jug saddle pad, which when I saw that this morning when I was walking through the Jugette Barn, all I could think of was, oh no, Susan's going to want one of these.
I will go look.
I don't know how we'd get it around, though. That's the thing. I'm not sure how we're going to get it around from point A to point B.
They just slide in a horse trailer.
Oh, there you go.
Easy peasy.
So that means we need a horse trailer now,
we need
too,
a horse
right?
Trailer, yes, we do.
But, so a lot of horses are still warming up on the track, and it looks like they're coming out for the post parade. Let's send it upstairs for the post parade of the first of our Buckeye Stallion Series races, 3-year-old filly trotters.
The Buckeye Stallion Series, First Division 3-year-old filly trot at 1 mile, a purse of $20,000, sponsored by the Eagles and Ladies Auxiliary. And at this time, we ask that a representative or representatives of the Eagles and Ladies Auxiliary report trackside of the infield judges stand for the trophy presentation. Field of 7, no changes, being led to the post by the 1 Our Moment in Time. By Laura and Paul Baker of Galloway, Ohio, trained by Jimmy Artledge Jr., Kane Kaufman, the driver. Greg Bateson drives the 2, Desert Haze, owned by Hayter Stables LLC, Temperance, Michigan. Gregory Bateson, Toledo, Ohio, trained by Greg Bateson. The 3 is Uncle Pete's Dream, owned by Matt Rowe, Urbana, Ohio, trained by Deborah Swartz. Chris Page at the lines. The 4 is Feeling Surprised, owned by Roger Wallace, Columbus, Ohio, and Horseplay Racing, Stable of Grove City, Ohio, trained and driven by Hugh Sandy Beatty. The 5, Tammy Sue, owned in partnership of Wayne Mast Jr., Dundee, Ohio, and Callum Racing LLC of Chagrin Falls, Ohio, trained by Scott Cox. Chris Limbs at the lines. Moving along to the 6, Midnight Nolan, owned by Wolski Stables LLC of Transfer, Pennsylvania, trained by Dan Wolski with Luke Ebersole. Into the outside of the 7, Amazing Face, owned by Greg Luther Racing LLC, Blacklick, Ohio, trained by Todd and Luther. Austin Hanners is in her sulky.
So let's take a look at these horses more in depth for the first of our Buckeye Stallion Series races of the week, the first of 2 divisions today for 3-year-old filly trotters. The number 1 is Our Moment in Time. Kane Kaufman drives for Jim Arlich Jr. This is a long-time filly out of the Uncle Peter mare Caring Moment, owned by Laura and Paul Baker of Galloway. They also bred this horse. 21 starts this year, a win, 3 seconds, 3/3. That win came at Troy. Overall lifetime, 34 wins or 34 starts, 2 wins, 4 seconds, and 4/3.
Greg Bateson drives, trains, and co-owns the 2 Desert Haze. Hayter Stable is also a partner on this Uncle Peter filly. Out of a DeJarnbro mare, Vegas Sunset, 12 of 18, first, seconds, or thirds this year with 10 wins. Had a remarkable winning streak going last week at Upper Sandusky, ended up finishing second. But before that had won, I believe it was 8 in a row. Has already made $32,000 this year, made $50,000 as a 2-year-old, was a very, very 10 wins in a row, But as a 2-year-old, she was 7 wins out of 14 starts, made $50,000 this year. So what a nice filly this Desert Haze is.
The number 3 is Uncle Pete's Dream, currently the 3-5 favorite. Chris Page drives for Deborah Schwartz. Matt Rowe of Urbana owns this Uncle Peter out of the Valley Victory mare, Valley of Dreams. 17 starts this year, has hit the board 14 times with 7 wins. Earnings just under $60,000. Won the 4th leg of the Buckeye Stallion Series. Currently sits 6th in points. Was a winner 2 back at Findlay.
Feeling Surprise leaves from the 4-hole. Sandy Beatty drives and trains. This is a Volstead filly out of Possess the Will mare. Won her last start at Scioto Downs in 56-3. And that was her only win this year out of 15 starts.
The number 5 is Tammy Sue. Chris Lems drives for Scott Cox. Wayne Mass Jr. of Dundee and Callum Racing are the owners. This long time is out of CJ's Super Secret by CJ's Secret. Has hit the board in 7 straight, 5 wins in 17 starts this year. Currently 6th, 8th in points in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Was a winner last time out at Northfield. The last 2 times in the Buckeye Stallion Series, August 25th at Northfield, a 3rd place finish. At Scioto on July 18th, finished 2nd.
Midnight Nolan and Luke Ebersol from the 6th. Trainers Dan Walski. Walski Stables are the owners of this. Is an Uncle Peter filly out of a Donato Hanover mare. Won her last 2 starts. Won a Buckeye Stallion Series at Northfield and won at Canfield in 201.
And the number 7 is Amazing Face. Austin Hanners will drive for Todd Luther. Greg Luther Racing owns. This is a What the Hill out of the Muscle Massive mare, Alimony. 17 starts this year, 3 wins, 1 second, 3/3. Last time out, finished 3rd at the Meadows. Was in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Scioto Downs in July. Came home with a 2nd place finish. Right now, the 4-5 favorite, still Uncle Pete's Dream.
And as Uncle Pete's Dream is sitting 6th in the Buckeye Stallion Series points. So this is the last leg of the Buckeye Stallion Series. So this is where they've got to get enough points to be able to get into that final.
And with sitting 6th, probably is assured of a spot in the finals. You would think, depending on how close the pursuers are. But has hit the board 9 straight times. A second, a first, a first, a second, a first, a first, a second. So just really likes to be at the front and get up there for the lead.
Yeah, racing very, very well. I've got a comment from our David Myrick said the Facebook is, people were asking where they could watch. We said you can watch on YouTube, you can watch on harnessracing.com, but David says Facebook is more fun because we can joke around with our friends. And that's what we're all about here. We're just having fun.
Somebody asked where they could watch. If you're not watching on Facebook or YouTube, you lose the witty banter of our crew and the enjoyment that we do have bringing you all the action of the races. So as we are getting set to go, the starting gate is beginning to roll. And forming up behind the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate in the upper turn.
Trotters after
and it's Jason
$20,000
Settlemore with the call again. Let's send it up to Jason.
Silly Trotters. As we welcome in Cheddar Bob from Maine. Hello from all of us at the Delaware County Fair. The gate swing to the top of the stretch, and here comes the sophomore filly trotters. Field of 7 on gate. Here they come. They're all fan trotting, firing away, middle of the track. Tammy Sue gets the first call in the middle of the track. From the inside, Desert Haze comes away, trotting in second. Our Moment in Time, and Kane Kaufman of the pylons in third. Fourth is Uncle Pete's Dream, off the turn and driving down the backside, setting sail towards the opening quarter. Uncle Pete's Dream in there, racing in 4. Fifth, that's Feeling Surprised, followed by the 2 trailers here of Midnight. No one an amazing face can see them all as they trot by that opening quarter. The opening quarter came and went in 29 and 3/5 into that far sweeping turn for the first time, and here in Delaware, Ohio, being led up top by Tammy Sue and Chris Lems, dictating the fractions, leading it by a length and a half. And Desert Haze to the inside, trots in second. Our Moment in Time, and Kane Kaufman's got a snug hold of her as they pass the stand for the first time and head on over to the half. Flushed out first over, Our Moment in Time. Second over on the outside in fourth, Uncle Pete's Dream. Third over, racing in fifth, Feeling Surprised. Inside, racing in sixth, Midnight Nolan moved to the outside. Fourth over there and stacked up. Seventh and trailing, Amazing Face. They were halfway home in 59 and 2/5. A second quarter in 29 and 4. Off the turn and driving down the backside. Up top, leading the way, Tammy Sue and Chris Lems, leading it by a tight length and a quarter. Desert Haze and Bateson right there, nose to helmet, racing in second, and 3 wide on the outside. Here comes Feeling Surprised and Sandy Beatty. 3 quarters in 1:27 and 4/5. They'll trot the final turn and head for home. Sammy Sue with the lead here. Tammy Sue's led it by a length and a half. Desert Haze still trying to go with her, racing in second with less than a 16th to go. They're on their way home in Delaware, Ohio. Tammy Sue with the lead here, move to the outside, Desert Haze, but they're not going to get to Tammy Sue. Gate to wire, Desert Haze to go second. Third was the 3, Uncle Pete's Dream, and to round out fourth, that's Feeling Surprised. Time of the mile, 1:57 flat. Tammy Sue equaling her lifetime mark.
Chris Lems went right to the lead off the gate and never relinquished the lead. The favorite, Uncle Pete's Dream, and Chris Page kind of got trapped down on the rail, could not find racing room till late in the stretch. Greg Bateson and Desert Haze tried to catch up to Tammy Sue but could not, and with the win, Tammy Sue probably secures her spot in the finals. Came in 8th in points, has now hit the board in 8 straights, and that's 2 wins in a row for Tammy Sue.
And that gives her a first, second, and a third in the Buckeye Stallion Series. So racing very well in that series. Had been racing when she wasn't in the Buckeye Stallions, had been racing in conditioned races at Northfield Park.
Wayne Mass Jr. and Callum Racing own Tammy Sue. Scott Cox is the trainer. 157 flat. That equals her lifetime mark set earlier this year at Northfield.
And makes 9 lifetime wins. That's a career for some horses.
Yes, it is. So your winner, the number 5, Tammy Sue. Chris Lems picks up his first driving win, and Chris bringing Tammy Sue back to the winner's circle.
Into the Sugar Valley Farm winner's circle. Winner of the 3rd race, the Buckeye Stallion Series, sponsored by Eagles and Lady Auxiliary. And in the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation on behalf of the Ladies Auxiliary, Nancy Frazill, along with Bev and Robin. They're in the winner's circle here on behalf of the Eagles and Ladies Auxiliary. To the 5, Tammy Sue. Tammy Sue's a 3-year-old brown filly by Long Tom out of a CJ Super Secret. She buys CJ Secret, owned by Wayne Mass Jr. of Dundee, Ohio, and Callum Racing LLC of Chagrin Falls, Ohio. Trained by Scott Cox. Nicely handled here this afternoon by Chris Lems. Timed at 157 flat. Tammy Sue, the daughter of Long Tom, bred by Mose Yoder of the Buckeye State. Tammy Sue, Scott Cox, Chris Lems wins the Buckeye Stallion Series First Division 3-year-old filly trot equaling her lifetime mark in 157 flat. Sponsored by Eagles Ladies Auxiliary.
So unofficially, Tammy Sue, your winner. Desert Hayes, second. Uncle Pete's Dream finishes third, and finishing fourth, Feeling Surprise. We'll get the rest of the rundown here shortly from Jason Settlemore.
What a beautiful, colorful winner circle that is. And have you noticed when they were in there, all those chrysanthemums and all the blankets and everything? It's just very pretty. It would make a great win picture on your wall.
Well, you know what? It's going to make a nice picture. I took one earlier, and I'm going to post that on Facebook. So
yeah, very pretty.
Of the blankets, the nice color of the blankets. See
oh,
that?
yeah.
There you go.
They do a great job here. So that mile in 157, we should get the rest of the rundown.
29 and 3, 59 and 2, 127 and 4, 157 flat for the win. And I believe, isn't that at least all three have equaled or tied lifetime marks? Let's go up to Jason.
Desert Hayes returning 1160, 360. Third of the three, Uncle Pete's Dream returning 210. The Dollar Perfecta 5.2 is worth $25.90. The Dollar Try 5.23, 52.60. Judges?
Waiting on the official results, but 2 out of the 3 have been new lifetime marks. The second race was not. So it gives us kind of an early indication of how fast this track might be as the week goes on. No rain expected at all, but I am here, so that could change the forecast.
It's good. The cloud follows, Frank.
The Buckeye Stallion Series, sponsored by the Eagles Ladies Auxiliary. With the 1, Our Moment in Time, 7. The 2, Desert Haze, 2. The 3, Uncle Pete's Dream, 3. The 4, Feeling Surprised, 4. The 5, Tammy Sue, the race winner, equaling her lifetime best to 157 flat for Team Cox and Limbs. With the 6, Midnight Nolan, 5. With the 7, Amazing Face, 6. Recheck the rundown, top to bottom. It should read 723, 415, 6 on the bottom. Time of the mile, 157 flat.
So there you have it, number 3 in the books as we move along on the first day of our 5 days in Delaware from the Delaware County Fairgrounds. Not a cloud in the sky, a nice breeze blowing, very comfortable, not very humid outside. The terrarium's getting a little toasty in here, but not too bad. We do have an open window, but you can just see some of the flags fluttering on the back stretch of where people are starting to set up. That's one of the nice things is seeing how they're starting to set up all their trailers and their tents and everything as we get set. So we'll take a break, and when we come back, it's our second amateur driving race of the day, and this also will be a trot when we return to the Delaware County Fairgrounds right after this.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Volstead, Coach K. Hanover, Slay, Ohio's top trotters stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's offspring include Sugar Instead, the 2023 Ohio 2-year-old Trotting Filly of the Year, and 2024 Ohio Sire Stakes winner Jurassic Hattie. Coach K. Hanover, the son of world record holder Walner, and Slay, the son of Chapter 7, standing his first season at Dublin Valley Farms.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 66 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fairs, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for nearly $23 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Welcome back to the Delaware County Fairgrounds. We are in Delaware, Ohio, which sits just above Franklin County in Columbus. If you're looking at a map of Ohio, almost dead center in the state.
Someone just asked about that. They had a wind picture from 2009, and possibly Conrad Photo. Brad Conrad or his dad may have been taking photos back then. We don't have his number. We'll see what we can get for you, but I know it's conradphoto. You have it.
I have the phone number for Mr. Conrad. Let me find it here in my handy little Huff's Guide. And if you don't have your Huff Guide yet, make sure you call our office and order one for next year. Get in early. In fact, we already had somebody requesting a Huff's Guide for next year in the our tent earlier this year.
So if you are going to be here the next couple of days, you can stop in the tent, and Kim will gladly take your $10, and you will get your Huff's Guide. It's easier to look in the index,
I
Frank.
know it is. There it is. Winner's Circle Photos, conradphoto.net, or you can call 740-215-5765. That's 740-215-5765.
But probably if you call right now, you're not going to get him.
No,
you
you're
have
not
to
going
leave
to get
him a
him.
message because he's out here busy taking photos.
Brad, one of the hardest working
Yeah.
photographers in the business. I mean, he doesn't even go home from Delaware. He's camps. He's got a camper here, so he just spends the evening here.
I think it's a
getting
little
ready.
bit of a party camper.
Well, the party will definitely start on Wednesday here with the Jugette Day. They will have the big party in the I call it the pavilion. Everybody else calls it the hill. I got to start calling it the hill in the first turn. And they have something there every night. They had yesterday when we were here wrapping up, getting everything set up. Matt and I were in here during sound check for one of the bands that they were performing. Last night they had the rodeo going on. Yesterday was the first day of the fair. They've got, I believe it's a truck pull tonight back in the motorsports area, they call it, which is, you wouldn't even know it's here. If,
Correct.
It's tucked behind all the barns, all the horse barns, a parking lot, and then back there. At night it gets a little loud there with all the tractor pulls and trucks and everything. But
what is best about that is that is at the back of the fairgrounds. They don't have those kind of things on the track or even right here. A lot of fairs will have an inside the track pulling area or demo area. I think this track is sacred ground.
Oh, I think without a doubt.
They don't want cars and trucks and
Plus,
everything
with
out here.
all of the training they do have
Yes.
going on here, you get here, I mean, if you show up here at a weekday morning at 7 o'clock, there's horses on the grounds. You come here at 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock at night, you'll still see horses training from some of the trainers who, might not be able to train their horses in the morning due to work, and they come and train later in the afternoon. So there's a lot going on here as well. Fourth race coming up, the Great Lakes Amateur Driving Association, sponsored by Hatfield Stables. We look across to the paddock area, still waiting to have the horses come out. Don't forget, we will have racing tomorrow here from Delaware. First race post time is 1 o'clock. We will have our Trackside Live. That will be at 11 o'clock. We will have Steve Bateson, former president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, and John Kineski, another former president. They are unique. Their horses are both the leading point getters in the Signature Series. The Trot will race tomorrow, the Trot Final. On Thursday, it'll be the Pace Signature Series Final. Bateson's horse, Surfin' the Canyon, has been on an unbelievable roll, as has Stony Ridgetop, John Kineski's horse. In fact, both of them on the same day set track records earlier this year. So we're going to have both of them on. We're going to talk a little bit about the Signature Series, their horses, how they got started, and, what it's like to be on a run like this, and talk a little bit about the state of racing here in the Buckeye State. On Wednesday for Trackside Live, we're going to have the ladies. It's going to be Ladies' Day on Trackside Live. We're going to have the ladies driving series takes place on Wednesday, and we're going to have
Jugette Day. It should be ladies.
No, that's Wednesday. This is Tuesday. You see, your days are all messed up
mixed
already.
Up already, and
see,
it's only Sunday.
And since it's Ladies' Day, Emma Wahlberg will be our guest, and Susan will be conducting the. So we've got Emma Wahlberg coming in, and we're trying to secure one more of the women drivers to join us that morning. Still working on our schedule for Wednesday, but Thursday in the morning in our tent early, we were going to have our handicapping seminar, and then Casey Coleman, the owner of the top 2 3-year-olds on Jay Wolf's list, will be our guest. So let's go to the post parade for our 4th.
Maui purse of $3,000 offering win play show. Perfecta, trifecta, superfecta, wagering down to a field of 5 with a scratch of the 3 T-bar. This is the Great Lakes Amateur Driving Association Trot, sponsored by the Hatfield Stables. Number 1 is Muscles for Life, owned by Gerald Hawks of Gito, Michigan, trained by Krista Harmon. Lauren Harmon is up. With the 2 is Doyle Bras, who also trains at West Portsmouth, Ohio's MJ's Liberty Valance, with Lucas Harper. The 3 is out. Next to the 4, Wild and Crazy Guy by Timothy Poitner of Dublin, Ohio, trained by Bill Rhodes. Brandon Rhodes at the lines. The 5 is Dude Included by Benjamin Graber of Woodburn, Indiana, trained by Trent Stoller. Christian Pacheco is up. And for the outside, the 6th is Nothing But a Dreamer by Betty Jo Clegg of Northfield, Ohio, who also trains. Christina Johnson is in the sulky.
Let's take a look at these 5 horses for the Great Lakes Amateur Driving Association race here at Delaware.
I was going to quickly mention Brian said he's tried harnessracingohio.com. It just shows a 1-minute video. So we will check on that and see what we can figure out. So we're going to work on that for you.
Well, you can get us at YouTube and on Facebook. So the number 1 is Muscles for Life. Lauren Harmon will drive her 2nd race today. Krista Harmon is the trainer. Gerald Hawks of Gito, Michigan is the owner. This is an 11-year-old horse by Muscle Mass out of the Cadabra mare Serenity Girl. 18 starts this year, has hit the board in 11, has hit the board 7 straight with back-to-back wins, was a winner at Montpelier in the Lady Pacing Series, or Trotting Series.
MJ's Liberty Valance, Lucas Harker up for trainer, owner Doyle Bruss, but let there not be any doubt, Mary Jo Bruss, the breeder, calls the shots on this horse and loves this horse more than anything else. MJ's Liberty Valance is a 7-year-old wishing stone. He's had 177 lifetime starts, 25 wins, $145,000 plus in earnings. A mark 2 years ago as a 5-year-old, a 155-3, but also this year was won in 156 flat at Miami Valley.
Scratch the number 3, T-Bar. The number 4 is Wild and Crazy Guy. Braden Rhodes will drive for his father, Bill Rhodes, who's looking for his 2nd win in 4 here at the Delaware County Fair. This is a 13-year-old gelding by Crazed, and this is out of the Muscles Yankee mare, My Baby Mama. Timothy Pottinger of Dublin is the owner. 24 starts, 4 wins, a 2nd and 6 thirds. Last time out, finished 3rd at Northfield. 2 back was at the Meadows and finished 2nd.
Kristen Pacheco drives the 5, Dude Included. Trainer is Trent Stoller, owner Benjamin Graber. This is a 7-year-old gelding by Class Included out of a Yankee Glide mare. 86 lifetime starts, 13 wins, $322,000. That's a lot of money for just 86 starts. Has a mark as a 3-year-old of 53 at Hoosier Park. This year, another mark at Hoosier Park of 54-1.
The number 6 is Nothing But a Dreamer. Christina Johnson drives for Betty Clegg, who is also the owner of this muscle mass gelding out of the Chocolatier Mirror My Impossible Dream. 18 starts, 3 wins, 2 seconds, 1/3. Lifetime 13 wins and 46 starts, $145,000 in earnings. Was a winner last time out in the free-for-all at Worcester. Has hit the board 2 of the last 3. 2 back, though. The one that did not hit the board made a couple of breaks.
And Nothing But a Dreamer is a recent addition to the Clegg barn. This is the 3rd start for the Cleggs. The horse probably was purchased from someone at Saratoga.
Out of the Mark Beckwith barn. A bunch of horses from the Beckwith barn came over to the Clegg. So they had a couple at the fairs this past week that they had that came from the Beckwith barn. You talked about Dude Included. Almost $4,000 per start averaging. Wow. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
That is really good.
Well, the whole field is made over $2.2 million. And if you average that out, that averages to $2,300 a start. So it's a good bunch of horses here in this amateur driving association race.
You know, it's not too often that you see every horse that has made over $100,000 in these type of races. There's always one or two that's, under $100,000. Right. And then if you throw T-Bar in that mix, he made $387,000 as well.
Well, yeah, we've got a 13-year-old that's made $750,000. That's the kind of horse that you really want to watch out for and take good care of. We've got a gentleman down on the track. He is there all day long, every day. He's a part of the staff of the Little Brown Jug, and he was talking to us in the 10th this morning. He's the guy that lets you across the track or doesn't let you across the track. He has got a certain time, and he wants you to go over the other person's footprints because before each race they do rake all the footprints out. So and this year he said, I got a whistle this year. He said if anybody gets out of line, he's going to blow his coach's whistle.
Well, he said he thought somebody almost got hit last year walking across the track. And that's, and some people don't realize there's horses training up when they go across the track. Yes. They forget to look both ways to make sure nothing is coming. As starting gate's starting to move into position.
But now we've had 2 people walk across, so the other gentleman with the rake is quickly moving across the track and raking out those footprints. Hoofprints are okay. Footprints are not.
So we are almost ready to roll. As we wait for the very first Roger call of the day, Jason Settlemore will be on the call again as the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate is moving up around the upper turn. As we get set, let's send it back up to Jason Settlemore.
Sponsored by the Hatfield Stables. Field of 5, moving up and moving in. The gate swing to the top of the stretch, and here they come in Delaware, Ohio. They're off and trotting at a very nice start here. Flashing speed from the inside. Muscles for life. In between them, a wild and crazy guy. Caught 3 high to the outside. Dude Included. 3 deep in the first turn. Off the turn and driving down the backside. Heads are pointed towards the opening quarter. And wild and crazy guy clear to the front. Dude Included hung to the outside, racing in 2, looking to clear this leader there. Muscles for Life will watch over the dueling leaders from 3rd. The opening quarter was quick, 26 4/5. Coming away, racing in 4th, Nothing But a Dreamer in 5th, and trailing the field, watching over this field from back there as they move towards the halfway mile mark of the race. MJ's Liberty Valance and Lucas Harper can see them all as they pass the stands and the fans for the first time and head on over to the half. Wild and crazy guy from the inside. Dude Included hung on the outside, racing in 2nd. Inside, Muscles for Life halfway home, 50 155 and 3/5. A demanding first half there with the lead. Wild and Crazy Guy leads the way by a length and a half. Muscles for Life in there, trotting in second. Nothing But a Dreamer trots in third. Off the turn and driving down the backside. Heads are pointed towards the 3/4 mile mark of the race, and Wild and Crazy Guy with the lead. Muscles for Life inside, racing in second. Nothing But a Dreamer to the outside, racing in third now. Second advancing towards the leader. 3/4 and 124 and 4/5. They'll trot the final turn and head for home. Wild and Crazy Guy carving out some crazy fractions, gives it up to Nothing But a Dreamer on the outside. Less than a 16th to go, and they're on their way home in Delaware, Ohio. Nothing But a Dreamer, and Nothing But a Dreamer is opening up and drawing away. Nothing But a Dreamer in front. Second's going to be the 2 MJ's Liberty Valance. In between them, the 1 Muscles for Life. Fourth, Wild and Crazy Guy. And fifth and last, Dude Included. Time of the mile, 155. 1/5. Nothing But a Dreamer.
Front end speed did not hold up that time as Braden Rhodes took Wild and Crazy Guy to the front. Christina Johnson just bided her time, waited until the stretch, able to come out, go around Wild and Crazy Guy, and drew away to the big victory in 155 and 1. Finishing first, finishing second. MJ's Liberty Valance gets up for second. Muscles for Life was third, and Wild and Crazy Guy finished in fourth.
Nothing But a Dreamer, the youngest horse in the field. It was only a 4-year-old gelding. Just had 47 lifetime starts, but as we said, there's quite a bit of money, $145,000 already. So a nice record for this horse trained and owned now by Betty Clegg.
Betty Clegg picks up her first win in the fair circuit here at Delaware. 64 wins now at Ohio fairs. And you can expect the Cleggs will have a lot more horses in the race the rest of this week.
Marianne said she got sternly corrected by the rake guy for not walking in line to the winner's circle one year. And yes, we know.
So here comes your winner back around to the winner's circle. Christina Johnson, and Nothing But a Dreamer.
Trackside of the Sugar Valley Farm winner's circle. The official winner now, 6214 official. The Great Lakes Amateur Driving Association. With the 6, Nothing But a Dreamer. 4-year-old bay gelding by Muscle Mass out of My Impossible Dream. She by Chocolatier. Owned, trained, care taken by Betty Clegg, Northfield, Ohio. Nicely handled here this afternoon by winning driver Christina Johnson. Timed at 155 and 1. Fourth win of 2024. 14th win of this one's career. Bred by Shmuel Fari of Ontario, Canada. With the 6, Nothing But a Dreamer. Home a winner in 155 and 1. To win the Great Lakes Amateur Driving Association, sponsored by Hatfield Stables. And in the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation on behalf of Bud and Bud Hatfield Stables, Chris Breckler. As always, here in Delaware, Ohio. It's official, 6214 official.
6214 official, and I believe we're going to have a interview coming up.
Jay's Liberty Valance returning 640, 840. Third of the 1, Muscles for Life, returning 220. The Dollar Perfecta 6-2 returns $52.20. The Dollar Try 621, $178.60. And there was a refund on the Super if you bet one there. As we were down to a field of 5, there was no Super. And there's a refund on those Superfecta wagers. judges.
So waiting for the official results and waiting for Doug Ballinger. He is being joined by, I believe, Christina Johnson. Here's the rundown.
Sponsored by Hatfield Stables, the Great Lakes Amateur Driving Association, the 1 Muscles for Life, 3. The 2 MJ's Liberty Valance, 2. The 3 T-Bar Scratch judges, the 4 Wild and Crazy Guy, 4. The 5 Dude Included, 5. And the 6 Nothing But a Dreamer, the race winner, timed in 1:55 and 1/5. Recheck the rundown top to bottom. It should read 3-2. Scratch judges 4, 5, 1 on the bottom. Time of the mile 1:55 and 1.
So there is your official results of our 4th race, the Great Lakes American Driving Association Trot. And now down in our interview area, Doug Ballinger with the winning driver, Christina Johnson.
Thank you, guys, upstairs. I'm with Christina Johnson, the winning driver there. Christina, 55 and 1, a nice mile for this horse.
He was a wonderful animal to drive, yes.
They did the work up front. You came off the pace.
Absolutely, yeah. When I seen that horse on the outside was starting to tire, I just kind of sat. I figured I'd get my opening and we'd go right on.
Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series, you had 3 wins in one day. That was last Wednesday, I believe, afternoon at Montpelier and 2 at Upper Sandusky.
Yep, that's correct.
So a big one here. You're in the championship, which goes here Tuesday. You have Black Tilly in from post 3.
Yep, that's correct.
So what's your chances?
Well, if she races like she did at Upper Sandusky, I think we'll be good because we're kind of racing against the same horses she's been first, second, third against. And if I can give her a good trip, I think we'll be right there.
So if you trip out, you'll be there. So, hey, best of luck.
Absolutely.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Christina, as she was a winner today, and she'll look to add to that winning later on in the week.
And winning 3 in one day last week at last Wednesday when we had that four different places we were racing in one day. She won 2 at Upper Sandusky and 1 at Montpelier. That's pretty accomplishment.
That's usually it's the Worcester over to
Yes.
Upper. She went Montpelier down to Upper to race. So congratulations to Christina Johnson. The rundown again. Your winner is Nothing But a Dreamer, finishing 2nd, MJ's Liberty Valance, and finishing 3rd, Muscles for Life. When we return, it's the first division for 2-year-old fillies and the Ohio Breeders' Championship, going for $66,800 when we return to the Delaware County Fairgrounds right after this.
For over 100 years, the values at CoverLink Insurance have been clear. Do the right thing. These values have been at the forefront of what we do, and that will never change. At CoverLink Insurance, you're a person, not a policy. We're here to get you the right coverage: home, auto, business, and farm. CoverLink covers you, your family, and your business. Trusted advice and solutions to protect what matters most. Great service from great people. CoverLink Insurance.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding farm. Cool Winds stands the popular dancing Yankee, a 2-time world champion, along with 2019 Jug winner Southwind Ozzy, a son of Some Beach Somewhere. Cool Winds also stands the royally bred $2 million earning Western Fame. Cool Winds Farm wants to thank all the bidders and buyers that supported the Ohio Selected Jug Sale.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
Welcome back to the Delaware County Fairgrounds. A beautiful day today here. Just not a cloud in the sky. Blue skies. Temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. Some breeze blowing, and you can't ask for a better day here at the Delaware County Fair to kick off our 5 days in Delaware. It's the post parade for the Ohio Breeders' Championship, the 2-year-old fillies, first division of 2. Let's go upstairs. Well, maybe not yet for the post parade. The first outrider came
Roger
out, and I
Test and
think whoever was upstairs thought the horses were coming out, but it was just the outrider coming out. And then the second outrider came out to see what was going on. But horses are not ready to come out. But this is going to be a very good race here, this one. We've got two potential Triple Crown winners. And I think they're still testing, or is there a horse now coming out? Now the horses are coming out. Let's go upstairs.
Ladies and gentlemen, in his 57th year as the voice of the Delaware County Fair and the Little Brown Jug, here's Hall of Famer Roger Houston.
Horses are on the track, parading to the post. Ohio Breeders' Championship. 2-year-old filly pace, first division for $66,800. Trophy by the Brian Brown Stable. Number 1, Kylie Cash. Owned and trained by Betty Jo Clegg of Northfield, Ohio. Sam Widger drives the 1, Kylie Cash. Number 2 is Section Line Flame. Owned by Hagerman Racing, Charles Reeve. Herman Hagerman trains. Dan Noble drives the 2, Section Line Flame. Number 3, Prolific Fire. Greg Luther Racing, Todd Luther trains. Austin Henners drives the 3, Prolific Fire. Number 4, Queen of Fear. Ashley Dunn and Edward J. Miller. Edward Miller, the trainer. Brett Miller drives the 4, Queen of Fear. And number 5, The Word Is Out. Burke Racing Stable, Knox Services, Beastie of Las Vegas, RAS Racing, Ron Burke trains, Chris Page in the sulky, the 5, The Word Is Out.
Let's take a look at the field for the Ohio Breeders' Championship. The number 1 is Kylie Cash. Sam Widger back in the bike for trainer Betty Clegg, who also owns this Fear the Dragon out of the Always a Virgin mare, Glorious Virgin. 22 starts, has hit the board 19 times with 7 wins. Had a 8-race streak of hitting the board snapped last time at Worcester due to broken equipment. Was a winner back at Napoleon on August 13th.
Section Line Flame, Dan Noble will drive for trainer Herman Hagerman. Hagerman Racing and Charles Reeve are the owners. This is a Catch the Fire filly out of a Major and Art mare. Section Line Aqua has had 6 starts on the year, 1 win. That was a good one in 57 flat at Scioto Downs.
The number 3 is Prolific Fire. Austin Hanner drives for Todd Luther. Greg Luther Racing of Blacklick is the owner. This is a Catch the Fire out of Alexa's Jewel by Well Said. 6 starts, a win, a second, and 2/3. The win came back at Northfield in the Ohio Sire Stakes. Also raced in the Next Generation to kick off the year. Finished 4th in that race.
Queen of Fear and Brett Miller from the 4-hole for trainer Edward Miller. Ashley Dunn and Edward Miller are the owners of this Fear the Dragon filly. She's out of a Yankee Cruiser mare, Knockout Queen. 4 for 6 on the year, 1 win. That was at the Ohio State Fair in 52 and 3. This filly has been pacing absolutely great. It was in the Next Generation, finished 2nd, just back by a half a length in that Next Gen. Was timed in 52 and 2.
Got beat in the Next Generation by the number 5. The Word Is Out. Chris Page drives for trainer Ron Burke. This is a Well Said out of the Captain Treacherous mare, Treacherous Secret. 5 wins, 6 starts. Has won the last 3. Was a winner last time up at Northfield in the Ohio Sire Stakes. The one time it did not win this year, also in the Sire Stakes, made a break at the start. and never really got back into it. But other than that, 5 wins this year. Word is out, Queen of Fair are the only 2 that have a chance at the Triple Crown for the 2-year-old fillies.
And you look at the money that the Word is Out has made already in just those 6 starts, $229,000. Queen of Fear, just 6 starts, $109,000. Prolific Fire, 6 starts, $84,000. I mean, these are some rich fillies with not many starts, but a lot of money.
And a compact field, so for Chris Page being on the outside in the 5-hole, not as bad as if it was the 7 or the 8.
That's right, right. And interesting, Kylie Cash coming in here from the fair. She is sitting first in the Ohio Fair Championship points, and I don't believe that she has raced anywhere but the fairs, so she's taking her first jump in with the big girls here.
Well, and you never know what's going to happen. You know,
That's
you
right.
perform on that fair level. She's performed very well, winning 7 of 22, hitting the board 19 times, and, you know, drew the rail, so you never know. And with Sam Widger in the bike today, Sam back from a broken wrist, we'll try to get her out to the lead.
Now her fastest win time is 2:03 at Croton, but she has been timed in 2 minutes and 3/5 back at Upper Sandusky. So it'll be very interesting to see what she does on this kind of a track.
Trains up at Northfield, so you know, used to, you know, a half-mile track, just like this track is and all the fair tracks are. As the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate starting to move.
The first of our Ohio Breeder Championship races that we're having this week.
And they are going for some very nice purses. This one's $66,800.
The other division of this is going to be in the 7th race. So we've got a couple of, as we talked about before, we've got 2 horses that won the Ohio State Fair. So only one of them is going to be able to come out and be a possible Triple Crown winner. Let's turn it over to Roger Houston for the call of this, the Ohio Breeder Championship.
Ohio Breeders' Championship, 2-year-old filly pacers. In behind the Mike Wopkenberg starting gate on the upper turn. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and pacing. That's Prolific Fire. Fast out of the gate, along with Queen of Fear on the outside second. Kylie Cash gets away third. Into the turn, racing fourth. Taking a seat is Section Line Flame. And treading the field, the Word is Out. As they race by the 8th and head to the first quarter mark. On top, Prolific Fire and Austin Hanners showing the way by a length and 3/4. Racing second, Queen of Fear. Third is Kylie Cash as they race by the opening quarter in 28 flat. Racing fourth as they race around the turn, Section Line Flame, and the trailer remains. The Word is Out. No movement as yet as they race over to the 3/8 mark, all in straight alignment. Into the test first time, coming to the halfway station. Austin Hanners with Prolific Fire in total command right now. Racing second, Queen of Fear. Pacing third, Kylie Cash as they race over to the halfway point. Halfway home in 57-2, 29-2. Second panel on to the backside. Racing fourth. As they race around the turn, Section Line Flame, and here comes the Word is Out. From 5th, now 4th, and moving up on the outside for Chris Page. Down the backside, it's Prolific Fire by a length. Ready to come to the outside is Queen of Fear as they race over to the 3/4 mark. Racing third, Kylie Cash. On the outside, the Word is Out. At the 3/4, 125-2. Backside in 28. And here comes on the outside and closing it on the leader as they race into the stretch. Coming home, Prolific Fire has the lead. On the outside, Queen of Fear with every stride. The Word is Out, 3 wide, but it's too late. Home the winner, Prolific Fire. The mile, 1:53 3/5.
1:53 3/5. They are flying. That is a new lifetime mark for your winner, Prolific Fire. Takes 2 seconds off her top time, which was in a qualifier at Hoosier Park. Comes home the winner for trainer Todd Luther and Greg Luther Racing.
And they were all right there. I mean, that was a good bunch of fillies, all really close. Prolific Fire took away the chances of any Triple Crown winners on the 2-year-old filly pace division.
Austin Hanners in the bike picks up his first win of the meet, and Todd Luther gets his first training win. And I tell you, when Chris Page and the word is out came past the half and into the turn, pulled and started to make a move, I thought she was just going to go by the field, and she kind of got held back heading up the stretch, and then that was enough to let Prolific Fire. Brett Miller tried to bring Queen of Fear around the outside, but was unable to, and the win for Prolific Fire.
What I was amazed at, we're just a little bit off. We don't see the exact start, but how fast Prolific Fire came out of that gate and got to the top. That was amazing.
Joe McLeod making his way across the track. Catch the Fire stands at Sugar Valley Farms.
Is out. Possible violation of the braking rule.
So
there is an inquiry.
Yeah, inquiry from the beginning, probably for the braking rule, as you know, Matt and you both said as we were watching the race that the horse made a break right at the start, and Austin Hanners, big smile on his face. Greg Luther gives him a high five. You know, it never gets old for Greg Luther in the Luther barn. And into the winner's circle goes the number 3, Prolific Fire. I remember when Prolific Fire was in at the matinee here, how good Prolific Fire looked. Let's go up to Roger Houston.
This race trophy by the Brian Brown Stables.
In the winner's circle, number 3, Prolific Fire. Over Greg Luther Racing, Blacklick, Ohio. Todd Luther, the trainer. Austin Hanners in the sulky. 2-year-old filly by Catch the Fire, Lexus Jewel. Home a winner in 1:53 3/5, a lifetime mark. Final half, 56-1. Final quarter, 28-1. Todd Luther, Austin Hanners, Prolific Fire in the 5th.
Get the top down here from Roger.
Kind of ironic that this was the Brian Brown Stable sponsored race, and Prolific Fire was first in the Brian Brown Stable.
Raced in that Delaware qualifier under the Brian Brown banner, and then purchased privately by Greg Luther Racing right after. And joining Doug Ballinger in the winner's circle is a very happy Greg Luther.
What you do for them. Okay. Thank you, guys upstairs. I'm with Greg Luther, owner of Prolific Fire. Catch the Fire. They're hot right now. Catch the Fires.
Absolutely. First crop, only 50 foals, and they're dominant.
About the sale, what they average roughly there?
Last year they averaged, I believe, around 50,000, and they were around 35 or 40 this year. Very happy with what they're selling for, and I've got a whole bunch of homebreds we're excited about too.
2020, Mike Wilder won a division of the Jug here with Catch the Fire. He's been a great one. He won the Adios with him. Let's touch on the winner here, Prolific Fire and Austin Hanners today. 53-3, lightly raced.
Yeah, absolutely. Brian Brown bought her at the sale, and he trained her down. He really liked her. I got her right before she qualified here at Delaware. She was happy to be back home and get her a win.
I remember that story listening to the OHHA broadcast.
Absolutely, yeah. It's been a very exciting ride, and excited to have our team involved here.
And you do so much for the sport of harness racing. You got your interest from the Darke County Fair. Your granddad was the caretaker there, is that correct?
Absolutely. He worked for Gene Regal for several years, and he was the caretaker there for a long time. And I got started as a groom like we all did. I started with Terry Holton and a lot of the good guys there, and became successful in my own business. So I started owning a bunch of horses, and we're just enjoying the ride as we go.
And thanks for everything you do for everything in the state of Ohio, especially the Darke County Fair. You're a big contributor there, I understand.
Absolutely, yeah. Best place to race, man. I think we raced 28 of them in one day there this year.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Hey, best of luck the rest of the week here.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Greg Luther, the owner of the winner here of the first division for the 2-year-old filly. Prolific Fire, and we remember that matinee, Prolific Fire just really, really stood out that day.
Yes.
And, the $1 million experiment, as they called it several years ago with Greg Luther, has really turned into, as he said, a lot more than that $1 million experiment, but it's been very, very successful.
But he's just so pleased with the Catch the Fires. He talks about them a lot and how they look so good and they race good. So this Prolific Fire certainly is one of those. But that qualifier is still on her lines here, where she won that qualifier so convincingly in 57 flat last quarter in 26-3 that day. Then went to Hoosier Park and won qualifier there in 55-2, and then was fourth in the next gen, timed in 53-3. So the speed has just been there right from the very beginning.
And was close in the Ohio State Fair Championship, losing to the Word Is Out by a length and a half. So 5 are in the books. When we return to the Delaware County Fairgrounds, we go back to the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, and we will have the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters, the second of 3 divisions from the Delaware County Fairgrounds, right after this.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out, Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Hi, I'm Jenna, and this year I'm teamed up with Yannick Gingras, Tony Alania, Burke Racing, and Weaver Buscemi as we represent SBH Health System of the Bronx. We need your help securing the win for this year's 2024 Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge as we look to tackle Team Dunn, Team Tetrick, and Team Miller. Scan the QR code on your screens now, scroll down, vote for Team Gingras, help us win this year's charity challenge. Never let my older sister win, and I'm not going to start now.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Welcome back to the Delaware County Fair as we get set for race number 6. I'm Frank Fraz along with Susan Schroeder, joined today by Doug Ballinger, Ashley Daly, Matt Clark, the entire OHHA crew. Glad to be out here bringing you all the action and the fun of 5 days in Delaware.
And we've got Kim Poma is back at the OHHA tent back there on the backstretch. It's right next to the log cabin, so if anybody's here, make sure you stop by, get some snacks and some treats. She's got some swag there to give out. And if you have been carrying around your OHHA passport at the fairs all summer, make sure you stop in here any of the 5 days. If you've visited at least 5 county fairs, you will be getting a nice surprise back at the tent.
And we've been giving out some of those surprises. We had people there very, very early that had their passports that they wanted to get them stamped, and they got them stamped.
I think because we said as supplies last.
Well, they made
so
sure.
They were first ones there in the morning.
And if you only have 4 stamps and you come here, get your passport stamped and you get your surprise for your 5th one.
So we want to thank everybody. We've got lots of folks watching. We really appreciate you joining us. And if you don't have a program yet, go to harnessracingohio.com and you can download your program. We'll get the rest of the weeks up as soon as we can get them. We have gotten permission to get them up earlier than just an hour before race time, so we'll have those up as early as we can for you.
Yep, and we will have, don't forget, 18 races tomorrow, 17 on Tuesday, 22 on Wednesday, including the Jugette, as we wait for the horses to make to the track for this. The second of 3 divisions for the 3-year-old colt and gelding trotters. And in this race, we've got some horses that are looking to get to that Ohio Fair Championships, some big point getters, as we've got, Jurassic Justice sitting there 8th, A Line of Stone 1st, CS Full Speed 4th, and then we can't forget about Gypsy Hill, who's sitting there number 1 in the Buckeye Stallion Series,
right.
comes down into the fairs.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you can do some of that. You can race in the Buckeye Stallion Series. It's just that's what I think is so great about this whole the whole racing, the way it's set up. You got the Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series affairs, and you can jump back and forth in between. You can't race in the same leg of the Sire Stakes and the Buckeye Stallion Series, but you can race in the first leg of the Sire Stakes and then the second or third of the Buckeye. So lots of options, and as your horse gets a little bit better, you can move your way up.
And you can race in the fair in between
Yes.
those if you want to find starts for your horses there as well. So you accumulate the points. The only thing is, if you race in the Ohio Scarlet and Gray Championships and the Scarlet Championship, you are not eligible to anything else.
Right.
So, but those are the cream of the crop horses that we have in the Buckeye State. So this will be $5,075 for this, the second division for 3-year-old colt and gelding trotters. And
Mrs. Louise Weller came into the 10th this morning. We were talking a little bit about her horse CS Full Speed, and this horse had 8 starts last year as a 2-year-old. Did not finish first, second, or third, made $1,700, and she said she was basically just not ready to race last year. She was just couldn't get it all together, and when they gave her a break and brought her back this year, she got 7 wins, 3 seconds, and a third, so she's 11 for 17 in the money.
And sometimes that's what those 2-year-olds need. They
Right.
just need that time to mature and, develop, and, they may not get it as a 2-year-old. Give them some more time out. They come back and look at how successful this horse has been.
Yeah.
Currently sitting 4th in the Ohio Fair Championship point. Change of drivers today.
Yes.
So Jay Weller will not drive. It'll be Brett Miller, but it's not like Jay has been the only driver this horse has had behind it. Chris Lems has driven, Jeff Nysonger, Ryan Stahl has driven as well.
Yeah, and you talked about them not being ready. That can be mentally or physically. A lot of these horses, talking to Tim Ignarski earlier this year, he had that horse Bourbon on the Rocks, and he said he was ready physically. He could do whatever he wanted him to, but mentally he just couldn't handle that stress of racing in the beginning. He has now since turned around and is racing good at the end of the year, but that's just the way horses are.
Take a look at the number 4, A Line of Stone. You look at his lines. There's a lot of ones. That horse likes to go to the lead and hang on to the lead. The problem, though, has made breaks in the last 2. So
yes.
Have to see if Mark Winters, the trainer, has got that righted for A Line of Stone.
I mean, very consistent horse with 10 wins on the year. He also had 6 wins last year. So just finishing out or at the end of the summer of his 3-year-old year has already 16 wins.
Well, anytime you've won over half of your races at almost the end of your 3-year-old season, you're doing quite well. As we wait for the post-parade to begin, we see the Outriders have come out onto the track, and right behind them, usually the horses will be coming out. They do a really good job here at the paddock, getting the horses ready, getting them in line, and getting them ready to come out for the races.
Roger won't have to yell at anybody today about not being in post-parade order because they send them out of the one area. That's what's so difficult at the fairs. You got horses coming from the first turn, from the last turn, from the backstretch, all over the place. Some horses coming from the middle of the track when they're tied up to their trailers. And it's very difficult for everybody to get in post position order to get them all behind. But here, they're all coming out in order, so there should be no excuses not to be in line today.
And here we can see the top half of the horse and the number one about to come out onto the track, making its way out as we get set for our 6th race today from the Delaware County Fairgrounds, Ohio Fair Racing Conference, 3-year-old colt in geldings, the second of 3 divisions, going for a purse of $5,075. Let's send it up to Roger Houston for the post parade.
Ohio Fair Racing Conference, 3-year-old colt and gelding trot, 2nd division, sponsored by First Citizens National Bank. And these are the horses. Number 1, Jurassic Justice. Jerry Welsh and Mike Lowe, the owners. Mike Lowe trains. Mike Lowe, the driver of the 1, Jurassic Justice. Number 2, Gypsy Hill, owned by the stable. Hutchinson Harness. Jason McGinnis trains. Anthony McDonald drives the 2, Gypsy Hill. Number 3, CS Door Prize. Gerald Hawks, the owner. Rosie Weaver trained. Tyler Smith drives the 3, CS Door Prize. Number 4, A Line of Stone. Harry Horowitz owns. Mark Winters, the trainer. Jeff Neisonger drives the 4, A Line of Stone. Number 5, Smoke It Steady. Ty Loy and Roger Morlock owns. Ty Loy trains. Chris Page, the 5, Smoke It Steady. Number 6 is CS Full Speed. Jay and Louise Weller, the owners. Jay Weller trains. Brett Miller drives the 6, CS Full Speed. And number 7 is Cape Count. Patrick Sweeney, Irvin Miller owns. Mike Sweeney trains. Curtis Harper in the sulky, the 7, Cape Count.
So there is the field for the 6th. Let's take a look at these horses more in depth. The number 1, Jurassic Justice. Mike Lowe drives and trains. He co-owns with Jerry Welch, who is the breeder of Jurassic Justice. This is a Volstead out of the Like a Prayer Mare Vamp Hall. Has 7 wins and 13 starts this year, hitting the board in 11 of 13. 7 wins in the last 10 races. Was a winner last time out at Old Washington.
I have a quick answer to Christine, who answered on Wednesday with 22 races. What's post time? 11 a.m. post time is scheduled for Wednesday and Thursday. So the 2 is Gypsy Hill. Anthony McDonald drives. Jason McGinnis trains. The stable Gypsy Hill Group and Hutchinson Harness are the owners of this What the Hill colt. It's out of a Chapter 7 mare. 9 for 13 for seconds or thirds this year with 5 wins. Last win being at Northfield in the Buckeye Stallion Series, and that was in 156-3. One earlier this year at Scioto Downs in 55-4.
The number 3 is CS Door Prize. Tyler Smith drives for Rosie Weaver. This gelding is owned by Enterprise out of the DeJombro Mare Open Door Policy. Jared Hawks is the owner. 3 wins in 13 starts, 5 seconds and a third. Lifetime 7 wins in 23 starts. Has hit the board in 5 of the last 6. Was a winner 6 races back at Tiffin, trotting in 159-3.
A Line of Stone. Jeff Neisonger drives for Mark Winters and Harry Horowitz. Harry also bred this Lane of Stone Colt out of a Muscle Massive mare missed the line. 10 wins this year out of 18 starts. 6 wins as a freshman out of 12 starts. Has already earned 54, almost 55,000 in his short career.
The number 5 is Smoke It Steady. Ty Loy is the trainer. Chris Page gets the drive. Ty Loy, along with Roger Morak, is the owners. This is a Volstead out of the Chip Chip Hooray mare, Romp Away Jazzy, 17 starts, 5 wins, 5 seconds. Has won the last 2, was a winner at Worcester and at Canfield.
CS Full Speed and Brett Miller from the 6 hole for trainer Jay Weller. Jay and Louise Weller are the owners of this Full Count out of a Superstar Sabre mare. This horse is sitting second in the Ohio Fair Racing Conference points. 11 for 17, has won 7 races out of 17.
And the number 7 is Cape Count. Curtis Harper drives for Mike Sweeney. Patrick Sweeney and Irvin Miller are the owners. This is a Full Count out of the I Look Like My Mom mare, Donna Mom. 16 starts, 1 second, 3 seconds, 3 thirds. Lifetime 2 wins in 28 starts. That 1 win this year came earlier at Scioto Downs.
We're moving our headsets around because we've got a little delay.
So we are ready to go. They are starting to form on the backstretch. The field heading behind the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate. And we will send it up to Roger Houston for the call of the 6th.
Trotters are all in behind the gate. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and trotting. That's a Line of Stone going right out for the lead. Jurassic Justice is there second. Gypsy Hill gets away third. Into the turn fourth. Smoke It Steady to the backside. CS Full Speed racing fifth. Sixth is Cape Count treading the field. CS Door Prize following the early break. Down the backside they go. The leader, a Line of Stone, and Jeff Neishonger by a length and 3/4. Jurassic Justice is right there second, racing third. Gypsy Hill as a race by the opening quarter, 29-4. He entered the turn. That's Smoke It Steady, trotting fourth, racing fifth. CS Full Speed. Next comes Cape Count, and trailing the field, CS Door Prize as the 3/8 mark. Into the lane first time, coming to the halfway point. Showing the way, a Line of Stone by a length and a half. Racing second, Jurassic Justice. Out and moving on the outside. Anthony McDonald first up with Gypsy Hill as they race over to the half. 101 3/5 on to the backside. Moving on the outside, Smoke It Steady with cover fourth. Racing fifth, CS Full Speed. From way back, Cape Count comes to the outside, third back in the outside flow. Trailing the field, CS Door Prize. Down the backside, we got 4 in, 3 out. Go on to the 3/4 mark. They haven't touched the leader yet. A Line of Stone by a length and 3/4, make it 2. On the inside, Jurassic Justice. Hanging on the outside is Gypsy Hill. 3 wide on the outside. Chris Page moves, Smoke It Steady. 3/4, 130. 28-2. Third panel into the stretch. Here comes Jurassic Justice and Mike Lowe to the outside. But coming home, it's all Jeff Neishonger, a Line of Stone. Jurassic Justice second. Photo for show. The mile, 1:58 2/5.
We talked about how Line of Stone likes the number ones on its program lines. Guess what? had nothing but ones again, went right to the lead. Whatever the problem was with the brakes in the last two, Mark Winters, the trainer, has that corrected. And going to the front was A Line of Stone, hangs on for the win. Jurassic Justice closing down the stretch, but not enough racetrack to get and catch A Line of Stone. As Susan said, a cute horse.
I'm sorry, but he's just a nice, well-made horse. He's just kind of compact. He just looks really nice. And Matt said the Flip 5 Stones and A Line of Stone, they all look like their dad. But if these quarters, they went down the half in 1, 1, and 3, a mile and 58 and 2, that's a pretty wicked last half. We'll make sure that was correct. I wrote that down, but I'm
56 and 4, right? I think it's 56 and 4. Yeah, 56 and 4.
David Myrick said, look like his old self today, tough on the front, and that is for sure. A Line of Stone. Harry Horowitz owns and bred this Lane of Stone colt, and Lane of Stone, of course, we all love him too. He's racing and breeding, so just a really nice family.
Jeff Nysonger with win number 90 on the county fair circuit. Currently second behind Mark St. Louis Jr., who sits at 107. And here comes Jeff Nysonger back to the winner's circle with the number 4, A Line of Stone, the 3-year-old by Lane of Stone out of the Muscle Massive mare, Miss DeLine.
This time, moving into the Sugar Valley Farm winner's circle. Number 4, A Line of Stone, owned by Harry Horowitz of Brooklyn, New York. Mark Winters, the winning trainer. Jeff Nysonger gets his 90th win this season at the county fairs in the Buckeye State. 3-year-old Ridgeling by Lane of Stone on the Miss DeLine. Home a winner in 158 and 2. A final half, 56 and 4. Final quarter, 28 and 2. The 11th of 19 this season for A Line of Stone. Mark Winters and Jeff Nysonger in the 6th.
So A Line of Stone picks up the win here, finishing second, Jurassic Justice. Third, it was Smoke It Steady, and finishing fourth, Gypsy Hill. Those are the unofficial results. Waiting for the official results. 29 and 4, 101 and 3, 130, 158 and 2. The final time for the winner, A Line of Stone, now with 11 wins in 19 starts.
On behalf of First Citizens National Bank, Frank Reinhardt and Ben Yoka. The caretaker for the 4 Line of Stone, Charles Fisher.
Well, through 6 races, 6 different driver winners.
1-5-2 official.
So now official, we have the official, and the rundown will come from Roger. Or did he already give it? I don't think he gave it already.
I don't think so.
But A Line of Stone, your winner. Your Jurassic Justice finishes second. So 6 races are in the books. I'm going to step aside for a little bit. Doug Ballinger is going to hop in over in the seat and join Susan Schroeder and take you through the mid part of today's race card.
Just going to give you an example of how much our listeners watch and how closely they watch. David Myrick says, I don't remember Jeff using that light blue bike before. Maybe it's a different bike. Darn, David, you are.
Well, all I know is I'm told I can't talk about the weather anymore.
Right,
they don't want me to jinx it.
Yep.
Here's Roger.
We don't want rain.
Jurassic Justice, 1260, 360. The 5, Smoke It Steady, 280. $1 perfecta, 4-1, 38.50. $1 try, 4-1-5. $103.40. Top down, number 1, Jurassic Justice, 2. The 2, Gypsy Hill, 4. The 3, CS Door Prize, 7. The 4, A Line of Stone, the winner. The 5, Smoke It Steady, 3. The 6, CS Full Speed, 5. The 7, Cape Count, 6. Top down, 2, 4, 7, 1, 3, 5, 6 on the bottom. The mile, 158, 2/5.
So 6 are in the books from the Delaware County Fairgrounds. We'll take a break, and when we return, we will have the 7th race on our card, the Ohio Breeders' Championship, the 2nd division for 2-year-old fillies, when we return to the Delaware County Fair right after this.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Long Tom, Summa Cum Laude, Ready for Money, and Bit of a Legend. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Mark your calendar for the new and exciting North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. Tuesday, December 17th at the Mount Hope Event Center in Mount Hope, Ohio. Broodmares, broodmare prospects, racehorses, and stallion shares. Pedigrees announced by Ed Teefee and Gabe Pruitt. Online bidding, clean, heated facility. The North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. A live auction to see quality horses with industry-leading pedigrees. Tuesday, December 17th in Mount Hope, Ohio. Entries are now open.
Welcome back to 5 days in Delaware. We're coming up on the 7th race. They're talking about sales all the time. We've already had 2 sales this year. We've had the Blooded Horse sale and then the Selected Jug sale. It's just always such a time of the year when you come to Delaware, these horses are racing their best all summer, and then you've got to go and buy yearlings besides.
One more sale left in Ohio, and that is the Buckeye Classic sale, Steve Cross's sale in Springfield.
So we're joined by Doug Ballinger. He was out there getting some interviews before, and now Doug joins us on set. Frank is out doing something, and he'll be back around the 11th race.
So, Susan, it's the 7th race coming up, Ohio Breeders' Championship for 2-year-old filly pacers. It's the 2nd division for $66,800.
It maybe didn't have the Ohio State Fair winners in it, but boy, there still is some nice fillies in here who have been fast.
Yes.
That's all I can say is they've been fast. So we should see if they are headed out. You got you had that nice interview with Greg Luther. He always surprised. It doesn't matter if he's racing for, you know, as at Greenville Fair, he was racing for maybe a couple $1,000s, or he's in for $60,000, whatever. He's always so happy when they win.
Yep. He does so much for the sport.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he contributed to Greenville and helped refurbish the barn down there.
He mentioned, you know, in the interview that's how he actually got started in horse racing, because his grandpa was the caretaker at the Darke County Fairgrounds and also worked for Gene Regal.
Yeah, isn't it? It's amazing the history that most people have. You know, their grandpa, their grandma, somebody raced in their family, and now they just continue that tradition. Jay Wolf was talking about that at the interview, the Trackside Live that Frank had with them, and he said the biggest thing about the jug is tradition.
It is tradition, yes.
Just the way it goes. I was telling the story about our friend Roy James, who has been in the same seats in the grandstand since 1970, so 54 years. His dad and his uncle and he and his brother had those 4 seats. He said now they are down to just 2 seats because his dad and his uncle passed away. Got a little teary-eyed when he was talking about how much it means to them to have this family tradition and to continue it for all these years. She's great.
And I was told this morning a group from Paulding, you can see their bus there in the first turn. They've been there for years. A gentleman that's usually with them, Tom Moore, couldn't make it this year. Has some health issues, so they wanted me to say hi to Tom Moore that he'd be watching today. So
that's great.
Shout out to Tom Moore.
It is, people like to come here no matter how, no matter what kind of shape you're in. If you at all can get here to Delaware, Ohio for this week, it's the place to be. Looks like our Outriders are heading out. We've got 6 fillies in this. The other division, we just had 5 horses in it. They went in 53-3. I think that this race probably could go almost that fast. We've got Skywalker C, who has a mark of 52 at Oak Grove. Goodnight Dance got a mark of 54-4, but has been timed in 53-3, 54 a couple of times. So I think that we could have, this could be maybe just about as fast as the other division. This is
And the morning line favorite is another Todd Luther, the 5, Skywalker C with Austin Hanners. So they might sweep both of these Ohio Breeders' Championship. Let's go to Roger Houston for the post parade.
Horses are on the track and pretty the post for the 7th race. Ohio Breeders' Championship, 2-year-old filly pace, $66,800. Trophy by the Brian Brown Stables. And these are the horses. Number 1, Alley Sweet Cake, J&R Racing, Mark Kistler, Mrs. Sheila Marie Mobus, Jamie Weller, the trainer, Brett Miller, the 1, Alley Sweet Cake. Number 2 is Rose Run Ashley, Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, and Phil Calera. Ron Burke trains. Chris Page, the 2, Rose Run Ashley. Number 3, Lily Grace Hill, David Kapp and Corey DeErman. Corey DeErman trains. Kane Kaufman, the 3, Lily Grace Hill. Number 4, Goodnight Dance, Dr. Michael Latessa, Ashley Dunn, and Edward J. Miller. Edward Miller trains. Dan Noble, the 4, Goodnight Dance. Number 5, Skywalker C, Greg Luther Racing, Todd Luther trains. Austin Hanners, the 5, Skywalker C. And number 6 is Witching Blue Chip, Miller Racing Stable and Chris Gilbert. Ryan Miller trains. Chris Lems in the sulky, the 6, Witching Blue Chip. Win place.
Okay, so we'll take a closer look at the horses in this race. The 1, Alley Sweet Cake, Brett Miller drives for trainer Jamie Weller. J&R Racing, Mark Kistler and Sheila Mobus are the owners of this bit of a legend and filly. It's out of a Dragon Again mare. 10 starts on the year, 2 wins, both of those at the fairs. One at Tiffin, her home track, in 2 minutes and 3/5. Has tried the Buckeye Stallion Series 3 different times and is in the top 20 of the standings of the Buckeye Stallion Series.
Susan, the 2 is Rose Run Ashley, $140,000 Ohio Select purchase last fall. She's a 2-year-old bay filly by down by the Seaside, lightly raced, has 6 starts, a 2nd and 4/3, but has $45,000 on her card. That's the 2, Rose Run Ashley.
Lily Grace Hill, King Kaufman up for Corey DeErman. David Kapp and Corey DeErman are the owners. This is a Racing Hill filly out of a Mach 3 mare. Just 9 starts, 1 win. That was 57-3 at Northfield Park. The very next start after that in the State Fair Stakes, she was individually timed in 53-3.
4, Goodnight Dance, Dan Noble for Edward Miller. This is a homebred. She's a 2-year-old brown filly by Dancing Yankee. This another lightly raced, 4 starts, has a win, $16,900. A winner at Sauda Downs in 154-4.
And Skywalker C, Austin Hanners up for Todd Luther and Greg Luther. Down by the Seaside out of a Pet Rock mare. One of those dual eligible horses because has also raced in Kentucky. The 2, page flip, the 2 wins were in Kentucky at Oak Grove. 1 in 53 and came back the very next start and 1 in 52 flat.
Rounding out the field, the 6 is Bewitching Blue Chip, Chris Lems for Ryan Miller. 2-year-old bay filly, but down by the Seaside. 6 starts, 3 seconds, 45,000. A qualifying mark at Scioto, 56-3.
So we've got 4 of these fillies that were bought at public auction, and then the Skywalker C, another home of Greg Luther Racing. It was Black Magic Racing. That was what he called his operation back then when he bred this horse. So then it comes Good Night Dance, a homebred.
So I don't know if you guys have touched earlier on the set today about Wednesday Jugette Day, 6 and 6, 2 divisions.
We hadn't really talked about the race, just that we're 22 races.
22 races, 11 o'clock post time. 11 o'clock post for those of you listening for Jug Day. Last year we had 25. I'm sure we're looking at 22 to 25 again.
Yeah.
So many horses competing here in Ohio with the purse money.
Yes.
Great purse money.
And the great track.
Yes.
And the great crowds. I mean, it's just wonderful to come to this county fair atmosphere. I was saying earlier in the program, I've seen a lot of good races at a lot of places, but this just feels like a county fair. It just feels right, you know. Just a great place to come, and the tradition of everybody coming. When Jay Wolf was on with Frank earlier on the Trackside Live, they were talking about all the different roads and subdivisions named after jug winners, named after drivers. It's pretty neat how the whole town, the whole city of Delaware has embraced this little brown jug.
You know, it's ran like a Perry Mutual track, like a Scioto, Northfield, or Hollywood Gaming, but you have that county fair atmosphere.
Yeah.
Something you don't get at the big track.
Right. Like when you, like you said, you look over in the first turn and you know that all the people from Paulding are right there. You know, they have their flags up. Michael Langer, who is on our broadcast a lot in the summertime. He's got a pop-up tent. He said, I'm 3 tents over from the Tim Lane stable so that you'll know where to find me. And they've been there for years and years and years. They stay in that same spot. And all the people that put their chairs along the fence so that they have that spot. It's just
I can look
wonderful.
Across the way. Bob Geis from Salina. He's a former OHHA director. Every Sunday. Every day except probably Jug Day, he's in that same seat.
Really?
That's just where they go.
Yeah.
It's tradition.
Yes,
it's
is.
tradition.
It feels right to be in that seat, you know. It's going to be neat to see what they're going to do with the grandstand. It was something that Jay also said, is that there are actually the architects that are looking at this are walking around all week this week and talking to people about what they think would be needed here and how they would want to make some changes. So
that's the
really
thing to do,
special.
because it's the people's, it's the people that make it.
Yes, absolutely.
If it wouldn't be for the fans, it wouldn't be any fun here.
Right.
Because I was here, I was lucky enough to get in during the year of COVID.
Yeah.
And it was different. I still enjoyed it, but it was different.
Yes. Absolutely not the same. So the horses are headed to the gate. Let's turn it over to Roger Houston for the 7th race.
Paces are rolling behind the Wipkenburg starting gate on the upper turn. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and pacing that Skywalker C, fast out of the gate to take command. Rose Run Ashley gets away second. Alley Sweet Cake third. Dropping in fourth. Lily Grace Hill to the backside. Good Night Dance fifth. Treading the field. Witching Blue Chip. On to the backside. That's Skywalker C on top by 4 lengths early on. Rose Run Ashley is here second. Alley Sweet Cake pacing third. Racing fourth. Lily Grace Hill is the race by the opening quarter. 27-3. Into the turn. Good Night Dance fifth. Treading the field. Witching Blue Chip. Chris Lims can see them all as the race over to the 3/8 mark. Into the lane first time. Showing the way. As they come to the half, it's Skywalker C by a length and 3/4, closing the gap with every stride. That's Rose Run Ashley racing third. Alley Sweet Cake as they race by the halfway point. 56 and 3, second panel in 29. On to the backside, Lily Grace Hill fourth, racing fifth. Good Night Dance, the trailer remains. Witching Blue Chip. Here comes Kane Kaufman and Lily Grace Hill out moving from fourth. Now third, following the cover on the outside. Good Night Dance begins to chase as well. But down the backside, opening up, Skywalker C and Austin Hanners as they race over to the 3/4 mark. 124 and 3, third panel in 28. Around the final turn, drawn away with each and every stride. Skywalker C now by 6, closing on the outside. Good Night Dance and Dan Noble, 3 wide off the turn. Into the stretch they come. It's all Skywalker C as they please for driver Austin Hanners. Home second. Good Night Dance, Rose Run Ashley, Lily Grace Hill. The mile, 1:52, 4/5.
Well, we talked about if this race would go as fast, and they went faster. They were about a second, or between 3/5 and a second faster every quarter mark.
Yeah, Austin Hanners, Skywalker C, had it pretty much her way the whole mile. Austin got her right out of there from post 5, 27 and 3, backed her off 56 and 3 to the half, got a breather there, 29 second quarter. Things got a little speedier there in that third panel, 24 and 3. That was a 28-second quarter, home in 52 and 4. As you mentioned, she had a couple wins earlier in this season at Oak Grove. Took a mile there of 1:52.
So unofficial 5, 4, 2, 3. 5, 4, 2, 3 unofficial. That mile in 52 and 4 is not even a new lifetime mark because Skywalker C won in 52. So as you said, that might happen. The Luther brothers take both ends of the 2-year-old filly Ohio Breeder Championship.
But 2-year-old filly Pacers, the track record 52 and 2. So
Ooh,
just 2/5 of a second off. This is down by the seaside out of a Pet Rock mare. Pet Walker, her third win of the season, now in 8 tries. Earnings now will put her over 100,000, 105 to 108,000 for Skywalker C. As she returns in front of the stands, let's go to Roger Houston for the Winner's Circle presentation.
This time into the winner's circle, Sugar Valley Farm winner's circle. Number 5, Skywalker C. Greg Luther Racing of Blacklick, Ohio. Todd Luther. The trainer, Austin Hanners. The driver, the first to double up on today's racing program. For Austin Hanners, win number 33 this year at the fairs. The 2-year-old filly, but down by the seaside at a Pet Walker. Home winner in 1:52 and 4. Final half 56 and 1. Final quarter 28 and 1. The mile just 2/5 of a second shy of the stake and track record for 2-year-old filly Pacers. Todd Luther, Austin Hanners, Greg Luther Racing, Skywalker C in the 7th.
Ohio Breeders' Champion, 2-year-old pacing filly, Skywalker C, Randy Earhart. This race trophy by the Brian Brown Stables.
So it looks like Frank Fraz has the other half of the Luther brothers Go ahead, Frank.
Luther brother earlier. Now I get the better looking Luther brother, right? Todd Luther down here. Hey, congratulations. You take both divisions of the Ohio Breeders' crown.
Very nice. That's something you don't see many people do, and for them to be, this one was a homebred and the other one, it makes it nice.
How much more fun is it when it's one of the homebreds that gets up for the win like this?
Night and day, I think, because you see them progress their whole life, and I've never been more excited than I am next year for all the homebreds that we have coming in.
Now, to win here at Delaware is special. You know, you worked for Brian Brown for a while, and to start the week off with 2 big wins like that, I know you're setting the bar pretty high for the rest of the week.
Yeah, that I think those were our biggest shot. I think I got a little luck Tuesday, and you know, I learned a lot from Brian, and it's really helped, and it helps today too. Tony's birthday, so winning a couple helps.
Well, happy birthday to her. You better say happy birthday to her.
Yeah, I got some free flowers, though, so I told her, there you go.
I love it. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Frank.
So we can give you the official rundown for the 7th race. The number 1, Allie Sweet Cake, was 6th. Rose Run Ashley, 3rd. Lily Grace Hill, 4th. Goodnight Dance, 2. Skywalker C, the winner, and Witching Blue Trip, 5. So from the top down on your program, we have 6, 3, 4, 2, 1, 5.
8th race coming up next, Susan. It's the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. 3-year-old colt and gelding trot. This the 3rd division. A lot of 3-year-old trotters in this Ohio Fair Racing Conference.
There is. We'll be right back to take a look at all of these colts after this.
For 4 generations, Hagemeyer Farms has been caring for and breeding standardbred racehorses. Hagemeyer Farms is home to a roster of champion stallions, including Western Terror, sire to 12 that have earned over $1 million, Branquino, the son of Sun Beach Somewhere, and full brother to world champion Huntsville, Heart of Chewbacca, who owns the 3-year-old pacing record for the fastest mile on any 5/8 mile track in Ohio, and Rodeo Romeo, a half-brother to millionaire stallion Check 6. Hagemeyer Farms, looking to stand the next great stallion in Ohio.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Welcome back to 5 days in Delaware. On day number 1, we've got 17 races on the card for you today. We still have another Ohio Breeder Championship coming up. That will be the age pace, where we got some great horses in that race. That is the 15th coming up. So the 8th.
So we're just halfway through the card.
We are just halfway.
And Thursday, it very well, and Wednesday and Thursday, we're only a third of the way through,
Yes.
most probably.
Yes, they will be some good long days of great racing. It's Jay Wolf told us a little story about we have the bushes out there that spell out Little Brown Jug, and unfortunately there's some bushes in there that are dying. So earlier this week or last week, they were painting some of the bushes that have got turned a little bit brown. They painted them green, and it really, if I wouldn't have told you, you wouldn't have known. When you see that shot of those hedges, I asked Jay if they had some hedges in training, because they need to plant some of those so they can replace some of these someday. But so far, it looks absolutely great.
Yes, it does.
I know that they're over 40 years old.
Most probably,
the hedges
yes.
in there. So the 8th race coming up is the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. As we said today, this week is the last time you can get points for your Ohio Fair Racing, and that's always hotly contested because everybody likes to be first or second in the Fair Racing Conference. Come to that banquet that Bill Peters puts together and get your trophies from there. So number 1 horse is Hill Tabber, would change the driver to Chris Lems. Jay Weller is the trainer and also co-owns this horse along with Louise Weller. This is a What the Hill out of a Cantab Hall mare. Purchased for $12,000 at the Buckeye Classic sale. This horse has had 15 starts this year, has not won or been second yet. Been making some breaks, so it'll be interesting to see how he handles this Delaware track.
2, Flaming Sword, Brett Miller for Russell Early, the 3-year-old bay goat, the son of Enterprise. Has 1 win in 17 starts this year, but has 5 seconds, 3/3, 15,000 this year. Was a winner at Xenia 203 and 4 back the first week in August. That's the 2. Flaming Sword picks up a new driver in Brett Miller.
And please and thank you, and Cam McCowan from the 3-hole for Jessica McCowan. Jessica, also owned by Davis, Gisser, and Donnelly. This is a What the Hill out of an SJ's Photo mare. 7 for 14 on the year. Has not had a win yet, but 2 seconds and 5/3. Earnings of almost $15,000. Won a qualifying race at Miami Valley Raceway in 58 and 3. And 3 starts back at Scioto was timed in 57 and 2, or 57 and 4, excuse me.
4 is Wilder, Dan Noble for Ann Russell, the 3-year-old bay colt by Uncle Peter. Yet to find a winner's circle this year. Last year had a win. That was 6 and 4 at Hicksville. Has 1/3 this year. Just a little over $2,500 for the 4 Wilder and driver Dan Noble.
Jogging Bank Shot and Hank Levan up. Hank is the trainer. Levan Stables, M. Levan, R. Fries, and R. Werner are the owners of this Break the Bank K colt. 25 starts on the year, 5 wins, 7 seconds, and 2/3. So it's earned almost a little over $32,000. Has a 2-minute mark at Lima. Won 4 in a row between Findlay, Van Wert, Lima, and Greenville.
6, Grover Hill, Austin Henners for Ty Bates, 3-year-old bay gilded son of What the Hill. 15 starts, 3 wins, 3 seconds, 2/3. Had 6 wins last year as a 2-year-old. Set a track record at Oak Harbor, I believe, back in July of 159. That's the 6, Grover Hill.
So it looks like the post parade is coming. We'll join that, and then we'll finish up.
Horses are on the track, parading the post for the 8th race. Ohio Fair Racing Conference. 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot, sponsored by Eagles Ladies Auxiliary. Number 1, Hill Tabber. Jay and Louise Weller, the owner. Jay Weller trains. Chris Lems, the 1, Hill Tabber. Number 2, Flaming Sword. Daniel Miller owns. Russell Early, the 3rd, trains. Brett Miller, the 2, Flaming Sword. Number 3 is Pleasant and Thank You. Jay McCowan, S. Davis, Keith Gisser, W. Donnelly, Jesse McCowan trains. Cam McGowan, the 3, Please and Thank You. Number 4 is Wilder, and Russell owns and trains. Dan Noble, the 4, Wilder. Number 5, Jogging Bank Shot, Levan Stables, M. Levan, R. Fries, and R. Werner. Hank Levan trains and drives the 5, Jogging Bank Shot. Number 6, Grover Hill. Sean McGee, the owner. Tyler Bates trains. Austin Hanners, the 6, Grover Hill. Number 7, Della Grande. Cheryl Vingren, and owner. Charles Vingren, the trainer. Anthony McDonald drives the 7, Della Grande. Number 8 is Smooth Talkin'. Rosie Weaver, Heartland Acres, and Cabby D. Rosie Weaver trained. Tyler Smith drives the 8, Smooth Talkin'.
Okay, the 7 is Della Grande. Anthony McDonald will drive for Charles Vigneron. Cheryl Vigneron is the owner of this Della Cream Colt out of a Triumphant Caviar mare. Has had 17 starts this year, has not had a win yet, but 1 second and 4 thirds. Had a qualifying win earlier this year, 159-2 at the Meadows.
And rounding out the field, Susan, is the 8, Smooth Talkin' Tyler Smith for Rosie Weaver. 3-year-old Bay Gilding Bawat the Hill was a $45,000 yearling purchase, $95,000 in the bank so far, $57,000 this year, 16 starts this year, 8 wins, 4 seconds and 2 thirds has been there on the board every start. A winner in 57-3 at Scioto. 2 in a row coming off wins at Montpelier and Burton. That's the 8, Smooth Talkin'.
Coming up later in the week, we talked about the some of the horses that were in that amateur race. We're also in the Signature Series. We've got those Signature Series finals coming up. Horses have raced all summer in those. I believe there was 36 different fairs that hosted the Signature Series. What a great opportunity for these older horses to race in.
And the trotters, the Signature Series trotters, I believe, go Monday. Consolation and Championship. And the Championship for the Pacers go Thursday, Jug Day, and might see Frank Frost's poster pets in either the Consolation or Championship. Definitely probably be in the Consolation. Have to see if how things shake out if he gets in the Championship.
Right. It could be in either one. He's kind of right at that tipping point. But I don't think you'll see anybody any more excited on Thursday than Frank and his Varian stable to race here at Delaware.
And then also Tuesday, some fair action again for you fair listeners out there to follow the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series. Mandy Jones, Candace Brandstetter, Christina Johnson, who won today. And in the interview I did with her, she won 3 in one day at Montpelier and 2 that evening at Upper Sandusky. Was a winner here today. She'll be driving Black Tilly from Post 3. Devin Miller with Seeing Eye Single. Leslie Joyce play the ponies. Fix Your Makeup and Lauren Harmon, Riggins Art, Bobby Joe Brewer, and rounding out the field, Emma Wahlberg and Duck Duck Dragon. So that'll be a good one for Tuesday, the Springhaven Farm Lady Driving Series.
Yeah, they've been racing at the fairs all summer long, as well as with the Signature Series. Just kind of adds quite a bit to the program. We have a lot of stake races, but those races for the ladies and for those older horses, 4-year-old and up, in the Signature Series is really great.
And also in the Signature Series, Pacey raced at Upper.
Southwind Amazon.
Southwind Amazon. I'm sure he will be here. He's knocking on the door to become the winningest horse in the history of harness racing. He has 135 wins now. He's second. Rambling Willie is third. Rambling Willie led it for quite a few years, I believe, with 118 or something. And who's the leader now?
Niffet.
Niffet, I believe it is. Niffet, yes. Yeah. And I don't know for sure what that magic number is for Southwind Amazon.
I think he has to win 2 to tie.
2 to tie.
And 3 to go over the top. I believe that's what it is. Someone on there that's watching asked about where, could you share the website for the programs again? And that is harnessracingohio.com. So harnessracingohio.com, go there for your programs. And let's go up to Roger Houston for the call of the 8th race.
Come. They're off and trotting into the turn. It's Jogging Bank Shot with the early lead. Grover Hill on the outside, taking a seat second. Up on the outside, Smooth Talking and Tyler Smith going forward. Racing fourth, Flaming Sword. Into the turn, Hill Tabber fifth, racing sixth. Down the backside, it's Wilder. Racing seventh, Della Grande, and trailing the field, Please and Thank You, as the race by the opening quarter. On top of the field and showing the way, Tyler Smith and Smooth Talkin'. Opening panel in 28 flat as they race around the turn. Racing second as they race over to the 3/8, it's Jogging Bank Shot. Racing fourth, it's Grover Hill as they race into the lane first time, coming to the halfway point. Flaming Sword trots fourth. Racing fifth, it's Hill Tabber as they race over to the halfway station. Followed by Wilder. Next comes Della Grande, and moving up on the outside from dead last. Now seventh and going forward is Please and Thank You for Cam McGowan. Goes off stride. Please and Thank You. They raced by the halfway point. As they race to the backside, on top of the field and showing the way. Down the backside they go. That's Tyler Smith with Smooth Talkin'. Racing second, ready to challenge as they race into the turn. Jogging Bank Shot at the 3/4, off a half, and 58 and 2. Round the turn, off stride is Hill Tabber. Pull in the pocket, here comes Hank Levan. Jogging Bank Shot up on the outside to sticks the neck in front. Into the stretch, Smooth Talkin' is second. They battle through the lane. Smooth Talkin' fighting back on the inside. Jogging Bank Shot on the outside. They come to the wire. Jogging Bank Shot. The mile, 1:56 and 1.
So a new lifetime mark for Jogging Bank Shot. Had a mark of 2 minutes flat. Kind of destroyed that in 1:56 and 1.
Having a great year. That'd be his 6th win on the year. 32,000 coming into this race. Took a mark about a month ago at Lima at the Allen County Fair of 2 minutes. 56 and 1 today. Come from off the pace and wore down the leader, Smooth Talkin', and just got him in the final strides at the wire. Big win for the Levan stable.
Absolutely. This is one of those horses that was so lightly raced. They raced him 3 times as a freshman. Did not get, wasn't first, second, or third. Just made $1,600. I must have saw enough in him to keep him over. And he's really racing well this year as a 3-year-old.
Had wins earlier in the year at Findlay, Van Wert, Lima, Greenville. There was a 4-win streak, and then he finished second 3 times in a row. So takes a mark here, 1:56 and 1. The 3-year-old bay gelding by Break the Bank K. Out of the Tom Ridge mare, Jogging Home. Owned by the Levan Stables, Megan Levan, R. Freeze, and R. Winner.
So here comes a group of them over to the winner's circle. I was mistaking. Southwind Amazon needs 1 to tie
One
the
to
record
tie.
of 136 wins. So 1 to tie, 2 to go over the top. Here comes Hank Levan back to the winner's circle.
Making their way to the Sugar Valley Farm winner's circle. Number 5, Jogging Bank Shot. Owned by the Levan Stables, Melissa Levan, R. Freeze, and R. Weiner. Hank Levan trains and drives his 56th win this season at the fairs in the Buckeye State. The 3-year-old gelding by Break the Bank K out of Jogging Home gets the 6th win in 26 this season. Home winner today in 1:56 and 1, a lifetime mark Final half, 57-4. Final quarter, 28-3. Hank Levan, jogging bank shot in the 8th.
Eagles Lady Auxiliary. And in the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation on behalf of ladies, the Eagles Ladies Auxiliary, Nancy Frazier, Bev McDaniel, Robin Skaggs, and Dana Glassburn. And the caretaker for the 5, jogging bank shot, Shelby Ertel.
So that was Hank Levan and jogging bank shot. That makes Hank Levan.
I don't know if Roger said 56 on the year.
That's what I was
county
just checking.
fairs.
56 as a driver and 46 as a trainer.
Okay.
We always talk about how Levan's bring so many horses, but yet if somebody asks Hank to drive, he goes, "Yep, I'll drive for you."
Hard workers.
Hard workers, very much. We saw them at one of the matinees must have been at Greenville.
Urbana.
Yeah, and he had a lot of horses in there, and he said, we just try and keep the help happy. We just bring them lots of food, and it was so hot that day, he said that they had popsicles.
Yeah, I remember
that.
that,
They were giving out to his help.
I'm sure they got popsicles today.
Yeah.
So as we wait to run down, jogging bank shot was the winner through fractions of 28, 58, and 2. 27-3. Home, as Roger Houston mentioned, 56-1, a lifetime mark for jogging bank shot. Having a great year, 6th win with 7 seconds so far this year.
Yeah, he certainly was worth holding over from his 2-year-old year. Somebody said, when is the Little Brown Jug? That is Thursday. This Thursday with the Little Brown Jug. That'll be towards the end of the card, and then if there's enough for an elimination or either a second heat, so that'll usually is the last race of the day.
Time frame, most likely 4 to 4:30. The divisions will start. It all depends on how many races we have carded that day, but the final usually goes off about 6:15 to 6:30.
As Roger always says, it's like the worst possible time because when you look down into the stretch, you're looking straight into the sun and how hard it is to catch those horses coming down the stretch because of the sunshine. We should be getting the results for you momentarily. 9th race coming up is the 2-year-old filly Pace, first division for the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. We've got 7 in it.
Bank shot, $8, $3, $2.20. The 8 Smooth Talkin', $2.40, $2.20. The 2 Flaming Sword, $3. $1 Perfecta, $5.8, $7.80. $1 Try, $5.82, $29.70. 50-cent Super, $5.826. Returns $44.05. We'll have the complete order of finish when available from the judges.
So there must be an inquiry or a photo for 5th or something that they're looking at.
This same person wondered how many races on Jug Day. We do not know yet. We won't know until tomorrow how many races there's going to be on Jug Day. I think the box closes at 10.
Yes, but Jugette Day, I believe 22, I think. Yeah. And it'll be 11 o'clock post Wednesday and Thursday if you want to join us. Tomorrow we double up. We'll be here. Here's our results.
2 Flaming Sword, 3. The 3 Please and Thank You, 7. The 4 Wilder, 8. The 5 Jogging Bank Shot, the winner. The 6 Grover Hill, 4. The 7 Della Grande, 5. The 8 Smooth Talkin', 2. Top down, 6, 3, 7. 8, 1, 4, 5. 2 on the bottom. The mile, 156, 1/5.
As I was mentioning before Roger gave us those results, we double up tomorrow. We'll be on here at roughly 12:30 with Frank has an interview tomorrow. I don't know who that will be with.
It will be at 11 o'clock. We'll be Trackside Live, and then we'll come on about 12:40 with the countdown to post.
And
you will be.
I will be calling races at Ashland tomorrow with 9 races at noon post time, and 6 in the evening with 9 tomorrow at Ashland. I'll be back here then Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Yeah. So lots of racing for you to watch tomorrow. We will be back with take a look at the horses in the 9th race right after this.
Home to the most renowned week of racing in the United States, the Delaware County Fair needs no introduction among horsemen. The first fair was held in 1834 as a common exhibition of livestock and farm products. However, in 1946, the fair would be completely transformed by the creation of the Little Brown Jug. Local attorney Joe Neville and Hank Thompson, sports editor of the Delaware Gazette, changed the game of harness racing forever. Neville, concerned by the emphasis placed on trotters, turned toward showcasing pacers. Receiving its name through a newspaper contest, the initial Little Brown Jug had a purse of $35,000 and was won by Ensign Hanover, with Delaware's Curly Smart driving. 27,000 people watched the inaugural race. Today, record attendance stands at 56,000 spectators. The Little Brown Jug is the final leg for the pacing Triple Crown. Both the Jug and Jugette are the last Grand Circuit races to go multiple heats in one day. Delaware County Fair is a member of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. They host 5 full days of the best and biggest county fair races.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fairs. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 21 fairs in 19 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Okay, welcome back. We are going to join Ashley Daly on the backstretch. Have you ever wondered when you listen to some horsemen talk and you don't quite understand what they're saying? She's going to try and straighten some of this out for us.
Welcome back to All Access with Ashley, sponsored by Hagemeyer Farms. Growing up and working in this industry, it's really easy to forget that harness horsemen have a language all of their own. So many words day in and day out are used while we're racing in the paddock on the backstretch, so let's catch up with a few people to remember what they really mean.
My name is Mark St. Louis Jr. A pocket trip is sitting in the 2-hole behind a horse on the front, which is a spot that I never aim for.
Hi, my name is Lauren Harmon, and first over would mean when horses are all lined up, in single file, and either some people think of it as the first one to move on the leader, or it's really just the first horse to make the first move on the outside and head towards the front.
I'm Austin Hanners, and when you're following cover is like horses that are first over. The horses that are second and third over is pretty much the cover flow. It's the outer flow and the way it develops and which way you want to follow. Sometimes it's strong, sometimes it's not as strong, but the cover is the outer flow and how it's developing.
Hi, my name's Dan Noble, and talk about being boxed in, and boxed in is being trapped in on a rail there by the pylons there, and you just can't get out.
Well, that was pretty cool. I didn't know you were getting out of the drivers, too. The drivers, that's pretty nice. So Ashley will have more of that information for you as the week goes on. It's always, you do wonder what people are saying sometimes. There says, yeah, I was boxed in, I was first up, I was this, I was that. And you look at them and say, huh? Very nice job, Ashley Daly. The 9th race is coming up. We're going to just, it looks like I see some outriders coming out. We usually know when the outriders come out, then the horses are not far behind.
Now they're coming to the track as we speak. For the 9th, the 2-year-old filly pace, Ohio Fair Racing Conference, first division for $5,585.
Horses are on the track and pretty the post for the 9th race. Ohio Fair Racing Conference, 2-year-old filly pace for $5,585. Trophy by Mark Ford Racing. And these are the horses for the 9th. Number 1, Whiskey Hill. Robert Brooks of Ohio owns and trains. Pierce Henry drives the 1, Whiskey Hill. Number 2 is Make Mine a Legend. Linda Ebersole owns, Jeff Ebersole trains. Tyler Smith, the 2, Make Mine a Legend. Number 3, Allison L. Levan Stables. M. Levan, Louis Levan, R. Levan, Hank Levan trains and drives the 3, Allison L. The 4, Really Are You Kidding Me? Daniel Vinier owns and trains. Justin Irvine drives the 4, Really Are You Kidding Me? Number 5, Crosswind Sweet Pea. Crosswind Standardbred Farm, David Elliott trained. Tim Deaton, the 5, Crosswind Sweet Pea. Number 6 is Rockin' Remy. Derek Flowers owns, trains, and drives the 6, Rockin' Remy. And number 7 is Hold My Halo. Myron and Sharon Kester, the owners. Jeff Nysonger trains and drives the 7, Hold My Halo.
So that was the post parade for race number 9, the 2-year-old filly pacers. The number 1, Whiskey Hill, Pierce Henry drives for trainer, owner, and breeder Robert Brooks. This is a Racing Hill out of a Woodstock mare. She is 8 for 15 this year. Has had 3 wins out of 15 starts. Her last win was at Kenton in 2-4, but her fastest win was Lima in 2-1 and 2.
2, Make Mine a Legend, is a homebred, bred by Linda Ebersole. She also owns 2-year-old bay filly by Bit of a Legend. Jeff Ebersole trains. Tyler Smith will drive 13 starts. Yet to find out. Winner's Circle has a 2nd and 3/3, a little over 8,000. 2 back was 2nd. Pacing a mile 59 and 3. That was at Northfield in a non-winners of 2 condition.
Allison L. and Hank Levan from the 3-hole. Hank Levan trains for LOL, lots of Levans. This is a lather-up filly out of a Badlands Hanover mare. 16 starts on the year, 4 seconds and 4/3. Had some nice miles at Lima. Pace mile in 2-1 and 4, and at Greenville 2-1 and 4 also, but came that last quarter in 28 and 4.
4, Really Are You Kidding Me? Justin Irvine picks up the drive for Dan Vanier, who also trains, and this is another homebred. Vanier bred this in 2-year-old brown filly by Racing Hill. Has 4 wins on the year, 6 seconds a third, right at 26,000 on the year. 57 and 2 at Northfield Park.
Crosswind Sweet Pea and Tim Deaton from the 5 for trainer David Elliott. Crosswind Standardbreds Farm. The owners, this horse is a Western Vintage out of a Village Jiffy mare. 5 wins on the year. She had 3 wins in a row at Greenville, Troy, and Urbana. And at Urbana, paced in 2 minutes and 3/5, and that was her fastest.
6, Rockin' Remy, owned, trained, and driven by Derek Flowers, a 2-year-old bay filly by the Ponderosa. Only a $3,500 purchase last fall at the Buckeye Classic. Has $18,000 in the bank, so that's a pretty good buy there on Rockin' Remy. 4 wins and 14 starts with 5/3 of Margaret Van Wert a few weeks ago, 2 minutes and 2/5.
Hold My Halo and Jeff Nysonger from the 7-hole. Jeff is the trainer for Myron and Sharon Keister. This is a Fear the Dragon filly out of a Better's Delight mare. 17 starts, 2 wins. The most recent win was at Richwood in 2-2 and 3, and that is her mark. Interesting that you said the Rock and Remy 3500 is made little over 18. The same with Crosswind Sweet Pea. Cost 3500 at the Blooded Horse sale and is made 18 too. So both of those good, nice bargain horse.
Yep, like they say, the horse itself don't know what you paid for it.
That's right. But really, Are You Kidding Me has been racing very well. It's with 11 out of 12 first, seconds, or thirds. This will be the first time Justin Irvine did drive this horse up at Northfield, where he won in a dead heat in 57-2. And this is the first time that Justin will be back up on Are You Kidding Me? Dan Vanier, the trainer, owner, and breeder, has been driving him.
He's the favorite right now at 3-5. The 4, really, Are You Kidding Me? Shows some gate speed, so should be able to fire right out of there and get a pretty good seat. The 1 as well, Whiskey Hill. Pierce Henry shows gate speed. Field has completed her score. The Wepkenburg starting gate is moving into position. We'll go upstairs to the voice, Roger Houston, for the call of the 9th.
Starter has called the horses to the gate. Paces are all moving in behind the Mike Wepkenburg starting gate on the upper turn. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and pacing. That's really, are you kidding me? Going for the lead on the inside. Whiskey Hill as they race into the turn, going to the first eighth. Getting away third. Make Mine a Legend. On to the backside they go. Allison L. racing fourth. Fifth is Crosswind Sweet Pea. Racing sixth. Rockin' Remy and treading the field. Hold My Halo. Up on the outside. Justin Irvine. And really, are you kidding me? Takes the field over to the first quarter mark. Whiskey Hill is here second as they race over to the quarter, 28-3. Into the turn and go on to the 3/8 mark. Racing next as they race around the turn. Make Me a Legend on the move on the outside as they race into the lane first time, coming to the halfway point. That's Crosswind Sweet Pea first up on the outside at the half. Racing next, Make Mine a Legend is now fourth. Trapped in fifth, Allison L. Halfway home in 58-3. On to the backside they go. Moving on the outside, Hold My Halo. Third back in the outside flow. Now trailing the field as they race around the turn, Allison L. We got 4 in, 3 out. Down the backside to the 3/4 mark. The leader, really, are you kidding me, has the lead. Up on the outside, Crosswind Sweet Pea is there second. Whiskey Hill trapped in third. The outside, Rockin' Remy on the outside fourth. 3/4, 128-2, 29-4, third panel. Little more than an 8 to go. Here comes Derek Flowers, Rockin' Remy, 3 wide off the turn. Into the stretch they come. They got a catch. Really, are you kidding me? And Justin Irvine with the lead. Coming to the outside, Whiskey Hill coming home, no doubt about it. Really, are you kidding me? No, not a bit. It's Justin Irvine. The mile, 1:57 2/5.
Equals lifetime best, 57-2. Went right to the front, hung out around that opening turn, but Pierce Henry, 28-3, 58-3. Got some breathers there in the middle. 28-2 for 3/4 home in 157-2. Picking up season's win number 5 in 13 starts. 6 seconds to go along with that. Earnings now pushing $30,000 on the year for really, are you kidding me?
They have a little extra special when you breed them, you train them, you drive them, you do everything. Did put up Justin Irvine for today. But otherwise, Dan has been driving them.
Dan
at other
Veneer
fairs.
having a very good year. He has a couple nice horses racing in the Ohio Fair Racing Conference.
Yeah. Yeah, Marianne reminded me that there was a good story in the Buckeye Harness Horsemen's about, really, are you kidding me, Dam, who broke her leg and they nursed her back to health.
Okay.
I mean,
I
it
think
is
I did read that.
quite
Yes.
the story.
Yes.
They said that they probably should put the mare down, and they said no. They were gonna. She was in a sling for 6 months as they healed her, got her better. So Dan Veneer catching this horse.
4-1-5-2. 4-1-5-2. Unofficial. Into the Sugar Valley Farm winner's circle. Number 4. Really, are you kidding me? Dan Veneer of Pemberville, Ohio, owns and trains. Justin Irvine gets his 23rd win this season at the Buckeye Fairs. 2-year-old filly by Racing Hill out of Brillo, Camarillo. Equals the lifetime mark with a mile. 1:57.2. Final half, 58.4. Final quarter, 29 seconds. Dan Veneer, Justin Irvine. Really, are you kidding me? In the 9th.
Justin Irvine, one of the up-and-coming young drivers. He's one of the leading drivers at Northfield Park. Picks up the win behind, Really, Are You Kidding Me?
Director of the Little Brown Jug Society, Mr. Jay Wolf.
We should get
4-1-5-2. Official.
Okay, let's go down to our interview area. Looks like Frank found Dan Veneer.
Thanks, Susan. Joined by Dan Veneer. And Dan, it's got to be a special win for you and your wife, Cheryl.
It is. It's her baby, and the story of the mare and all that coming down to Delaware winning is just awesome.
Tell the story.
The mare had a broken leg, and we wanted to put her down. My wife said, no way. We put her in a sling, many nights and days of working on her, and got her to heal up, got her sound, got her in full, and this is her first baby.
We talked at Paulding about this horse, and just to get it to the racetrack was something special for you guys. You could see that, and just when you guys came over in the golf cart, the smile on both of your faces was amazing.
Yeah, thank you. It's great, especially at Delaware.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Back up to you guys.
That's what it's all about right there.
Absolutely. They worked so hard. Cheryl rubbed that horse's legs, that mare's legs, because it would fill up from the inactivity, and she would rub them for hours at a time. A lot of hard work paid off today.
It's just like winning the Little Brown Jug for the Veneers.
Absolutely.
As we await our rundown, the winner was Really, Are You Kidding Me? That homebred equals her lifetime mark, 57.2. Unofficially second was 1 Whiskey Hill. Third, the 5 Crosswind Sweet Pea. And fourth, the 2 Make Mine a Legend.
4, Really, Are You Kidding Me? 240, 210, 210. The 1 Whiskey Hill, 360, 260. The 5 Crosswind Sweetie Pea, 280. The $1 Perfecta, 4-1, $3.30. $1 Try, 4-1-5, $10.40. The 50-cent pick, 4. 4 of 4, $46.65. Number 1, Whiskey Hill, 2. The 2, Make Mine a Legend, 4. The 3, Allison L, 6. The 4, Really Are You Kidding Me? The winner. The 5, Crosswind Sweet Pea, 3. The 6, Rockin' Remy, 5. The 7, Hold My Halo, 7. Top down, 2, 4, 6, 1, 3, 5. 7 on the bottom. The mile, 1:57, 2/5.
So we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to be back to take a look at the horses in the 10th. This is the Tim Fouts Memorial USTA Standardbred Driving Championship.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
For over 100 years, the values at CoverLink Insurance have been clear. Do the right thing. These values have been at the forefront of what we do, and that will never change. At CoverLink Insurance, you're a person, not a policy. Whether you raise crops, livestock, or own the family farm, CoverLink's farm insurance can be tailored to meet your needs. Trusted advice and solutions to protect what matters most. Great service from great people, CoverLink Insurance.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Long Tom, Summa Cum Laude, Ready for Money, and Bit of a Legend. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Okay, back at Delaware, race number 10 coming up. This is about the drivers. This is the Tim Fouts Memorial Driving Championship. I do believe that they send people from every different driving club across the United States, and then you get to come and be here at Delaware. And we had Larry Ferrara. He won the first.
Yes, he won the first,
driving.
yes.
So he is back into this. And I tell you, there is some wonderful horses in here. You look down at the times that these horses have been going, and they've just been really speedy. The one horse, Buck Rogers, he's been racing primarily or all at Scioto Downs and pacing in between 52, 53, 54, right at that all the time. Just some really nice horses. Salty Robin N making his 200th lifetime start today.
And the two, Mayfield Duke picks up Christina Johnson. She also a winner today. As we mentioned earlier, she'll be driving in the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series, Black Tilly, on Tuesday. She's 20-1. See what she can pull out of her hat with Mayfield Duke.
This is going to be, as we said, a very good race. A lot of these horses have raced a lot. Between the 6 of them, they've had 935 starts. Earned over $1.5 million, so it's like averaging $1,673 per start. That's a really good average per start.
You look down, Mayfield Duke, an 11-year-old, Salty Robin 12, Manny 11, then J.K.'s Champ is just a 6-year-old, so 7-year-old for the 6 Big Bad Whammos, middle of the age pack, and then some older campaigners.
Yeah. But as we've talked about many times, just a nice to be able to keep racing these older horses. A few of them have been. Manny's been in the Great Lakes Amateur Driving Association before, so has J.K. Stamp. Big Whammo's been racing in the Signature Series and in the Holton, the Youth Driving Series. So we've got it at all the same horses, but they're used in a lot of different type races.
And I believe the Holton goes tomorrow. I believe.
I think
that'll be a thrill for these drivers. I don't know who all's in the Holton. I don't know if it's a full field of 8.
Okay.
I know I've had them at several fairs. I think Urbana had the Holton. They opened up at Circleville. A few other fairs did. I know they race at Dayton. Dayton might be the championship in a couple
I
weeks.
believe it is. Yeah, we do have a full field. We have 8 in the Terry Holton Youth Driving Series, so that is going to be a very great race. We've got Dee Sanders, Lucas Harper, who drove today, Ranger Steck, Michael Arnold, David Justice, Christina Wyant, Waylon Eubanks, and Jesse Bernard. So all, I'm just going to look about the oldest one in this is 29.
29,
so they
yes.
go.
16, final score.
Oh.
The other games are still.
Couldn't figure out what he was talking about. He
Yeah,
was giving football scores.
Football scores. I know the Browns are playing early. The Bengals are probably set to kick off about right now. They play the Chiefs. Our Outriders are coming to the track for the 10th. As we mentioned this, the Tim Fouts Memorial USTA Standardbred Driving Championship.
Horses are on the track, parading the post for the Tim Fouts Memorial. The United States Trotting Association Standardbred Driving Championship. And these are the horses. Number 1, Buck Rogers. Greg Carter owns, Joe Carter trains. Representing the Great Lakes Amateur Driving Association, Larry Ferrari. The 1, Buck Rogers. Number 2 is Mayfield Duke. Jacob Zink owns and trains. Christina Johnson representing the Great Lakes Amateur Driving Association. The 2, Mayfield Duke. The 3 is Salty Robin Inn. Owned by Tommy and Avery Jones. Tommy Jones trains. Lee Morris drives, representing the Edward Weiner and Edward Rock Equine Scholarship Fund. The 3, Salty Robin Inn. The 4 is Manny. Jessica Smith of Xenia, Ohio owns. Randy Smith trains. Todd Whitney, representing the Maine Amateur Driving Club, drives the 4, Manny. Number 5, JK's Champ. Robert Rodriguez, the owner. Walter Haynes Jr. trains. Steve Oldford, representing the Great Lakes Driver Amateur Club, drives the 5, JK's Champ. And number 6 is Big Bad Whammo. Corey DeErman and Robert Mandillo owns. Robert Brooks trains. John Mangillo, representing the United States Harness Drivers Club. The 6, Big Bad Whammo.
So those are your horses' drivers and who they are representing. We've got 3 representing the Great Lakes Amateur Driving Club, which makes sense because we're up in that kind of an area. 1 from Maine, 1 from the United States Driving Club, and the other one was an Equine Scholarship Fund. I didn't quite get the whole thing of that, but lots of drivers here. So let's take a look at the horses. Buck Rogers and Larry Ferrara, who won the earlier amateur race. This is a 6-year-old by Truland Hanover. Has just had 54 lifetime starts, 10 wins, 5 seconds, 6 thirds, $37,000 in earnings, and a mark this year as a 6-year-old of 53-4.
2, Mayfield Duke. Christina Johnson drives. Christina Johnson looking for her 2nd win of the day behind Mayfield Duke. 6 starts, has yet to hit the board. Lifetime, though, 233 career starts, 25 wins, 30 seconds, 41 thirds. 2nd winningest horse in the field with $342,000. Took a mark about 6 years ago as a 5-year-old at Harris, Philadelphia, of 51-2.
Salty Robin N. and Lee Morris from the 3-hole for trainer Tommy Jones. This is a 12-year-old art official making his 200th lifetime start today. He's had just 1 win this year, but that was a good one. Scioto Downs in 152 flat.
4, Manny. Todd Whitney drives. This and trained by Randy Smith, owned by Jessica Smith. 11-year-old Bay Gilling by American Ideal. Lifetime, $507,000, the richest horse in the field. Took his mark as a 3-year-old, 151 at Pocono. The 4, Manny, and driver Todd Whitney.
JK's Champ, we have a driver change. Make the driver Steve Olford. Walter Haynes Jr. trains, Robert Rodriguez owns. This is a 6-year-old by J.K. End of an Era. This horse has had one win this year. That was at Greenville in the Great Lakes American Driving Association race. They won that in 57-3. It's had 107 lifetime starts, 16 wins, 211,000 plus in earnings, and a mark as a 5-year-old of 150-2.
Susan the 6, Big Bad Whammo, John Mangello drives. Robert Brooks trains, 7-year-old brown horse by Big Bad John, who was a Little Brown Jug winner here a few years ago. 24 starts on the year, 4 wins, 2 seconds, 4 thirds, 15,000, 129,000 lifetime for the 6. Big Bad Whammo.
Kind of interesting that the 6 horse did not race last year, so it took the whole year off. And it's only had 70 starts lifetime, so for a 7-year-old, that's really not that many.
Yeah, not a whole lot of start. Might be a problem horse with some bad feet or legs. We don't know.
But he did come back good this year when 52-4 at Miami Valley, so.
Post-time favorite now, the betting choice, the 5, JK's Champ at 6-5.
Steve Olford does win a lot of
yes,
these
he
driving,
does.
the amateur driving championships. I think this is a special one named after Tim Fouts. A very special race that they want to win.
I'm sure there's plenty of seats to be had. If you care to join us on Wednesday or Thursday, the big days, grandstand seats are probably available. You can go call the Delaware County Fair office here, and they'll probably pick them up at will call. So if you've never been here, it's a place to be at least once in your lifetime. Once you get here, I think you'll keep coming back.
Keep coming back, yeah.
Grandstand seats. We look in the first turn. I call it the clubhouse. I don't know, the pavilion in the first turn. I don't know if there's any seats there, but that's a great place to sit. You have TV monitors, top of the stretch, and the paddock tent in the backside. So if you plan to join us on Wednesday or Thursday, don't have tickets, make your call today. Call the Delaware County Fair office.
Pacers are all in behind the Wilkenburg starting gate on the upper turn. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and pacing. Manny goes for the lead on the outside. Salty Robin in, racing second. Up on the outside, JK's Champ now second and going on. Buck Rogers is fourth, racing fifth. Mayfield Duke treading the field. Big Bad Whammo. On top of the field, Manny and Todd Whitney with the lead, but giving way on the outside to Steve Olford for JK's Champ as they race over to the first quarter mark. Salty Robin in, racing third. Those three open up on the rest. The quarter, 26-3. No prisoners taken in this one. On top of the field, JK's Champ, the leader. Manny is there second, now takes the trip. Salty Robin in, racing third. Buck Rogers trying to close the gap fourth, racing fifth, coming to the half. Big Bad Whammo and tipping to the outside. As they come to the halfway point on the inside, Mayfield Duke halfway home. Into the turn they go. On top of the field, it's JK's Champ with the lead. Manny is there second as they race to the backside. Out and moving on the outside. Salty Robin in, now third. 3 wide, Buck Rogers and Larry Ferrari. Down the backside they go. On top, JK's Champ. Manny is there second. Up on the outside, now third as they race into the turn. Salty Robin in at the 3-quarter mark, off a half, 55-4 as they race around that turn. On top, JK's Champ. Manny is there second, ready to come to the outside. 1/8 of a mile to go in Ohio. JK's Champ with the lead. Manny comes to the outside second. Coming home, it's JK's Champ. Manny ducks to the inside. Coming to the wire, JK's Champ, Manny. Mile 154-4.
Well, that was certainly a fast race, 54-4. Got on the half in 26-3, or down the quarter in 26-3. It was a new lifetime, this year's mark for JK's champ. It was 57-1 at Greenville. Now he just went in 54-4. But boy, Manny was close.
Yes, it was close. JK's champ paid the price and hung on. It looks as though, but he was hung to the quarter in 26-3. Steve Oldfield was bound and determined to get to that front end. And Manny hung him to the quarter, 26-3, half of 55-4, 3/4, 25-2. As you mentioned, Susan Holm in 154-4. JK's champ, if it stands, will get his second win of the season. He was sent off as our post-time favorite.
I suppose if you look at the program, the only other race that JK's champ won was when he went sent right to the top.
So they have posted unofficially 5-4-3-1. The 5 JK's champ is the winner. The 4 Manny second, the 3 Salty Robin N3, and the 4 Buck Rogers 4.
The 6-year-old JK End of an Era out of a Jenna's Beach Boy mare, Infinite Desire. This makes 17 lifetime wins. About $215,000 lifetime. It was a $20,000 Hoosier sale purchase as a yearling.
Judge's inquiry in the 10th against number 4, Manny. Possible pylon violation in the stretch. Official winner of the Tim Fouts Memorial USTA Standardbred Driving Championship, number 5, JK's champ, Robert Rodriguez of Versailles, Ohio. Walter Haynes Jr., the winning trainer. Steve Oldford, representing the Great Lakes Amateur Driving Association, with the winning drive. The 6-year-old gelding, but JK End of an Era out of Infinite Desire. Home a winner in 154 4/5. Final half in 59. The final quarter, 29-2.
This, the Tim Fouts Memorial Standardbred Driving Championship, sponsored by the United States Trotting Association. And in the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation on behalf of the Fouts family, Lisa Fouts, Tyler Fouts, Kaylee, and Travis Burkett, along with Don Fouts. And in the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation on behalf of the United States Trotting Association, Mike Tanner, alongside his wife, Gail. The Tim Fouts Memorial, sponsored by the United States Trotting Association.
So there was an inquiry on that race, so we're probably going to wait a little while for those results. So why don't we take a short break, and then we'll come back. We will give you the final results when we get back.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Volstead, Coach K Hanover, Slay, Ohio's top trotters stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's offspring include Sugar Instead, the 2023 Ohio 2-year-old Trotting Filly of the Year, and 2024 Ohio Sire Stakes winner Jurassic Hattie. Coach K Hanover, the son of world record holder Walner. and Slay, the son of Chapter 7, standing his first season at Dublin Valley Farms. When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at BigDWeb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Okay, welcome back to Delaware. We are still waiting for those results, so the judges must be taking quite a look at it. We can see the judges up there in the judges' booth. Looks like they're turned around, probably looking at the TVs. Just like a pari-mutuel track here, they have multiple views, not like us at the fairs where we just have like one shot at it.
One shot, you're correct.
So do you have your real program? Who are the judges today?
Our judges are John Wiest as an associate, Tom Hope, both Ohio boys. John, who works a lot of fairs from the Dayton area. Tom Hope from Greenville area, who is an associate judge at Hoosier Park. He gets away to work this week. And our presiding judge is, I'll have to look, his last name is Grow, Jim Grow. He was back in this area 2 years ago. He worked, he was a presiding judge at Scioto.
Oh, okay.
And at Dayton just that 1 year, and then he moved on to the Meadowlands. He's an associate out there.
And John Wiest is a presiding judge at a lot of fairs, associate judge. He's also a starter, kind of does a lot of things. And his little sister always gives us a shout out, and she did earlier today, gives us a shout out to her brother John. So got a lot of our, what I would call our fair folks up there. Lisa Schwartz is the assistant charter. Rick Gleason is the charter, but Lisa, I see Lisa up there doing them today, standing up there on that little perch and charting the races.
Yeah, I think she charts today and tomorrow because of the draw for the Jugette, and Rick's getting the program together back there.
Okay.
So it's just too much for. And then Lisa's also on hand to do some of that, I believe, for the rest of the week.
Yeah, that's one of the toughest jobs, I think, being a charter. I get a kick out of Lisa because I love it. I just absolutely love to do this, and I tell her all the time, I do not like it. I've charted some, and I have never liked it, and just never thought it was not a good fit, but it certainly is for her.
Lisa can do about anything. She puts her mind to. She could do anything.
Yeah.
She is our Lady Pace honoree this week. Well deserved. I go back, this is way before your time, before you even came to Ohio, a lady by the name of Stella Hagemeyer, Mel Hagemeyer's mother. She was just something. They give the Stella and Maynard Hagemeyer Award, the Ohio Harness Horseman does every year, and Stella was just a great lady. I worked with her for many years, and that's when you had to fill the eligibility papers out by hand and all that.
Yes.
And at Greenville, we would have double cards and the eligibility papers coming in, how she would do it. I can still picture her in that sundress. I can still picture her real neat handwriting.
Oh.
And her husband, Maynard, would always bring her a sandwich in because she'd always be so busy. And they had a breeding farm, and her grandson now, Scott, has taken that over, I believe. Scott is an Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association director. But what I'm getting at, Lisa Schwartz is probably the next Stella Hagemeyer. She's little Stella.
Determined that both the 4 Manny and the 6 Big Bad Whammo went inside the pylons in the stretch drive, but neither horse gained an advantage by being inside the pylons. So there was no reason for disqualification of the 4 Manny or the 6 Big Bad Whammo. In the 10th race, JK's champ pays $260, $210, $210. The 4 Manny $280, $220. The 3 Salty Robin Inn $360. $1 perfecta, 5-4, $3.10. $1 try, 5-4-3, $11.70. Number 1 Buck Rogers 4. The 2 Mayfield Duke 6. The The 3, Salty Robin in, 3. The 4, Manny, 2. The 5, JK's Champ, the winner. Number 6, Big Bad Whammo, 5. Top down, 4, 6, 3, 2, 1. 5 on the bottom. The mile, 154, 4/5. In the 11th race coming up, scratch the 2, Legendary L, due to sickness. Scratch number 2, Legendary L, in race 11.
Someone just asked if we knew when Dayton was going to start. Do you know which day?
It would be, I believe it's Tuesday the 24th.
Okay.
It would be a week from Tuesday, yes. And they'll go 4 o'clock post time Tuesday through Saturday. And I believe their Grand Circuit event, their Dayton Pacing Derby, is that first Saturday. I believe it's the 28th, followed by the second Saturday at Buckeye Stallion Championships on the 5th, I believe.
Yeah, this is the time of the year when everybody's looking forward to these championships, the Ohio Sire Stakes Championships. The Scarlet will be held on Saturday, October 12th, and the Gray will be Sunday, October 13th. I believe they're going to take entries together, and then they will just divide them up between the Scarlet and the Gray.
So when you enter, you have a good idea in your mind. If you're one of the top point getters, you're definitely going to the championship.
Right.
But you really don't know who enters. If you could hope you're going to the Constellation for 100, that's where you'd rather maybe go, but you don't have a choice. Am I correct on that?
Right,
If
that
you
is correct.
do happen to slot in,
it just depends who enters. Yes,
Yes.
Not everybody is going to hold out the whole year. And as you said, the Buckeye Stallion Series Championships are October 5th at Dayton Raceway, and then October 6th they're going to have Constellations, but those will be at Northfield Park, so those will be kind of a separate entry thing.
And then our fair championships, I believe, is October 19th at Northfield Park.
So a lot of finals coming up.
Then we start all over again.
Then yes, we start all over. We have the, as far as what we have for fairs coming up, we have the capital improvement grants are going to be due October 30th this year, so it's a whole month earlier than they were, along with the feature race grant. So if any of your fairs are interested in having a special race, maybe honoring a person or something, you can apply for one of those feature race grants and bump up your purse a little bit. The requirements is that the fair actually has to apply for it. An individual, like I couldn't apply for something for Urbana or Greenville, but the fair applies for it, and the fair has to put up at least 20% of the total purse. So you count in the entry fees and the purse, and then what you hopefully get from OHHA, and the fair has to have that 20%. So those applications are due October 30th, and the fair capital improvement grants, which has been a great thing for fairs. Done a lot of work on fairs, especially for safety reasons. The fair committee has been very thinking about safety. So if you've got an old barn that's got old electrical in it, old plumbing, something like that, they gave those first priority to get those fixed up so that they were safe.
And I know I was announcing this year at Richwood, and the fair board member came up and wanted me to publicly thank everybody there. I wasn't on the OHH yet. I was actually calling the race. He said, I want you to thank everybody. I want you to tell everybody what the OHHA did for us. We got $10,000 to put up this new fence, and I think I talked to Matt about it, and they showed the fence, and it was a lot for safety.
Yes. Yeah.
They were very grateful.
That was a big thing with the Racing Commission, that they want to make sure that the tracks were all fenced in, and that has been a lot of what the grants have gone for in the past couple of years. But the fair committee of OHHA works really hard in going through all those applications. It takes them a long time. So we bumped it up a little bit. We will probably still announce them in January or first part of February, but it'll give the fair committee a little more
Is there so
chance.
many that go out every year, or is it?
Yeah, there's usually an amount of money that is spent.
Amount of money allotted.
So it kind of depends. Some fairs just ask for a couple $1,000s to do some small project, and then some, of course, are the $10,000, and those are matching fund grants. So the fair has to match those. So it's just it's a really good thing that they started up about, I don't know, maybe it's been 4 or 5 years by now, but it's of great value to the fairs, that's for sure.
Well, we look on the backside. Our outriders are out. We await the field for the 11th, the 2-year-old filly pace, Ohio Fair Racing Conference. This is a second division for $5,585.
We do have a scratch. The number 2 Legendary L is a scratch, but that's the only changes that we know about. We've got horses in here that have been bumping back and forth between the Buckeye Stallion Series and the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, any of the fairs. A lot of them have been bumping back and forth.
Horses are on the track and pretty to the post for the 11th race, Ohio Fair Racing Conference. 2-year-old filly pace, sponsored by OnGate.com, second division. Number 1, Granite Ridge Lady. Owned by Red Rock Racing, Chad Williamson, the trainer. Mark St. Louis Jr. drives the 1, Granite Ridge Lady. Number 2 is scratched. Number 3, Spinal Cracker. Carl Howard of Powell, Ohio. Jeff Neishonger trains. Trevor Smith drives the 3, Spinal Cracker. Number 4 is Big Time Yeah. Winchester Bay Acres, the owner, Bo Brown, trains and drives the 4, Big Time Yeah. The 5 is Fuddy Duddy. Tommy Jones and Trotter Jarbo. Tommy Jones trains. Roy Wilson, the 5, Fuddy Duddy. Number 6 is Sweeten's Cove. Curtis Schaup, Rebecca Lynn Nichols, Robert Brooks trains. Pierce Henry, the 6, Sweeten's Cove. And number 7 is Gorgeous Package. Owned by the stable, Jason McGinnis trains. Anthony McDonald in the sulky, the 7, Gorgeous Package.
Okay, so there was your post parade for race number 11. The number 1, Granite Ridge Lady, and Mark St. Louis Jr., excuse me, for trainer Chad Williamson and owners Red Rock Racing LLC. This is a Dancing Yankee filly out of a vintage master mare. 4 for 6. Has just had 6 starts. 1 win, 2 seconds, and a third. Last start out was a win at Upper Sandusky in 2:01.
2 is scratch. Susan the 3, Spinal Cracker. Trevor Smith drives for Jeff Neishonger. Carl Howard owns this 2-year-old bay filly by Rockin' Amadeus. 9 starts, 2 seconds, a third, $18,840 on the year. A qualifying mark of 58-1 at Scioto Downs.
Big Time Job. Bo Brown drives, trains for Winchester Bay Acres from Orlando, Florida. This is a Miso Fast filly out of an Art Major mare. 7 starts on the year, no wins, but 3 seconds and 2 thirds. Did pace a mile at Scioto Downs in a Buckeye Stallion Series in 56-1.
Roy Wilson will drive number 5, Fuddy Duddy. This is a $21,000 Ohio Select purchase last fall. 2-year-old bay filly by Fear the Dragon out of the Real Desire mare So Wanted. Tommy Johns owns in partnership with Trotter J. Jarbo. Johns trains. Just the second start for Fuddy Duddy. Last time out was at Scioto Downs in a non-winners. Finished 8th, beaten 7 3/4. Pacing a mile in 58-1.
Sweetens Cove and Pierce Henry from the 6 for trainer Robert Brooks. Curtis Shoup and Rebecca Nichols are the owners and the breeders of this The Ponderosa filly out of a Red River Hanover mare. 11 of 14, so 14 starts, 7 wins on the year. Fastest of those wins was 1:59.4 at Northfield Park. Most recent was Upper Sandusky in 2 minutes and 2/5. Also won at Lima in 2 minutes and 3/5.
Our post-time favorite is the 7 Gorgeous Package. Anthony McDonald, Jason McGinnis owned by the stable. Here's a lather-up brown filly. 6 starts, 3 wins, and a second, right at 30,154. 2 back at Northfield Park.
Gorgeous Package has been racing in the Buckeye Stallion Series and is sitting 4th in those point standings. Sweetens Cove is 10th in the Ohio Fair Championship. So where you see those horses bouncing back and forth. And in this is an Ohio Fair Racing Conference race, but we have horses that are up in the standings in the championship and in Buckeye.
Well, let me explain this. Say I have a horse and I race 3 times in the Sire Stakes and I finish 3/6. Well, I can't compete here, so then I can drop down.
Yes.
How far can I drop? Can I drop all the way to the bottom?
Yes. Yes, you can go right to the fairs. You can do anything you want. There's only one restriction, that you can't race in the same leg of a Sire Stakes and the same leg of Buckeye Stallion Series. So you couldn't race in the first leg of one and the first leg of the other, but you could race in the first leg and then the second leg, and then you could bounce back to the third leg in the Sire Stakes. So there's lots of options, which is really nice because you might start out, your colt's not so good, your colt's getting better and better, so you can move up to the Sire Stakes if you want. That's what I think is so nice about the program here in Ohio, is that you can bounce around.
Yeah, not too many states offer what we offer here in Ohio, the Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion, and the Fair Stakes. They're just a level for every horse and every owner.
Right, absolutely. So I think that they're getting ready to go to the gate. So Chris Cox said, "Let's go, Gorgeous Package. Good luck to my fellow owners." So I'm assuming that Chris Cox is part of the stable.ca. So the horses are headed to the Webkenberg starting gate. See the Mike Webkenberg starting gate at so many fairs. We see Brad Conrad sitting over there ready to take the winning photos. He's at so many fairs. It's just with 66 fairs at race, we need a lot of help. Let's turn it over to Roger.
Pacers are all in behind the Wopkenberg starting gate on the upper turn. Gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and pacing from the outside. Gorgeous Package leads and grabs the racetrack. Up on the outside, Spinal Cracker is there second. Granite Ridge Lady third. Fourth on the outside is Sweetens Cove. Onto the backside, Big Time Ya inside fifth. Treading the field, Fuddy Duddy. Down the backside they go. Gorgeous Package and Anthony McDonald lead by a length and a quarter. Right there, second is Granite Ridge Lady as they race over to the first quarter mark. That opening panel in 28-1. Into the turn, Spinal Cracker is there third, racing fourth as they race around the turn. Going down to the 3/8 mark. The end of the lane first time, tipping to the outside of Sweetens Cove and Pierce Henry. Treading the field as he passes down the first time, coming to the halfway point. On top of the field and showing the way, Gorgeous Package by a length and a half. Granite Ridge Lady is there second as they race over to the half. 57-3, 29-2, second panel. On to the backside they go. Spinal Cracker is there third. Inside, Big Time Ya sneaks up the inside fourth. Fifth on the outside, Sweetens Cove. Treading the field, Fuddy Duddy. Down the backside of the three-quarter station, Gorgeous Package has the lead and starts to open up as Anthony McDonald puts the pedal to the metal at the 3/4, 1:26-1, 28-3, third panel around the final turn. Gorgeous Package is now linked and out by 5 lengths. Granite Ridge Lady is there second. Racing on the outside third is Final Cracker. Into the lane they come for the payoff. It's all Gorgeous Package. No doubt about this one. Anthony McDonald has tucked the whip. Home a winner. 154.
So that mile in 154 equals the lifetime mark of Gorgeous Package, who had a mark of 54 at Northfield. So now 7 starts on the year, 4 wins, and a second.
Probably see a lot of fans coming over. Yes,
Yes.
we look across the way now. Part of the stable be heading this way. Most likely several that we know. No, there.
Yep, lots of people coming over. It's Brad Conrad's favorite thing
Yes.
because he can sell lots of pictures to the stable.ca. Security guard is trying to make them walk single file. That's not working very well.
Gorgeous Package, a 2-year-old bay filly by Lather Up. 4th win and only 7 starts. Right at 32,000 on the year, equals her lifetime mark. Gate to wire, fired right out of there, grabbed the track. 28-1, 57-3, 126-1. And Roger said opened up with each and every stride.
Couple of horses that left out, that she left out of that 7 hole so fast.
Yes.
Just like Prolific Fire earlier, I mentioned that she left so fast. There's a couple of fillies that can really get off the gate. I think Anthony always takes his time coming back to the winner's circle because he knows there's so many people to get over.
Ohio Fair Racing Conference. 2-year-old filly pace, 2nd division. Number 7, Gorgeous Package. Owned by the stable of Guelph, Ontario, Canada. Jason McGinnis, the winning trainer. Anthony McDonald gets his 2nd winning drive at the county fairs this season in the state of Ohio. 2-year-old filly by Lather Up at a Spatial Package. Equals the lifetime mark, 154. Final half, 56-2. Final quarter, 27-4. Jason McGinnis, Anthony McDonald. That's a Gorgeous Package.
Lots of folks in the winner's circle.
There are.
Probably 20.
OnGate.com, the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, and in the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation on behalf of OnGate.com, Mr. Ed Powers. The caretaker for the winner of the 11th race, the 7 Gorgeous Package, Kaylee Boyd.
Frank's going to have Anthony McDonald. This will be a good interview. One of our sponsors all year for the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association broadcast, the stable.
All right, thanks. Here with Anthony McDonald. Anthony went to the lead. They were talking up there. You like one spot, and that's the lead.
Well, you got to finish there. You may as well start there as much as you can. No, it's. I really didn't know what would happen. You know, this filly, as they alluded to in the broadcast, raced about every 2 weeks. We just had a light schedule with her. We went to enter her in the breeders' race here this week and realized she wasn't paid into it. So she's going to race in the final sire stake just to hopefully make the consolation. She's one of the leaders in the Buckeye Stakes anyway. So it's rounding into 1, her being a really fresh filly at the end of the year, and 2, being in a spot where she could race in the Buckeye and the Sires consolation. This is the only jurisdiction you can do that, and you know, if we can make off like bandits, that would be great.
Yeah, now you're trying for the double. You got Purple People Eater next race.
That one might be a little tougher, Frank. It might be a little tougher, that one.
Well, good luck. Get back there.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Always a good interview from Anthony McDonald.
He has done such a good job with the stable to get so many people involved, so many people involved in that at a reasonable price, and keeps everybody up to date. Does a good job with the communication.
If you're listening out there, that's the way to go. If you don't want to put $25,000 out maybe to buy a yearling and it doesn't make it to the races, I can just throw some numbers out there. A couple thousand, you could buy a fraction. It all depends. And you have the thrill of going to the winner's circle, just like these people did here today.
That's right. Doesn't matter how much of it you own. It's just as big a
that
thrill.
You get that win picture. Ask Rick Leeson, our charter here today.
Yes.
They owned a percentage of the Derby winner 2 years ago, Mage, I believe it was called. Yep.
And he owned part of a 1%. If I remember right, it wasn't even a 1%. It was
could have been, yes.
Really a small, but there was so many people, and like you said, they all had a good time.
Yeah, they got to go to the winner's circle for the Derby. It was a thrill of a lifetime.
Absolutely. Well, I'm not hearing the rundown yet, so why don't we take a short break? I'm going to leave for a while, and Frank's going to come back, and we'll give you the rundown for the 11th when we get back.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 66 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fairs, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for nearly $23 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Buying or selling a racehorse? OnGate.com is your one-stop website. OnGate has changed the way racehorses are bought and sold. Easy-to-view listings makes it easy to find your next champion. Buy or sell at OnGate.com.
Welcome back. Oh,
Welcome
Mr. Ballinger.
Where have you been?
I've been all over this fairgrounds in the last hour. You know, it's funny. We take a break, and it's like, okay, let's get out there and just kind of calm down, maybe watch a couple of races. And went across, ended up talking to Brad Schmaltz, last year's Tom White Award winner. So Brad and I go back a long ways. He was writing for the Dispatch when I was doing play-by-play for the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Yes.
So got that, came back here, had to get some stuff on Facebook, had to write a press release, got that done. Then our tent lost the television, so I raced over there to take care of that. Then I raced, but no, it's fun. It's I wouldn't have anything else. But great racing so far. Just really having some great racing. I think we're still waiting on that. Waiting on
The
rundown for the 11th, I think.
I have it, but it's unofficially, unless the 1 Buck Rogers was 4th, the 2 Mayfield Duke 6th, the 3 Salty Robin 3, 4 Manny was 2nd, the 5 JK's Champ the winner, and the 6 Big Bad Whammo finished 5th, 154 and 4.
Well, I guess we got Ashley Daly out and about again. Let's find out where she is this time.
Welcome back to All Access with Ashley, sponsored by Hagemeyer Farms. For the next 5 days, we're going to talk about the athletes on the track and the amazing performances they're about to show us. However, there's one athlete that we don't give enough recognition to. Beside me now, I have Ashley Holiday, one of our outriders for this week. Ashley, let's get down to the basic. What is your job?
So first and foremost, the outriders are here for safety. So anytime we have an accident on the track, as much as we, try to do all the preparations to avoid those things, right, with the enhanced safety that we've got going on right now, they do happen. And both the outrider and the outriding horses, that's really when kind of our job is critical. So a traffic cop and, you know, like the person in line for safety as well.
And so with that, we see you guys fall into the background quite a bit in the infield, but that's really not the case. We talk all week long about how much conditioning it takes to keep a racehorse in shape, but behind you, we have Boots, who's no stranger to being in shape either. What does it take to get a horse of your caliber on the track?
So it's definitely a lot about being in shape for sure. So like, for instance, we have almost 20 races a day for the next 5 days. So that's 100 races we're gonna be riding. You can bet these horses are gonna go 20, 30, maybe even 40 miles this week. Just, you know, with routine stuff back and forth each race, and heaven forbid there should be an incident, you know, then they're gonna have to open up and go some speed. So it's a combination of making sure they're legged up, not just long miles, but just things like trail riding. We take our horses trail riding a couple of times a week, 8, 10, 12 miles, just at a slow walk, easy jog, and just build up kind of their stamina. At the same time, it's a lot of like sprinting too. You know, these horses have to be able to drop the hammer. When you got to go, they have to be able to go. And end of the day, we're catching race horses, so you got to be fast. These horses have to actually be faster than the race horses because you don't always get a set up out ahead of them in the right spot. Sometimes you do have to come from behind or a little chase action, so they have to be legged up and ready to rock as well.
So there we go. Keep your eye out for Ashley Holiday and Boots all week long. Let's go back up to the studio.
Want to thank Hagemeyer Farms for sponsoring these All Access with Ashley and getting a little different perspective. Yes. You know, we always talk about just the races, but they're the unsung heroes.
I know they're outriders and what they do, but I had no idea that. I guess they do have to keep in the shape. It just makes sense,
One of those things that you don't really
you just don't think of it.
But like Ashley Holiday said, you know, all of a sudden, heaven forbid anything happens, and all of a sudden now you need speed out of them instead of just being out there to kind of govern things as we get set for the post parade for the 12th. The horses are working their way to the track. It'll be the Buckeye Stallion Series, the second division of 3-year-old fillies. Let's send it upstairs for the post parade.
Horses are on the track and ready to the post for the 12th race. Buckeye Stallion Series, 3-year-old filly trot for $20,000, sponsored by First Citizens National Bank, second division. And these are the horses. Number 1, Champa Bay Hall. Jeff Fott Racing, Adam Friedland, Brian Carsey, Steve Carter trains, Austin Henners the 1, Champa Bay Hall. Number 2 is Saka Hall, Philip Groves and Myron Kester. Brian George is trained, Dan Noble the 2, Osaka Hall. Number 3 is Lady Almas, Victor Gray Sr., Colin Hurst, Michael Allen, Stacy Van Heusen trains, Brett Miller the 3, Lady Almas. Number 4 is West 55. Gary Condon and Ron Steck. Ron Steck trains. Chris Page, the 4, West 55. Number 5 is Hot Tea. Joyce McClellan owns. Virgil Morgan Jr. trained. Tyler Smith, the 5, Hot Tea. Number 6 is Eli's Dream Girl. Levi Hirschberger owns and trains. Alman Hirschberger drives the 6, Eli's Dream Girl. The 7 is Yuma Lady. D.B. Wells, Tom Paver, DJ Gregory, Ray Paver trains and drives the 7, Yuma Lady. And number 8, Purple Peter Eater. The Sable, Hutchinson Harness, Jason McGinnis trains, Anthony McDonald drives the Purple People Eater.
Well, there you had the post parade for the 12th, the second division of the Buckeye Stallion Series 3-year-old filly trot. Frank for $20,000, beginning with the 1, Champa Bay Hall. Austin Hanners drive. Austin looking for his third driving win of the day. Steve Carter trains this one. 3-year-old brown filly by Creatine has 5 wins on the year, 60,156 and 2 at Sauda Downs.
The number 2 is Osaka Hall. Dan Noble drives for Brian Georges. This is an Uncle Peter out of the Conway Hall mare. On with the show, Phillips Groves and Myron Kester are the owners. 3 wins in 13 starts this year. Lifetime 7 wins in 29 starts. Currently 7th in points in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Did win the second leg, though, the last 2 times out in the BSS. A 5th place finish, but placed 8th, and also another 5th place finish.
Brett Miller will drive the 3, Lady Almas. She's a 3-year-old bay filly by Triumphant Caviar. Stacy Van Hoosen trains. 17 starts, has 3 wins, 4 seconds, a third. 44,715 on the year. A winner, 158 and 2 at Sauda Downs earlier in the season.
The number 4 is West 55. Chris Page drives for Ron Steck. This is a long time out of the Broadway Hall mare. West 51st, Gary Condit of Dublin, Ohio, and Ron Steck are the owners. Gary Condit is the breeder. Has hit the board in 8 of 14 with 4 wins. Was a winner 3 back at Sauda Downs. Won the 3rd leg of the Buckeye Stallion Series, currently sitting 3rd in points.
5 is Hot Tea. Tyler Smith drives. Virgil Morgan Jr. trains this. A homebred by the McClellans. 3-year-old bay filly by Enterprise. Has 4 wins in 16 starts this year. 4 seconds, 2 thirds. 146,000 lifetime. Took her mark as a 2-year-old at 157 and 1 at Sauda Downs.
The number 6 is Eli's Dream Girl. Amon Hirschberger drives for Levi Hirschberger. This is a Global Republic S out of the mare I Like Jesse by Jailhouse Jesse. Levi Hirschberger is the owner. Has won 7 of 15, hit the board one other time. That was a 3rd place finish. Has won 5 of the last 7. We'll get it right here. Finished 4th in the Buckeye Stallion Series August 25th at Northfield.
8, Purple People Eater. Anthony McDonald looking for his 2nd winning drive. Jason McGinnis trains for the stable. 3-year-old bay filly by Watt the Hill. 4 wins, 3 seconds, a third. 35,000 on the year. 100,000 lifetime, 158 at Northfield Park.
So that is the field for the 12th here, the 2nd division for 3-year-old filly trotters here in the Buckeye Stallion Series. We're talking off the air that we're now through 11 races. Page, Miller, Noble, neither of them have a win yet. Kind of surprising when you're at Delaware and one of those 3
regulars,
haven't won.
Tyler Smith, one of the top
won
drivers
either,
either, has not going to win. One of the top drivers at Sauda right in the mix there, Austin Hanners.
Does have 2 wins, so. But horses are getting ready. Tomorrow, post time 1 o'clock. It will be 18 races. We'll go to the gate. Unfortunately, Doug Ballinger will not be with us, but he'll be entertaining you from Ashland, Ohio tomorrow. You got 2 cards up at
2 cards,
Ashland.
noon and 6, 9 races
9
on
races
each card.
each day, or each card. So Doug will go up there, call 18 races, and then he becomes Doug the moving man, as he's going to bring our equipment back
That's
for us
true.
from Ashland.
Don't let me forget that.
You better not forget it, or we're going to be in trouble. I told Jeremy Smith or Jeremy Moore, who'll be up there, to help you with our broadcast up there. So he'll be bringing back. He'll be bringing the equipment up, and Doug will be bringing it back. So let's send it up to Roger Houston for the call of the 12th as they are getting ready.
Horses approaching the starting gate. Trotters are all in behind the Wilkenberg starting gate on the upper turn. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. Off and trotting Osaka Hall goes the lead on the inside. Middle of the track, West 55. Up on the outside, 3 wide, Yuma Lady. 4 wide on the outside, Purple People Eater. Going to the backside and the first 8. Racing next. 5th is Champa Bay Hall, racing 5th. 6th is Hot Tea down the backside. Eli's Dream Girl is 7th. Raiding the field, Lady Almas as they race over to the first quarter mark. Field by the quarter in 28 and 3. Around the turn, going to the 3/8 mark. On top of the field and showing the way as they near the 3/8 station. On top, that's West 55 and Chris Page showing the way. Purple People Eater is right there second as they pass the stand for the first time. Coming to the half, Osaka Hall third, racing fourth, Yuma Lady. Outside flow develops, led by Dan Noble and Osaka Hall. Halfway home in 58 and 1, 29 and 3. Second panel to the backside. Noble pops the earplugs on Osaka Hall. Now third, now second, and after the leader, West 55. On the inside, Purple People Eater. Down the backside they go. Yuma Lady on the outside, 4th. Eli's Dream Girl, 5th. Champa Bay Hall, 6th on the outside. Lady Almas racing 7th at the 3 quarters in 1:27 and 2, 29 and 1. Third panel as they race around the final turn. On top of the field, it's West 55 leading the way. 3 wide on the outside. Here comes Champa Bay Hall with a rush. Into the stretch they come, less than an 8 to go in Ohio. On top of the field, it's all West 55. The battle for second and third. On the outside, second goes to Hot Tea. The mile, 157, 1/5.
157 and a 5th. And just like that, we talked about it.
Chris
gets
Page
a win.
gets the win, yes.
Yep. Chris must have heard us and wanted to get off the schneid. So Chris gets the win. Tyler Smith close with the Hot Tea finishing second.
West 55, 3-year-old Bay Phillip, a long Tom. Ron Steck trains. Here's a homebred. Gary Condit owns in partnership with Steck. Gary Condit bred this 3-year-old filly. Home winner, 57 and 1, 5th of the year. Earnings now $55,000 on the year for West 55.
5th win of the year. Page was in the bike the last time this horse won back in July, and that was in the Sire Stakes action as well, winning the 3rd leg.
As you mentioned, a 5 Hot Tea was second. I didn't catch who was third.
No,
it
that
might have been
didn't get that
it is
either.
the 3, Lady Almas. 4th, the 1, Champa Bay Hall. 28 and 3, 58 and 1, 27 and 2.
Third winner today to come out of the number 4 post position. And here comes your winner, Chris Page, back to the winner's circle, and a host of people coming across the track for the winner's circle picture. And here comes Chris Page. Read for the rundown from upstairs. West 55.
Making the way to the winner's circle. Your winner. 12th race. The 4, West 55. Gary Condit and Ron Steck owns. Ron Steck trains. Chris Page in the sulky. 3-year-old filly belonged Tom on the West 51st. Comes home a winner in 157 and 1. 5th win in 15 this season. West 55, Ron Steck, Chris Page in the 12th.
Well, it looks like the entire city of Marengo in the winner's circle here at the Delaware County Fair. This race trophy by the First Citizens National Bank. And in the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation on behalf of First Citizens National Bank, Ben Yoakum and Lewis Wynn. The caretaker for the 4, West 55, Daytome and Parker Steck.
Get the rundown from Roger here in just a second.
Win number 137 in his racing career here at Delaware, Ohio. He is 4th on the all-time list of winning drivers.
Page with that win, as Roger said, 4th all-time on the list. Brett Miller sits in front of him at 151. John Campbell second, 156. And David Miller, 245 wins.
Wow.
It's going to take some nifty driving to catch David Miller. And I think we'll see him later in the week. And especially with David Miller now moving back to the Buckeye State. You know,
yes,
going to be old home week for him here.
I don't know if
once
he's
he
going
gets
to be
back.
semi-retired, if he's going to take up a full driving.
I think he
slate.
said he's building a home back here in Central Ohio, and he is planning on continuing to drive. So good for David Miller. So we'll take a break, and when we come back, we will have our 13th race of the day, the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, the final division for the 2-year-old fillies. Well, let's get the rundown.
$3 $2.20. The 5 Hot Tea, $4 $2.80. The 3 Lady Almas, $5.80. $1 Perfecta, $4, $5, $7. $1 Try, $4, $5, $3, $49.70. 50-cent Super, $4, $5, $3, $1. $53.25. Number 1, Champa Bay Hall, 4. The 2, Osaka Hall, finished 7th, was placed 8th for interference while on a break. The 3, Lady Almas, 3. The 4, West 55, the winner. The 5, Hot Tea, 2. The 6, Eli's Dream Girl, 6. The 7, Uma Lady, 8, place 7. The 8, Purple People Eater, 5. Top down, 4, placed 8, 3, 1, 2, 6, placed 7, 5 on the bottom. The mile 157, 1/5.
So there you go. We'll take a break, and when we come back, as I said, the final division for the 2-year-old Philly Pacers in the Ohio Fair Racing Conference right after this.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding farm. Cool Winds stands the popular dancing Yankee, a 2-time world champion, along with 2019 Jug winner Southwind Ozzy, the son of Some Beach Somewhere. Cool Winds also stands the royally bred $2 million earning Western Fame. Cool Winds Farm wants to thank all the bidders and buyers that supported the Ohio Selected Jug Sale.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
Welcome back to the Delaware County Fairgrounds. Frank Froz, Doug Ballinger, Susan Schroeder has stepped out. Matt Clark's still here. Ashley Daly running all over the fairgrounds. Don't know where she is.
Doing some great interviews.
So, I'm sorry?
I say, Ashley, some great interviews.
It's great. It's
going to be
a
all
nice
week.
feature all week. And, when we do these type of things, Matt calls and says, hey, I got an idea. Let's get this piece of equipment. So we've got this new piece of equipment that we think we're going to try to unveil Wednesday or Thursday, to have live interviews with Ashley over in the grandstand. Yeah,
who
live.
was she? Just interviewing fans?
Just finding fans and interviewing people. So we're looking forward to having some fun with that later on in the week. I mean, Jug Week to a lot of people is very special. It's like Christmas to Matt.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it really is. So, but no, it's been just a beautiful day. Blue skies, not a cloud in the sky. Track is in great shape. A nice breeze is blowing outside, and people are really enjoying themselves. I was out running around when I had my break. A lot of people over in the grandstand. A lot of people on the midway. People are enjoying day 2 of the Delaware County Fair, and we get set for the Ohio Fair Racing Conference 2-year-old fillies, the 3rd division. And Doug, it's fun when we come to this fair to see some of these fair horses that we have seen kind of all summer long. Yes. Even the ones that may not race in the OFRC, pay in to race here at Delaware because it is so special.
Well, Susan, I mentioned when you did interview with Dan Veneer, that was like, excuse me, him winning the Little Brown Jug.
Oh, without a doubt. And especially with the story of that horse.
Story.
In fact, I wrote an article. It's going to be in the Buckeye Harness Horseman magazine about that horse. Talked to Dan and Cheryl earlier this year at Paulding. The mare was kicked by a yearling out in the field, broke its leg. They took it to the vet. The vet advised them to put the mare down. Cheryl would have nothing to do with that. They came back to the farm. They splinted the leg. Dan then built a harness for the horse, the Cami, the mare, Cami Brio, to basically take all the weight off of the leg, and then nursed her. Cheryl rubbed the legs every day, nursed the mare back to health, and she said that first time they turned her out, where she could really go and run on her own, it was kind of a scary moment, but went out there and ends up giving birth and gets the horse gets the young horse to the track, 2 gets to be a winner. I mean, that's what really made things special for the Veneers. And as I said when I told Dan, as they were coming across in the golf cart from the paddock, the smile on their face was just amazing. They were very, very happy for that. But those are the type of stories that we get. These are the horses that we have covered all summer long. So you kind of get to know the horses. You get to know a little bit about them. You get to know about the trainers and what these horses are all about. And we have 5 races left today. Tomorrow we're back for 18 more races. 17 on Tuesday, 22 on Wednesday, and we will know tomorrow, 10 o'clock, box closes. We'll know how many races we have for not only the entire card on Thursday, but how many entries we will have in the Little Brown Jug.
11 o'clock post Thursday as well, so they moved that up I think last weekend they did that already.
Towards the end of the
Friday.
week, they moved that up.
So they're anticipating last year we had 25, so it's probably going to be between 22
and that
25.
was the question, because they can go 24 with one race card for the mutual windows. Anything over that, they've got to create a second card, and we were out there talking about that, and we couldn't figure out why we had needed 2 cards last year, but that was it. It was the 25th race. They had to card one race as its own separate card and then card the next 24 races. So we'll find out how many eliminations we have for the Jug, and then we'll wrap up the racing at the Delaware County Fair Thursday with the Little Brown Jug. Just a great day for racing. Keep looking over to the paddock to see when the horses will start coming out. Well, they do have this year. They're doing something different here at Delaware. They have brought in somebody to assist them that is telling them when to go to post. They are the person they've got is watching the other races around the country. They're trying to maximize their revenue in from the off-site wagering. So they're, like they've been told. Jay mentioned this in this morning. Like if Churchill Downs is going off at, let's say, 5:20, and somewhere else is going off at 5:24. Don't go off at 5:24. Figure a way to get in that 5:22. So he's kind of trying to guide them when to get the post parades and get ready to roll and with everything. And in fact, right now it's saying we're 2 minutes to post.
I can see action on the backside. I see Ashley Daly heading up toward the track, I believe. So we're probably going to get a post parade here.
Yeah, we'll
shortly.
We're watching the graphics, the minutes to post. It's almost like when that hits 1 is when they want to start the post parade, and then out they come. So on this right now is we just wait for the horses to come on out. Big day here tonight on the fairgrounds. After the racing is over, they've got, I believe it's the truck pull tonight. Last night they had the radio. They've got the demolition derby coming up. And that's the one thing about this fairgrounds, as Susan mentioned, a lot of times you have the pulling things, the demolition derbies right in front of the grandstand where they've got the, your racetrack, and the racetrack serves different purposes. Here, this track is for one thing. It's for racing. Only, yes. Exactly. It is, as Susan said, sacred ground for harness racing. As the field is now starting to enter the track, let's go to the upstairs for the post parade for the 13th.
Horses are on the track. Parading to the post, 13th race. Ohio Fair Racing Conference, 2-year-old filly pace, 3rd division. And these are the horses. Number 1, Ella Joe. Stephen Butler and Eric Butler owns. Ron Gillespie trains and drives the 1, Ella Joe. Number 2, Angel in Paradise. Terry Young owns. Don Irvine Jr. trains. Justin Irvine, the 2, Angel in Paradise. Number 3 is Our Honor Defend. Suzanne Bates and Cedar Point Beach Racing. Tyler Bates trains. Austin Hanners, the 3, Our Honor Defend. Number 4, Faithful Nation. Robert Brooks owns and trains. Pierce Henry, the 4, Faithful Nation. Number 5 is Mad Walberry. Ron Steck and Jeffrey Brees, the owner. Ron Steck trained. Brett Miller, the 5, Mad Walberry. Number 6 is Long Live Cowgirls. Hired Gun Racing Stable, Racehorse Express. Brett Swartz trains. Dylan Fagan drives the 6, Long Live Cowgirls. Number 7 is Juicy Gossip Girl. Myron Kester, the owner. Brian George is trained. Jason Beatty drives the 7, Juicy Gossip Girl. And number 8 is Cinderbella. Gary Gilliland, the owner. Chad Williamson trains. Mark St. Louis Jr. in the sulky of the 8, Cinderbella. Win Place Show.
Well, the 13th, Frank, as Roger mentions, this is the 3rd division of the 2-year-old filly pace, Ohio Fair Racing Conference, beginning with the 1, Ella Joe. Ronnie Gillespie trains and drives. This is a $12,000 Buckeye Classic purchase. 2-year-old brown filly by Racing Hill has 5 wins and 14 starts, 5 seconds to go along and 2/3, right at 17,000, 59-1 at Findlay, 3 starts back.
The number 2 is Angel in Paradise. Justin Irvine drives for Don Irvine Jr. This is a Fear the Dragon out of Mama's Fallen Angel by Wells Said. Terry Young of Streetsboro is the owner. Has won half of its starts this year, 5 for 10. Also has a second place finish to its credit. Was a winner last time out at Worcester. has won 4 of 5. The only one in that stretch it did not win was the Buckeye Stallion Series at Scioto at the beginning of the month, has earned under $23,000.
Austin Hanners will drive the 3. Our Honor Defend. This 2-year-old bay filly is by Lost in Time. Ty Bates trains. 13 starts, has a win, a second, 2/3, 6,200. A winner, 3 back at Findlay, 203.
Number 4 is Faithful Nation. Pierce Henry drives for Robert Brooks. Robert is also the owner of Faithful Nation. This is a Western vintage out of the Arts Place mare. All-American Nation, 11 starts, a win, 5 seconds, 2/3, earnings of $9,694, has hit the board in 5 straight starts.
5, Mad Walberry is a homebred by Steck and Brees. Ron Steck trains, Brett Miller drives. She's a 2-year-old bay filly, but down by the seaside. She has 3 starts, 1/3, $2,200. 3rd place finish last time out at Scioto Downs in a non-winners. Paced her mile in 57-1.
The number 6 is Long Live Cowgirls. Dylan Fagan drives for Brett Schwartz. This is a Yankee cruiser out of the Big Bad John Mayer Big Bad Delight. Hired Gun Racing Stable and Racehorse Express are the owners of Long Live Cowgirls. Still looking to break the maiden. Has 4 third-place finishes in 10 starts this year. Last time out at McConnellsville, finished in 4th.
7, Juicy Gossip Girl, Jason Beatty for Brian Georges. 2-year-old bay filly by Western Vintage, 16 starts, 4 wins, 5 seconds, 3/3. 19,000 was a winner at Greenville in mid-August of 202.
The number 8 to round out the field is Cinderbella. Mark St. Louis Jr. will drive for trainer Chad Williamson. This is a Western Terror out of the Cambess mare Cinder Sun Rose. Gary Gilland is the owner. 5 starts this year, a win and 3 third-place finishes. Was a winner last time out at Upper Sandusky. Took a mark of 2:01-1 in that race. 2 of these horses sit in the top 10 in the standings for the Ohio Fair Finals. Ella Joel currently sits in 6th, and Juicy Gossip Girl is currently in 7th.
And those finals, I believe, are October 19th at Northfield Park.
I believe you are correct. So Northfield Park this year will host the Super Night. They will also host the Ohio Fair Championships, and Dayton will be the host for our Buckeye Stallion Series finals. So looking forward to October, which is the month of champions around the Buckeye State, as the starting gate is moving towards the upper turn. Mike Wepkenberg will bring them around the turn and down the straightaway, and off they will go. Let's send it up to Roger Houston for the call.
Pacers are all in behind the gate. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and pacing. Angel in Paradise goes for the lead. Faithful Nation on the outside second. Tucks in. Up on the outside, Juicy Gossip Girl into the turn. Ella Joe gets away 4th, taking a seat. Cinderbella gets 5th. Racing 6, Our Honor Defend. On to the backside, Mad Walberry, and treading the field, Long Live Cowgirls. They're all in straight alignment as the race over to the first quarter mark. Angel in Paradise, Justin Irvine takes him to the first quarter. Opening panel 28-3. As the race around the turn, it's Angel in Paradise showing the way. Racing right there second. As the race around the turn, going to the 3/8 mark. Racing third, coming to the outside, going to be first up now. Here comes Jason Beatty with Juicy Gossip Girl out and moving on the outside as they come to the halfway point. On top, Angel in Paradise by the half. Halfway home in 58-3. Second panel, 30 seconds flat. Bit of a breather for Angel in Paradise. On the outside, Juicy Gossip Girl is there second. Faithful Nation right there third. Fourth, second back is Ella Joe. Ron Gillespie ready to pounce 3 wide. Down the backside they go. Cinderbella racing fifth. 6 on the outside. Our Honor Defend at the 3/4 mark. 3/4 and into the turn. 127, 28-2. Third panel as they race around the final turn. On top of the field, it's Angel in Paradise showing the way by 2 1/4 lengths. The battle's on for second and third with an eighth of a mile to go in Ohio. Holding second is Faithful Nation. Down the stretch they come. Angel in Paradise, Faithful Nation. Closing on the outside, Cinderbella, as they race to the half mile in 56-1.
So there is your winner, the number 2, Angel in Paradise. Comes home a winner for Justin Irvine. Don Irvine Jr. is the trainer. That is now 5 wins in 6 races for Angel in Paradise.
Justin Irvine gets his second winning drive of the day. He doubles up.
Went to the lead and never looked back.
28-3, 58-3, gave her a breather there. 32nd split, 29 apiece for that third quarter, and 127 home, 56-1. That is a lifetime mark for Angel in Paradise. She's a 2-year-old bay filly by Fear the Dragon, a $16,000 Ohio Select purchase.
So Justin Irvine, the second driver to double up today. The first one was Austin Hanners. Justin now with 2. Don Irvine Jr. picks up his first training win here at Delaware this year. Only trainer to double up so far today, Todd Luther, and did it in the 2 spotlight races, the Ohio Breeders' Championship. Here's something you don't see too often going around. Chris Page warming up a horse. Even Matt's in shock. Here comes your winner, Justin Irvine, back to the winner's circle with number 2, Angel in Paradise.
Into the winner's circle, the Sugar Valley Farm winner's circle. Number 2, Angel in Paradise. Terry Young of Streetsboro, Ohio. Don Irvine Jr., the winning trainer. Justin Irvine, a driving double on today's card and his 24th at the fairs this season. 2-year-old filly by Fear of the Dragon and the Mama's Fallen Angel. Home a winner in 156-1, a lifetime mark. Final half, 57-3. Final quarter, 29-1. And for Angel in Paradise, 2 in a row in Ohio.
Angel in Paradise went off as the overwhelming favorite at 1-5.
Renee Irvine.
So there is your winner heading back to the barn. Justin Irvine picks up the win. We'll get the rundown here from Roger in just a second. A few more horses are out warming up, getting ready for the 17th. We'll probably roll through these last 4 races a little quicker with no warm-ups going on. Wait for Roger to give us the rundown. The nice thing, it's funny, you walked the backstretch here yesterday a little bit and early this morning. You just see the people that, would go up to the barns and see the horses, and that's what makes county fair racing so much fun, is you get to get up close talk to the trainers, the drivers, the caretakers. You can go up, see the horses up close, and a lot of people really don't realize that you can do that.
Yeah, Susan and I touched on that earlier. You have the county fair atmosphere, but it's run somewhat like a pari-mutuel track to get that county fair atmosphere.
I think we got the rundown here, maybe. Thought we had it. Roger's starting it.
Yeah, if you never been on the backside coming here, Jug or Jugette Day, we have a Jugette barn and a Jug barn where all the horses will be that's racing those days. Just particular horses in the Jug go to the Jug barn, and the fillies will go in the Jugette barn.
I took a walk early this morning, walked through the Jugette barn, and, they've got the Laverne Hill building there, which is kind of like a little museum to the hills. Very neat to look at some of the artifacts they have in there. I know Jay Wolf did a lot of work in the log cabin earlier this year. They were getting the log cabin ready took all the pictures off the wall, painted, put them back up, and they're trying to kind of organize it a little bit, give it more of a museum feel.
260, 210, 210. Number 8, Cinderbella, 720, 340. Number 1, Ella Joe, 210. $1 Perfecta, 2.8, $8.80. $1 Try, 281, 21.30. 50-cent Super, 2813, $52.85. Number 1, Ella Joe, 3. The 2, Angel in Paradise, the winner. The 3, Our Honor Defend, 4. The 4, Faithful Nation, 5. The 5, Mad Walberry, 6. The 6, Long Live Cowgirls, 8. The 7, Juicy Gossip Girl, 7. The 8, Cinderbella, 2. Top down, 314, 568, 7. 2 on the bottom. The mile, 156, 1/5.
So the 13th, no changes for the 14th race coming up. That will be the Buckeye Stallion Series, the first division of 2 for 3-year-old colt and gelding trotters when we return to the Delaware County Fair right after this.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Long Tom, Summa Cum Laude, Ready for Money, and Bit of a Legend. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at BigDWeb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Well, we're back here at the Delaware County Fair. 13 in the books. We're on to race 14, Buckeye Stallion Series. First division for 3-year-old colt and gelding trotters for $20,000. We have a field of 10. in this upcoming race. But look down in our interviewing area. Frank Frost has got a special guest, Brad Conrad.
All right, when you got 10 minutes of time to kill between races, you got to find an interview. So we went out.
Bottom of the barrel, Frank.
No, we're not scraping the bottom of the barrel here with Brad Conrad. You're following a tradition that your father set. When did your father start shooting this race?
He started shooting Delaware in 1993. He was here before that, kind of shooting for fun and kind of for himself and whatever, hanging out with his friends and stuff. But we officially got the job in 1993.
What makes this place so special to Conrad Photo?
Everybody's excited to race here. Everybody wants to race at Delaware, and I hear it throughout the year at fairs and at the tracks and stuff. People talk about this place. They talk about how they want to get their horse good enough to race at Delaware, and it just makes it really cool. It's just a great atmosphere.
Now for you, it's a full week here. You pull a camper up, you spend the night here. You're constantly working.
Dad used to think I was crazy for that idea, and he thought, nah, you don't want to do that. You just want to hang out and party all the time. I said, no, Dad, I'm too old for that at this point. But it makes it easier, just less travel, and I can actually bring my computer and printer up and try to get a few things done here, try to take care of the customers.
How much fun is it to shoot races here at Delaware?
It's fun. It's just a special atmosphere. The people are happier. People are more excited. The weather is usually beautiful, and it just makes it a lot of fun.
Now, Delaware is kind of the cherry on the top of the sundae, but you shoot at Scioto. You have the Southern Valley Circuit, the Southern Circuit. You shoot all three of the pari-mutuel tracks. How many fairs, though, do you do?
I had 28 fairs on the schedule this year.
That's all?
That's all. Just a few.
Really?
Just a few.
Well, what's the difference between fair shooting and shooting here?
Shooting Delaware and Red Fair. Just what I said before. It's just a different vibe here. The people are more excited. They're more into it. There's just a special happiness they get from winning here.
See, and it wasn't really scraping the bottom of the barrel. No, it wasn't. So, Brad Conrad, hey, someday you might be lucky enough to get a win picture taken by Brad Conrad. Some of us are still waiting.
You keep trying.
Let's go back up to Doug.
Thank you, Frank. Good interview there with Brad. So, as we mentioned, it's on to the 14th Buckeye Stallion Series for 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters. Then up next after that, the 15th, the $36,000 Ohio Breeders' Championship Age Pace. One of the Ohio favorites, Charlie May. It's the post-time favorite, morning line favorite, I should say. Low Rider, who won the Regal, he's in there from post 9. He'll get the second-tier start. Also in that Age Pace will be the 2 Sea Fire, who finished second to Charlie May in the Age Pace at Scioto Downs.
Really, 6 minutes to post? That was only 4 minutes? Oh, now Brad Conrad, one of the nice guys here. Does so much to help the OHHA. Supplies us all the pictures we use on our Facebook posts, a lot of the pictures we use in the magazine, gives us a lot of pictures we use at our banquet, and we're always forever grateful to Brad for everything he does and everything he does for the industry.
Yes,
truly,
all the extra things
truly
he
one
does.
of the nice guys in the industry. So 5 minutes to post for this, the 14th, the Buckeye Stallion Series. You were talking when I got back in here about that Age Pace race. That's going to be a heck of a race.
We can touch on that a little bit. Yeah, it's going to be a heck of a race. Sea Fire inside is Charlie May.
Charlie May, again, did not draw well, draws the outside, but, Dan Noble has driven him, the last 3 races, a third, a first, and a second. So Dan Noble and Charlie May starting to get to know each other, and you take a look, that win, he came from the 6th hole out at Scioto Downs in the Sawyer Stakes Veterans Championship. The second place was in the Regal over at Greenville. So, I don't think the 7th hole scares Charlie May or Don Tiger, his owner, as much as it might scare other people.
Yep. As I mentioned, inside of him is a 2 Sea Fire. Brian Brown trainee, Chris Page Dries, winner of $154,000 this year, $148 at Scioto Downs earlier in the year for Sea Fire. Now, I guess that win came in the Send It In Open back on August 17th.
You also have Act Fast, the Ron Burke entry in this race. Aaron Merriman gets the call in the bike. I took a look. Aaron was scheduled to drive in the 1st, the 8th, 14th, 15th, and 16th. He was scratched out of the 1st, driver change in the 8th, so coming over to race in the final races here at Delaware tonight.
An old campaigner in there, Scott Mogan's a Gold Digger King. 770,000 lifetime for Gold Digger King. 35 career wins.
Just continues
Yes.
to churn and churn and churn, and just does a great job. Gold Digger King, one of those older horses, an 8-year-old by Pet Rock. In fact, I believe he is the oldest in this race for the Ohio Breeders' Championship. Age pace, Mackey's back in town, the second oldest at 7 years old.
And I believe Charlie May, last year Section Line Big Rye won this race. And with that win last year for Section Line Big Rye, went over $1 million, I believe.
Had a chance to talk to his owner, Harold Bowder, earlier today. Was enjoying just sitting up by one of the barns. And, his farm is over, his house is over on Section Line Road and 42. And it's kind of interesting. I go that way to and from the track every night and every morning when I'm coming here. And to look over it and just see I asked him today, I said, how many horses do you have there? 9? 10? He goes, I got 9. He's got 3 babies, the mares. He's got 3 other horses, and he says Brian Brown sometimes brings horses over and drops them off and lets them run around in the field. So it's really nice when you're making that drive to see all the horses outside of his barn.
The Outriders are on the track, so the field should be coming out shortly, I presume.
It's the post time clock now at 2, so we are just waiting to see who comes out. Right now it looks like Seafire is the favorite at 1-5. And
No, you're in the wrong race.
I'm sorry. I'm saying, okay.
We've been talking about that.
Okay, Seafire could be the
you're
favorite at 1-5.
very well could be.
But when I
Could
saw
be.
Charlie May, it's what
I looked into it, what Charlie May, and it showed like 24, and I thought, wow.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it clicked.
Yeah,
And then it
I was
clicked.
running across the track to get a bet down.
Here they
Oh,
come
yeah.
for the 14th. We'll go upstairs to Roger for this post parade.
Horses are on the track and printing to the post. 14th race, the Buckeye Stallion Series, 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trot for $20,000, sponsored by MGM Northfield Park. Number 1, Peterbilt's Bro. John Holman, the owner. Fred Morgan Jr. trained. Brett Miller, the 1. Peterbilt's Bro. Number 2 is Irresistible Sun. Owned by the stable, Hutchison Harness. Jason McGinnis trains. Anthony McDonald drives the 2, Irresistible Sun. The 3, Will Parade Last. Number 4, Shipstead. Scott Cox of Streetsboro, Ohio, owns and trains. Chris Limbs, the 4, Chipstead. Number 5, Commander Tom. Jay Mossbarger, B4, D. Stanton, and M. Kemper. Steve Carter trains. Austin Henners, the 5, Commander Tom. Number 6 is Whiskey Peddler. Jerry Cezelle and Dean Davis. Stable, Mark Winters trained. Jeff Nysonger, the 6, Whiskey Peddler. Number 7, Hills Express. Patricia Davis owns. Sandy Beatty trains and drives the 7, Hills Express. Number 8, Sup. Matthew Burkholder and Sam Weaver. Matthew Burkholder trains. Chris Page drives the 8, Sup. Number 9, Forever a Lion Oz. ACL Saturiab. Annette Lawrenson trains. Marvin Luna drives the 9, Forever a Lion Oz. And number 10, Gabby's Rocky Top. Joanna Beaver, Mineral Lickum Farm. Chris Beaver, Steven Salandalar. Chris Beaver trains. Aaron Merriman drives the 10. Gabby's Rocky Top. And now run Zoom on by Rosie Weaver, Heartland Acres, and Gabby D. Rosie Weaver trains. Tyler Smith in the sulky of the 3. Rose Run Zoom.
Well, the 14th, as we mentioned, is the Buckeye Stallion Series for $20,000 for 3-year-old colt and gelding trotters, the first division. Beginning with 1, Peterbilt's Bro, Brett Miller for Fred Morgan Jr. This 3-year-old bay gelded son of Uncle Peter has a win in 13 starts, a second 2/3, $17,000 on the year, $35,000 lifetime.
The number 2 is Irresistible Sun. Anthony McDonald drives for Jason McGinnis. This is a Triumphant Caviar out of the And Away We Go mare. Beautiful, owned by the stable and Hutchison Harness. Has hit the board in 9 of 12, 3 wins in 12 starts. Has won 2 legs of the Buckeye Stallion Series, 1 leg 3 and 1 leg 4.
Tyler Smith will drive the 3 Rose Run Zoom for Rosie Weaver, 3-year-old bay gelding by Uncle Peter, a $33,000 Ohio Select purchase 2 years ago. Has $130,000 lifetime in the bank, $26,000 this year, $158 and $2 earlier in the year. Mainly the starts for Rose Run Zoom at the county fairs this season.
The number 4 is Chipstead. Scott Cox trains. Chris Lems will be in the bike. This is a Volstead out of the mare Smart Chip by Chip Chip Hooray. Scott Cox is the owner. 21 starts, 2 wins, 4 seconds, 4 thirds. Was a winner in the Buckeye Stallion Series back in leg number 1. Was a winner last time out at the Meadows.
5, Commander Tom, a homebred by Midland Acres. Mossbarger and B4 owned D. Stanton and Kim Kemper. Carter trains. Austin Hanners looking for his 3rd driving win of the day behind Commander Tom. 19 starts, 4 wins, 7 seconds, 3 thirds, $38,000, $109,000 lifetime.
The number 6 is Whiskey Peddler. Jeff Neishunger drives for Mark Winters. 18 starts this year, 7 firsts, 5 seconds, 2 thirds, earnings of over $40,000. Lifetime 12 wins and 31 starts, has earned $65,779. 9 starts, or the last 9 races, first or second.
7 Hills Express, Sandy Beatty trains and drives Patricia Davis. 3-year-old bay gelded son of Wat the Hill. 3 wins, 3 seconds, 3 thirds, $35,000 this year, 56 and 4 at Scioto Downs.
The number 8 is Sup. Chris Page drives for Matthew Burkholder, who owns along with Samuel Weaver. 3 wins in 20 starts, 6 third-place finishes. Last time it made the winner's circle was back on June 5th at Northfield. Sup was a winner in the Buckeye Stallion Series, winning the first leg.
9, Forever a Lion Oz, Marvin Luna. Only 22-year-olds making a name for himself, one of the leading drivers at Hoosier Park. Drives for Annette Lorenzen, 3-year-old bay gelded son of Lion Hunter. Has a win in 12 starts with 3 seconds, $25,600, 55 and 3 at Oak Grove.
And the number 10 is Gabby's Rocky Top. Aaron Merriman drives for Chris Beaver. This is a Triumphant Caviar out of Gabby's credit card by Credit Winner. This horse did not race as a 2-year-old. This year, 2 wins, 3 seconds, and a third. Earnings over $28,000 for Gabby's Rocky Top. 10 to go to the gate. The 9 and the 10 will start from the second tier.
Our post-time favorite is the 2. Irresistible Sun, I believe, is that 1 to 2.
1 to 2, yep.
Owned by the stable and Hutchison Harness. Jason McGinnis, Anthony McDonald looking for his 2nd driving win of the day.
Aaron Merriman here now to make his first drive. He will be in the bike for the number, lost a bit, number 10. Gabby's Rocky Top.
Very well, Aaron Merriman, when he leaves here tonight, could end up at Northfield Park.
Yep, get a few races in at Northfield Park, then be back here tomorrow morning.
just amazing the number of miles that Aaron puts on the car and the driving he does to get everywhere that he goes. Aaron currently the leading driver in the country in the terms of wins. So Roger Houston waiting for the field to head up the backstretch where they will be met by the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate as we get set for the 14th, the Buckeye Stallion Series 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trot, First Division, going to the gate.
Horses approaching the starting gate. Trotters are all in behind the Wepkenberg starting gate on the upper turn. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and trotting for the lead. That's Irresistible Sun. Up on the outside as they race into the turn. That is Commander Tom second. Getting away third as they race from the second tier. Gabby's Rocket Top is now second as they race down the backside. Go on to the first quarter mark. Racing fourth, that's Peterbilt's Bro. Racing over to the first quarter mark. Rose Run Zoom is there fifth. Racing sixth is Shipstead at the first quarter. 28-2. Into the turn, going to the 3/8 mark. On top of the field and showing the way by a length and a half. It's Irresistible Sun and Anthony McDonald showing the way. Racing second at the 3/8 is Gabby's Rocky Top as they race into the lane first time, coming to the halfway point. Commander Tom racing third. Racing fourth as they race over to the half. It is Peterbilt's Bro. Fifth coming to the outside, Rose Run Zoom. First up for Tyler Smith. Halfway home and 58-1. To the backside, Shipstead's on the move on the outside as they race around the turn. Going to the backside, Whiskey Peddler is next. Racing to the outside, Hills Express. Racing down the backside they go, and going to the 3/4 mark. It's Irresistible Sun opening up a bit by 2 1/4 lengths. Staying with him, though, is Gabby's Rocky Top at the 3/4, 126-1. Midway around the final turn, it's Irresistible Sun. Gabby's Rocky Top tips to the outside second. Racing third on the inside, that is Commander Tom. Less than an 8 to go here in Ohio. Closing on the outside, Rose Run Zoom. Through the sets, Irresistible Sun. Gabby's Rocky Top on the outside. Noses apart at the wire. The mile, 1:55, 2/5.
1:55, 2/5. Getting up for the win was...
I don't know.
You don't know?
It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight.
Gabby's Rocky Top, I think, is who Roger called. But we will wait and we will see who will
photo sign
be
is
the
posted.
winner. Photo for the win if it's Aaron Merriman. How about that? Aaron shows up, gets in the bike, wins a race.
He knows what he's doing.
And if he does, it's a new lifetime mark for Gabby's Rocky Top. We'll get the slow motion replay here and see if we can get a little better shot of who does cross the finish line first. Waiting to see for sure. It was on the outside, Aaron Merriman and Irresistible Sun, I think that is, with Anthony McDonald on the inside. And at the wire,
I don't know. It's tight. It's tight.
I think it might be the number 2 Irresistible Sun just from that angle.
No, you're wrong, Frank. The 10?
Well, what's this, like my house? Are you my wife? Unofficial 10, 2, 3, 1.
10, 2, 3, 1. Unofficial.
Gabby's Rocky Top gets up at the end.
Ooh, in just in the nick of time. Just in the nick of time.
To edge out the 1-9 favorite, Irresistible Sun. Anthony McDonald was looking for his second win. Irresistible Sun came in third in points, Chipstead was 6th in points. Sup was 9th in points. And none of those two horses were in the top 4. So Irresistible Sun, though, with the points, will solidify its spot in the Buckeye Stallion Series standings. And Gabby's Rocky Top will add a win to a 3rd place finish from back on August 11th. And waiting for Aaron Merriman to make his way back around to the front. Here he comes into the winner's circle. Let's send it up for the winner's circle presentation.
Into the winner's circle, the winner, number 10, Gabby's Rocky Top, Joanna Beaver, Mineral Lick Farm, Chris Beaver, Stephen Solendelar, Chris Beaver, the winning trainer, Aaron Merriman in the sulky. In his racing career, hits 48 wins in that career here at Delaware, moving into a tie for the 17th spot all time for winning drivers, along with Dave Pallone. 3-year-old Gunning, but Triumphant Caviar to Gabby's credit card. A winner in 55-2, a lifetime mark. Final half, 57-1. Final quarter, 29-1. Gabby's Rocky Top, Chris Beaver, Aaron Merriman in the sulky.
So there you go, Aaron Merriman. I would have thought Aaron would have had more wins here at Delaware than Roger announced.
Yeah, I'm surprised at that. Only 48, I believe he said.
You know, career wins. David Miller, as we said earlier, leads with 245. Jan Campbell, 156. Brett Miller, 151. Chris Page now with 137. Then it's Dan Noble at 120 and Chip Noble at 108. Those are the only ones with more than 100 wins. Curly Smart, so close, had 99. Joe O'Brien with 83, Jeff Fout with 80, and Frank Irvin currently 72, sits currently 10th in standings as more continue to move up the standing page. So waiting for the rundown, but with the win, Chris Beaver picks up his first training win of the week.
You know, talking about the leading drivers, back in the day, your Stanley Dancers, your Joe O'Briens, your Billy Houghtons, they trained their horses so it wasn't in a catch driving era like it is today. Your top drivers back then, they would just drive their own stable.
Rundown taking a little longer. The official results are up. Gabby's Rocky Top pays $22.40. Now there's a nice little trifecta, $183.70. Not bad on that superfecta either at $665.45 for a 50-cent bet.
14th race. The 10, Gabby's Rocky Top, $22.40, $6.540. The 2, Irresistible Sun, $210. The 3, Rose Run Zoom, $360. The $1 Perfecta, $10.2, $33.60. $1 Try, $10.2, $3, $183.70. 50-cent Super, $10.2, $3, $1, $665.45. Number 1, Peterbilt Bro, 4. The 2, Irresistible Sun, 2. The 3, Rose Run Zoom, 3. The 4, Shipstead, 7. The 5, Commander Tom, 5. The 6, Whiskey Peddler, 6. The 7, Hills Express, 8. The 8, Sup, 9. The 9, Forever Lion Oz, 10. The 10, Gabby's Rocky Top, the winner. Top down, 4, 2, 3, 7, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. 1 on the bottom. The mile, 155, 2/5.
So that is the 14th race in the books. Next up, the Ohio Breeders' Championship Aged Pace 9 will go to the gate when we return to the Delaware County Fairgrounds right after this.
Mark your calendar for the new and exciting North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. Tuesday, December 17th at the Mount Hope Event Center in Mount Hope, Ohio. Broodmares, broodmare prospects, racehorses, and stallion shares. Pedigrees announced by Ed Teefee and Gabe Pruitt. Online bidding, clean, heated facility. The North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. A live auction to see quality horses with industry-leading pedigrees. Tuesday, December 17th in Mount Hope, Ohio. Entries are now open.
For 4 generations, Hagemeyer Farms has been caring for and breeding standardbred racehorses. Hagemeyer Farms is home to a roster of champion stallions, including Western Terror, sire to 12 that have earned over $1 million, Branquino, the son of Some Beach Somewhere, and full brother to world champion Huntsville, Heart of Chewbacca, who owns the 3-year-old pacing record for the fastest mile on any 5/8 mile track in Ohio, and Rodeo Romeo, a half-brother to millionaire stallion Check 6. Hagemeyer Farms, looking to stand the next great stallion in Ohio.
Hi, I'm Jenna Hahn, and this year I'm teamed up with Yannick Gingras, Tony Alania, Burke Racing, and Weaver Buscemi as we represent SBH Health System of the Bronx. We need your help securing the win for this year's 2024 Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge as we look to tackle Team Dunn, Team Tetrick, and Team Miller. Scan the QR code on your screens now, scroll down, vote for Team Gingras, help us win this year's charity challenge. Never let my older sister win, and I'm not going to start now.
Jenna Otten with the Hambletonian Charity Challenge. So going up against her older sister, and does not want to let the older sister win. So we'll keep an eye on the standings for that as it comes, as we get close for this 15th race, one of the feature races today, the third of the Ohio Breeders' Championships. This, the aged pace, and this is one of the best ones. Yeah, see how close that.
Actually, I didn't think it was. I thought it was closer than that.
Oh, really?
I thought it was actually closer than that.
Yep. If it hadn't been the other way with Irresistible Sun on the inside, even being closer, maybe even winning that race. But one of the other feature races today, the Ohio Breeders' Championship, the aged pace, and this is going to be a great race, and they are going to go fast.
Looking at the infield tote board now, Charlie May, 1-5 post time favorite, and then it is Seafire at
2-1. So, well, a lot of times people bet their favorites.
Oh yeah,
they don't worry about anything else.
Charlie May, definitely an Ohio favorite, and you got a hometown horse here, Seafire.
Yep, those are the two.
So I mean that could all change. That's just early money. My thinking, the post-time favorite will be the 2, the Seafire, just because, for one thing, the inside post.
Right.
At Delaware, that's where you got to go. If you're a smart bettor. But I'm not a smart bettor.
Neither am I. I think there's only one of those in the room, and we eliminated 2 of them, so that leaves one person left.
Yeah, we're going to go pretty quick here. The Outriders are out, so we're going to go pretty much on schedule here. Our 15th Ohio Breeders' Championship for $36,000 for Age Pacer, sponsored by Cool Winds Farm. The horses are making their way to the track.
You look at some of the earnings of these horses. Charlie May, $2.2 million. Act Fast, over $500,000. You've got Gold Digger King, over $750,000. You've got Burnout closing in on $350,000. I mean, you talk to a lot of owners, and you all dream. You dream of that one horse. You dream of that one, and you look at these. These are the horses that dreams were made of.
Oh, yes.
And the different things they did. You talk.
That's Don Tiger.
Yeah, built him another house. I told him, if Charlie May keeps winning, your wife's going to want another house, or you're going to have to give Charlie one of the bedrooms for more trophies.
Don Tiger, one of the great guys in the sport of harness racing, does so much for the sport, especially here in Ohio.
And it's good to see young guys like him, Greg Luther, the young guys that are doing so much to try to boost up and support the sport that Anthony McDonald does. Let's go to Roger for the post parade.
Breeders' Championship, aged pace, a purse of $36,000, sponsored by the Cool Winds Farm. And these are the horses. Number 1, Quick Trick. Knox Services and Jeffrey Conger. Jeff Conger trains. Chris Limbs, the 1, Quick Trick. Number 2 is Sea Fire. Country Club Acres, Jay Ritter, M. Kantrowitz, and S. Davis. Ryan Brown trains. Chris Page, the 2, Sea Fire. Number 3 is Cyclone Union Jack. Cyclone Stables, Stacy Van Heusen trained. Brett Miller, the 3, Cyclone Union Jack. Number 4, Act Fast. Burke Racing Stable, Knox Services, Rich Lombardo, and Beastie. Ron Burke trains. Aaron Merriman, the 4, Act Fast. Number 5, Mackey's Back in Town. James and Patty Borowski. Jason Borowski, the trainer. Sam Widger drives the 5, Mackey's Back in Town. Number 6 is Gold Digger King. Linda Van Camp of Circleville. Scott Mogan trained. Tyler Smith, the 6, Gold Digger King. Number 7 is Charlie May. Don Tiger, Cannonsburg, PA. Steve Carter trains. Dan Noble drives the 7, Charlie May. Number 8 is Burnout. Greg Luther Racing. Todd Luther trains. Austin Hanners, the 8, Burnout. And number 9, Low Rider. Jeff Fott Racing. Brian Carsey and Adam Friedland. Walter Haynes Jr. trains. Marvin Luna in the sulky of the 9, Low Rider.
Well, Frank, this is the one we've been waiting on. It should be a good one. Hyder Breeders' Championship for age pacers. A field of 9 for $36,000, beginning with a 1, Quick Trick. Chris Lems for Jeff Conger, the 4-year-old bay gelding by Racing Hill, $208,000 lifetime, $149 at Scioto. That's 4 starts back.
The number 2 is Seafire. Brian Brown trains. Chris Page will be in the bike. This is a 4-year-old by Down by the Seaside out of the Towners Big Guy mare Wildfire Princess, owned by the Country Club Acres, Jay Ritter, M. Kantrovitz, and S. Davis. 12 starts this year, has hit the board 8 times, 5 wins, 3 seconds. Finished second to Charlie May in the Ohio Sire Stakes Aged Championships. Won the Send It In at Scioto Downs and was 4th at the Charna, 3 back.
3, Cyclone Union Jack. Brett Miller drives for Stacy Van Heusen, 6-year-old bay gelding by Rockin' Amadeus, $191,000 lifetime, $152 in Scioto. That was the last time out on September 6th.
The number 4 is Act Fast. Ron Burke trains. Aaron Merriman gets the drive today. Usually it's Ronnie Wren Jr. driving Act Fast. This is a Down by the Seaside gelding by Act Like a Diva by Roll with Joe. Burke Racing Stables, Knox Services, and Rich Lombardo Racing, and Beastie out of Nevada are the owners. 5 wins in 18 starts this year. Lifetime 14 wins in 52 starts. $557,000 in earnings. Was a winner last time out in the Open at the Meadows.
5, Mackey's Back in Town, 7-year-old bay gelding by McCardle. Sam Widger back in the bike, who was injured earlier in this season, back in, I believe, early June at Scioto Downs. I believe it was with a broken wrist. Mackey's Back in Town, $180,000 lifetime, 54-1 early in the year at Miami Valley.
The number 6 is Gold Digger King. Scott Mogan trains. Tyler Smith drives. Linda Van Camp owns. This is a pet rock out of Hope for Pot Gold by Pan Pacific Flight. 14 starts this year, a win, 4 seconds and a third.
$31,000 on the card. This time, lifetime 35 wins and 119 starts, earnings of over $770,000.
Number 7 is Charlie May. Dan Noble for Steve Carter, Ombadon Tiger. 6-year-old brown-gilled son of McCardle, homebred by Tiger. 28 career wins, $2.2 million, 147-1 at the Meadowlands.
The number 8 is Burnout. Austin Hanner drives for trainer Todd Luther. Greg Luther Racing owns. This is a 4-year-old gelding by Racing Hill. Out of the Real Desire mare Sangal. 14 races this year, 4 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. Lifetime 12 wins, $338,000 on the card. A winner 3 back at Greenville.
Marvin Luna will drive the 9 Low Rider. Here's the winner of the Regal Pace back in August at Greenville. 8 wins this year. $264,000 lifetime, 148-4 at Hoosier Park.
3 of the big winners. You take a look at this race. The Send It In was won by Seafire. The Charna by Act Fast. And the Ohio Sire Stakes Age Championship, Charlie May. Let's send it upstairs to Roger Houston.
Charlie May, Burnout. From the second tier, Low Rider. The Mike Wolfenberg starting gate swings into the stretch, and here they come for the Ohio Breeders' Championship Aged Pace. They're off and pacing, going for the lead. That's Act Fast and Aaron Merriman right to the top. Seafire gets away second. Quick Trick third. Up the inside, Low Rider from the second tier is fourth. Taking a seat, that's Charlie May fifth. Sixth is Cyclone Union Jack. Down the backside they go. Mackey's back in town, followed by Gold Digger King, and trailing the field, Burnout. Straight alignment as the race over to the first quarter mark. Into the turn, off the quarter in 26-4. On top of the field as they race around the turn, go on to the 3/8 mark, showing the way by a length and 3/4. That is Act Fast and Aaron Merriman cutting it out. Right there, second is Chris Page with Seafire as they pass the stand for the first time, coming to the halfway point. Racing third, Quick Trick. Racing fourth, Low Rider. At the halfway station in 54-2 onto the backside. Charlie May races fifth, tips to the outside for Dan Noble to begin the chase. Cyclone Union Jack sixth, racing seventh. Mackey's back in town. Eighth is Gold Digger King. Down the backside they go. The one to catch is Act Fast. Staying with him, though, is Seafire. Racing third, Quick Trick. Charlie May continues to close, but a lot of ground to go. Now fourth at the 3/4, 121-1. Midway around the final turn, Act Fast brings him into the stretch. Here comes Seafire on the move on the outside. Coming home, Act Fast, Seafire. Through the stretch they come. Act Fast, Seafire. On the outside, Charlie May, but at the wire, 3 of them across the track. The mile, 150 flat.
150 flat. They were flying, but it looks like Seafire got the nose up for the win.
It's going to be tight,
yep.
yeah.
Act Fast on the inside, and I'm not sure if Charlie May got up for second or third.
26-4, 54-2, 121-1, home in 150.
So we will wait to find out who it was, whether it's Chris Page picks up his second win of the day, or if Aaron Merriman is able to go back-to-back, or if Dan Noble gets his first. But I don't think it was Dan Noble.
Look at the replay once again.
Yep. As they come, sets a photo for
If
win.
Seafire gets there, it's in that final stride. I don't think he got there.
I don't think he did either.
I think it was Act Fast.
It's off the line, and but then again, we thought We didn't think the last race that we had that close one came up, and there it is.
There it
Seafire,
is.
Act Fast, Charlie May, and
2-4,
Quick Trick.
7-1. 2-4, 7-1.
Two, 4, 7, 1. So Seafire did get up. You know, that's twice now that we thought the different horse won, but the angle of it looks like the angle of the camera and the angle of the photo finish are almost like a V going in now is what it kind of looks like.
When you're in the grandstand, your bettors, that's their opinion. The outside horse always has that edge. That's just the fans' thinking.
Well, it's been a good day, too, for Sugar Valley Farm and Joe McLeod, who's made his way across the track a number of times down by the seaside stands at Sugar Valley Farm, as did the Catch the Fire from earlier today. So here comes Chris Page, picks up his second win of the day. Brian Brown gets his first training win. Brian Brown, a winner. Seafire comes home with the win.
Farms winner's circle. Winner of the Ohio Breeders' Championship, Aged Pace, number 2, Seafire. Over the Country Club Acres, Jay Redder, M. Kantowitz, S. Davis, Brian Brown, the winning trainer. A driving double today for Chris Page to win number 138 in his career here at Delaware, Ohio. The 4-year-old stallion by down by the seaside are Wildfire Princess. Coming home a winner in 150. Final half, 55-3. The final quarter, 28-4. The 6th win in 13 this season for Seafire, Brian Brown, and Chris Page in the Ohio Breeders' Championship Aged Pace.
And the caretaker for this Ohio Breeders' Champion, Seafire, Don Deaton. This race sponsored by Cool Winds Farm. And at this time in the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation on behalf of Cool Winds Farm to the Ohio Breeders' Champion, the 2 Seafire, Mr. Chris Tully.
So there is your winner, Seafire. You go 150, and 98 out of 100 times you're saying that's a new lifetime mark. That was 2 seconds, slower than the lifetime mark for Seafire.
Your three horses that were supposed to be there were there.
Right.
Charlie May, late closing. Charlie May, they had about a 5-6 length jump on him midway down the backside, so he had his work cut
out. The winner's circle with Chris Page, Wendy Ross.
Well, thank you very much, Roger. Joining me is winning driver Chris Page. Now, I think it was just an hour or so ago. Someone says, we haven't seen Chris Page to the winner's circle. You did it a couple races back. You said, you're just going to save it for the feature event here at Delaware on Sunday. Congratulations.
Yeah, I've kind of started a little bit like a lamb or whatever they say, coming in. But, yeah, what a nice horse that is there.
He sure is. What a good race, though, right? You knew exactly the trip you wanted. You tracked that horse, and he raced really, really well. I think it was a bit of a nail-biter there at the end.
Yeah, you're telling me. I've drove Act Fast as a 2- and 3-year-old. He's such a nice horse. But Seafire, I end up tripping out, But Seafire looks like a horse, Want to thank all the connections there for giving me a shot on him. He looks like a real animal.
I'll tell you what made my day. I've been on the broadcast all day. It's always good to be back here at Delaware, but I saw my favorite Page, Carter Page. He just gave me the biggest high five. It's so nice to see him growing up in this winner's circle.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. It's fun, a couple years ago winning the jug with him, getting his picture taken and kind of cutting his teeth here at Delaware. So it's kind of cool to have him come here and experience everything with me.
I haven't got to catch up. You were sidelined there about a month ago. We're happy to have you back and just in time here for the last couple weeks at Scioto and here, of course, for Jug Week.
Yeah, if I was a cat, I'd have used a few of my lives there the last 6 weeks. But thankfully I'm good, healthy, and my ribs feel good, my hips good, and all systems go.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Wendy.
Winning driver, Chris Page.
So there is Chris Page, the winner of the Ohio Breeders' Championship for Aged Pace. coming home in 140 or 150 with Seafire to collect the 6th win of the year for Seafire.
Fast 380 to 20. The 7 Charlie May to 10.
Get the rest of the rundown here from
the $1
Roger.
Perfecta 2-4 540. $1 Try 247 $11.60. The 50-cent Super 2471 $17.15. Number 1 Quick Trick 4. The 2 Seafire the winner. The 3 Cyclone Union Jack 7. The 4 Act Fast 2. The 5 Mackey's Back in Town 6. The 6 Gold Digger King 8. The 7 Charlie May 3. The 8 Burnout 9. The 9 Low Rider 5. Top down 417 268 39. 5 on the bottom. The mile 150.
Well, with that, we'll take a quick break because they're saying we're 2 minutes to post. We'll be back right after this.
Home to the most renowned week of racing in the United States, the Delaware County Fair needs no introduction among horsemen. The first fair was held in 1834 as a common exhibition of livestock and farm products. However, in 1946, the fair would be completely transformed by the creation of the Little Brown Jug. Local attorney Joe Neville and Hank Thompson, sports editor of the Delaware Gazette, changed the game of harness racing forever. Neville, concerned by the emphasis placed on trotters, turned towards showcasing pacers. Receiving its name through a newspaper contest, the initial Little Brown Jug had a purse of $35,000 and was won by Ensign Hanover, with Delaware's Curly Smart driving. 27,000 people watched the inaugural race. Today, record attendance stands at 56,000 spectators. The Little Brown Jug is the final leg for the pacing Triple Crown. Both the Jug and Jugette are the last Grand Circuit races to go multiple heats in one day. Delaware County Fair is a member of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. They host 5 full days of the best and biggest county fair races.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fairs. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 21 fairs in 19 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins. Buying or selling a racehorse? OnGate.com is your one-stop website. OnGate has changed the way racehorses are bought and sold. Easy-to-view listings makes it easy to find your next champion. Buy or sell at OnGate.com.
Welcome back to the Delaware County Fairgrounds as we get set for our 16th of 17 races here today. The horse is just about to come out onto the track. This will be the second division for 3-year-old colt and gelding trotters. We will have 10 go to the pace. 8 will be on the gate with 2 trailers. Last time we had 10 in a race, it was one of those trailers, Gabby's Rocky Top, coming out of the 10 hole to come away with the win. But the horses are making their way out, and we'll wait for the call to the post as we get set for this, our 16th race. Let's send it upstairs.
Horses are on the track and parading the post. 16th race, Buckeye Stallion Series, 3-year-old colt and gelding trot. Late double, win, play, show, perfecta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Number 1, You Don't Fool Me. Rosie Weaver and Heartland Acres. Rosie Weaver trained. Tyler Smith, the 1, You Don't Fool Me. The 2 is His Glory. Joey Mann's the owner. Kevin Walters trains. Chris Page, the 2, His Glory. Number 3 is Mr. WWC. Callum Racing. Scott Cox trains. Chris Lems, the 3, Mr. WWC. The 4, Uncle Ruckus. Chris Beaver. D. Robinson, L. Fleming, and VIP Internet Stable. Chris Beaver trains. Aaron Merriman, the 4, Uncle Ruckus. Number 5, Tabby's Delight. Benjamin Graber owns. Trent Stoller trained. Trevor Smith, the 5, Tabby's Delight. 6 is When I'm Gone Oz. ACL Saturiab and Annette Lawrenson. Annette Lawrenson trains. Marvin Luna drives the 6, When I'm Gone Oz. The 7 is Country Jet. Yacht Club 140, the owner, Melvin Schmucker trains. Dan Noble, the 7, Country Jet. The 8 is Rankin. Judy Rogner owns and trains. Mark St. Louis Jr. drives the 8, Rankin. The 9, Papa Nordine. Danny Collins, Ace Wayne Jr., Keith Gesser, and Hurley Racing. Danny Collins trains. Brett Miller, the 9, Papa Nordine. Number 10 is What a Dandy. Jay Jacobs, P. Phillips, G. Bucky, W. Bucky. Chris Beaver trains. Austin Hanners in the sulky, the 10, What a Dandy.
Well, here's a look at the field for this 16th, the 3-year-old colt and gelding trot Buckeye Stallion Series, beginning with the 1, You Don't Fool Me. Rosie Weaver trains. Tyler Smith drives. Winner once this year. $25,057 at Miami Valley earlier in the year.
The number 2 is His Glory. Chris Page drives for trainer Kevin Walters. This is a creatine out of the Train for the Future mare Saracuda. Joey Mance of Lexington, South Carolina owns. 3 wins, 2 seconds, and a third in 10 starts. Has hit the board in 4 straight, including a win 2 back at Northfield.
3, Mr. WWC. Chris Lems for Scott Cox. 19 starts, 4 wins, 2 seconds, 4 thirds. $29,000 on the year, $156 at Scioto Downs.
The number 4 is Uncle Ruckus. Aaron Merriman drives for Chris Beaver. This is an Uncle Peter out of the Conway Hall mare minor skirmish. 21 starts, 5 wins, 5 seconds, 4 thirds, lifetime, 8 victories, $70,000 earned. It was a winner 3 back at Mount Gilead.
5 is Tabby's Delight. Trevor Smith for Trent Stoller. 3-year-old brown gelded son of Watt the Hill. 9 starts, lightly raced, 4 wins, a second, $18,055 and 2 at Hoosier Park.
The number 6 is When I'm Gone. AS Marvin Luna drives for Annette Lawrenson. 7 starts, 2 wins, 3 seconds, earnings of $30,000. Won the Buckeye Stallion Series back in leg 3.
7, Country Jet, Dan Noble for Melvin Schmucker. 3 wins, 8 seconds, a third, $38,000 lifetime, 57 and 4 at Scioto Downs.
Rankin for Judy Rogner. Mark St. Louis Jr. drives, winner of 3 straight.
9, Papa Nordine, Brett Miller. 2 wins on the year, $34,000 lifetime, 57 and 1 at Scioto.
And the number 10, What a Dandy. Chris Beaver trains, 9 starts, 1 win. Let's head it upstairs for the call of the 16th.
off and trotting. That's Uncle Ruckus going for the lead. On the inside, His Glory is there second. Up on the outside, 3 wide, When I'm Gone As. Sneaking up the inside, Mr. WWC as they race to the backside and the first quarter mark. Racing 3 wide off the turn and going to the top. That's Mark St. Louis Jr. as they race over to the first quarter mark. They race over to that first quarter. 3-year-old trotters get there. 27 3/5 as they race into the turn, going to the 3/8 mark. On top of the field, it's Rankin leading the way by a length and a half. Racing right there second as they race over to the 3/8 is His Glory. The field of trotters into the stretch first time, coming to the halfway point. Racing third, tipping to the outside, thinking about coming up, Chris Limbs with Mr. WWC at the halfway point in 57-1. Racing fourth, it's Uncle Ruckus, stays at the pylon, but Merriman's got quite a hold. Racing on the outside fifth, When I'm Gone As, tipping to the outside and ready to go 3 wide any moment now. Down the backside they go. That is Tabby's Delight. Off stride, When I'm Gone As, going to the 3-quarter mark. On top of the field, it's Rankin, challenged on the outside, but His Glory now sticks ahead in front. The half was in 57-1 as they race over to the 3-quarter mark, 126-3. Around the final turn, that's His Glory on the outside. On the inside is Rankin. Joining the chase on the outside and coming on is Tabby's Delight. Into the stretch they come. On top, it's His Glory. Others closing in on the outside. Uncle Ruckus and Tabby's Delight gets it all. 157.
Wow, way on the outside, Trevor Smith, and Tabby's Delight comes charging down the lane, gets up for the victory.
Trained by Trent Stoller and Vader from Hoosier Park.
They were 4 wide as they went to the wire, and I was about to say I wasn't going to call that one because we haven't been right yet, but no doubt about that one. Tabby's
You couldn't
Delight.
be wrong on that,
I know.
Frank.
But you never know. Uncle Ruckus, who's been racing mainly at the fairs the last 4 starts or 3 starts, comes back to finish second. His Glory was third, and Rankin finishes fourth. First win of the day for Trevor Smith. Denies Chris Page of his 3rd win of the day. Trent Stoller picks up win number 1 on the card.
He was actually 4 wide coming around that final turn right to the top of the stretch, and actually won it pretty easy there in the final 50 yards. You pretty much knew he was going to be the winner. He had a lot of trot. Back half in a minute, or back half in 59-4. It set up for him, 27-3. The work was done up front. He set off the pace, home in 57, half 57-1, 3/4, 26-3.
And that's one of the things here at Delaware County Fair track, but you can go 4 wide and still get home. Can't do that at any of the other county fair tracks we're at.
Well, as I mentioned, he was off the pace. Usually your winners are 1, 2, or 3 here at Delaware. But it set up hot fractions for him. Trotting race, they were somewhat spread out. Great win for Tabby's Delight. Benjamin Graber of Woodburn, Indiana owns. Trent Stoller trains. Trevor Smith, 5th of the year for Tabby's Delight.
And here comes your winner, Trevor Smith, back to the winner's circle.
Into the Sugar Valley Farm winner's circle. Number 5, Tabby's Delight. Benjamin Graber of Woodburn, Indiana. Trent Stoller, the winning trainer. Trevor Smith in the sulky. 3-year-old gelding, but what the hill at a Tabby talks a lot. Home a winner in 157. Final half, 59-4. Final quarter, 30-2. Buckeye Stallion Series for 3-year-old colt and gelding trotters. This Division 2, Trent Stoller, Trevor Smith, and Tabby's Delight.
And the caretaker for the 16th race winner, Tabby's Delight, Christian Pacheco. Sponsored by MGM Northfield Park And in the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation on behalf of the Buckeye Stallion Series in MGM Northfield Park, Mr. Bill Peters.
Bill Peters does more presenting of trophies here at Delaware than anybody else. So there is your winner, Trevor Smith. Picks up the win with Tabby's Delight. 5th win in 10 starts for the What the Hill gelding. Get the rest of the rundown once it goes official. Still hasn't gone official. As Doug said, an invader to the Buckeye State from the Hoosier State, racing up at Hoosier Park. Comes on over and picks up the win.
Up next, after the 16th, we get those results. There is a non-winners of 2,000. Last 4. If you have a program, you can scratch the 8. My Man Peter. My Man Peter will be a scratch in the upcoming 17th race.
Want to remind everybody, we'll kick everything off here tomorrow at 11 a.m. when we have Trackside Live. I'll be joined by Steve Bateson and John Kineski, 2 past presidents of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. But the interesting thing about the two, they both have the top point getters in the Sire Stakes, or the Signature Series. Steve Bateson with Surfing in the Canyon, and John Kineski with Stony Ridge Top.
That'd be an interesting interview.
And the two of them both set new records at Bowling Green on the same day when they were up there. So,
that's
a nice
kind of
story.
their home stomping ground, both of them. Yeah,
that's what it was. So
that should be a good interview.
There are the official results. And we're going to talk a little bit about the Signature Series. We're going to talk about having great horses like that to get you on a run and enjoy it, how long they've been around. Then we're going to talk a little bit about the state of racing in the Buckeye State. And then join us at 12:40 for countdown to post time. And we will then 18 races. 18 races, and you're not going to be here to help. Thanks a lot, Doug Ballinger. You know, little does Matt Clark know, he's getting over on this side of the camera. We'll do that. So, still waiting for the rundown.
I'll make my first trip to Ashland, Ohio.
$25, $3. The 4, Uncle Ruckus, $5.80, $3. The 2, His Glory, $2.80. $1 Perfecta, 5-4, $21.20. $1 Try, 5-4, $2, $55.10. 50-cent Super, 5428, $145.85. Number 1, You Don't Fool Me, 7. The 2, His Glory, 3. The 3, Mr. WWC, 6. The 4, Uncle Ruckus, 2. The 5, Tabby's Delight, the winner. The 6, When I'm Going Oz, 8. The 7, Country Jet, 5. The 8, Rankin, 4. The 9, Papa Nordine, 9. The 10, What a Dandy, 10. Top down, 736, 218, 549, 10 on the bottom, the mile 157.
So there you go. We are now to our final race of the day, and that will be a non-winners of $2,000 in the last 4 starts, an overnight event. Field of 10. 3 mares in the field, and we'll be back to tell you all about the field for the final race right after this.
For over 100 years, the values at CoverLink Insurance have been clear. Do the right thing. These values have been at the forefront of what we do, and that will never change. At CoverLink Insurance, you're a person, not a policy. We're here to get you the right coverage: home, auto, business, and farm. CoverLink covers you, your family, and your business. Trusted advice and solutions to protect what matters most. Great service from great people. CoverLink Insurance.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Welcome back to the Delaware County Fairgrounds on this a lovely evening, just closing in on 7 o'clock, about 6:45 here in Ohio. I want to thank everybody who has joined us from, not only Ohio, but across North America, across the world watching us today. We have some great fans who continue to watch and enjoy Ohio harness racing. And for a first day, Doug, not bad at all. We've only had a couple of drivers double up. Austin Hanners, Justin Irvine, and Chris Page. The only trainer to double up was Todd Luther. Interesting, though, looking at the post positions, we decided to keep track of that today. The number one post position, just 2 winners. It's been the 5-hole that has produced five winners out of the 5-hole. And you take a look, the middle 4 and 5 have produced 8 of the winners today through the first 16 races.
That's interesting.
So usually we talk about the inside and everything. I mean, gives some hope to everybody who's drawn the 4, 5, and 6 hole.
Aaron Merriman won out of the 10 hole.
Went out of the 10 hole as well. So,
second tier start.
Yep, one of those rare things that you get somebody out of the second tier to be able to get up for the win. We've seen some pretty fast times, and I think as the week goes on, the track, they're going to continue to get this track ready, and with no rain really in the forecast, like Greg Kuhn says, I can put water on it. It gets too wet, I can't. So it's just a matter of getting it ready.
And tomorrow there's 17, did you say here?
18 tomorrow. 17 on Tuesday. 22 on Wednesday. Buckle the chin strap.
2 divisions of the Jugette.
The Jugette.
Tomorrow, the Signature Series Consolation Trot and Championship.
And the finals of the Trot. Yep. So John Kineski will have Stony Ridgetop in that final. I believe he picked up a disappointing draw. I think he drew 8th. But
he drew post 8. Is he going to drive or did he?
No, I don't believe he is. I'm not sure who he's got in the bike. But we will get that all for you tomorrow. Looking forward to a big day of racing here at the Delaware County Fairgrounds. I know, I think the food menu tomorrow for Matt and I, walleye sandwich, I think is going to be the fare of choice. So, but you enjoy yourself up at Ashland tomorrow. I spent 4 years of my life there, attended college, so
should I bring your name up?
No,
don't bring your name up.
No. So, no, we don't want to bring the name up. But no, in fact, the funny thing is, I did some television work at the Ashland County Fair when I was in school there. Yep, the television station WRDL would go out and cover certain events there, and I was telling the story. Here's a city kid from Buffalo, New York, gets down there. I can't remember if I was a sophomore or a junior doing a lot of sports, and they said, hey, we need you to go out and cover an event at the Ashland County Fair. Okay, what do you got for me? Draft horse pull. I didn't know a darn thing about a draft horse at all. The only thing a draft I knew was a beer,
Yeah.
But did that and enjoyed it. But no, it was a good 4 years there at Ashland as we are getting ready for the post parade here. We're 1 minute to post, and here come the horses out onto the track for this, the final race of the night, an overnight non-winners of 2,000 the last 4 starts. Let's send it up stairs for the post parade.
The track, parade of the post for the 17th and final race here this evening. Condition trotters at 1 mile, a purse of $3,000 sponsored by Vernon Downs Casino and Hotel. Down to a field of 8 with a scratch of the 8. My man Peter judges the 10. Tulsa Bell out sick. Mark Lewis Jr. on the 3. Oberto. Field of 8. Win place show. Perfecta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Well, the 1 is Fantastic L, owned by Levan Stables, Woodstock, Ohio, and Darmafall Racing of Sylvan, Ohio, Perry, and Levan. They're all the Buckeye State, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Lauren Harmon drives the 2, stone throw away for Sterling Lee Buck of Benton, Kentucky, trained by Krista Harmon. The 3 is Paul O'Neill of Saratoga Springs, New York. Oberto, trained by Jessica Rogner with Mark Lewis Jr. Ty Smith drives the 4, Golden Endeavor for Anthony Miller of Dundee, Ohio. Herman Hegerman trains. The 5 is Long Tom Jess, owned by William Hart of Carmel, Maine, trained by Michael Hitchcock with Marvin Luna at the lines. The 6 is Cruise on Dover by Backroad Stable of Odon, Indiana, Jessica McCowan of Ostrander, Ohio, trained by Jessica McCowan. Cameron McCowan is up. The 7, Father Time, owned, trained, and driven by Michael Lowe, McConnellsville, Ohio. The 8, My Man Peter is out, scratched by the judges. From the second tier, the 9, Onion Gum, owned by Chris Page. Teresa Roll, they're of the Buckeye State, trained by Timothy Grubb with Chris Page in the sulky. Scratch Tulsa Bell Sick. The 8, My Man Peter is out, judges. Mark Lewis Jr. drives the 3, Oberto. 17th and final.
So we got that laced scratch on the number 10, Tulsa Bell. Doug or I neither had that scratch, so let's take a look at these horses a little more in depth.
The 1 is Fantastic L. Hank Levan drives and trains. 23 wins career, 168,000, 7,000 this year, 54-4 at Northfield Park.
The number 2 is Stone Throw Away. Lauren Harmon drives for Krista Harmon. This is a 5-year-old Wishing Stone looking for the first win of the year. Had 5 wins last year in 30 starts, 8 lifetime victories.
3, Oberto. Mark St. Louis Jr. will pick up the drive for Jessica Rogner. 33 career wins, 5 this year, 409,000 lifetime, 53-1 at Sauda Downs.
Golden Endeavor is the number 4. Tyler Smith in the bike. Herman Hagerman trains for Anthony Miller of Dundee, Ohio. This is one of the 3 mares in the race. This is a 4-year-old Enterprise out of the Donerail mare Lucky W. 2 wins in 22 starts this year. 9 career wins, earnings over $126,000.
5 is Long Tom Jess, Marvin Luna for Michael Hitchcock. 12 starts this year, 3/3, 8 career wins, 88,000 lifetime, 54-3 at Northfield Park.
Cruise on Dover is the number 6. Cam McGowan drives for Jessica, his wife. This is a 4-year-old gelding by Dover Dan, owned by Back Road Stable and Jessica McGowan. This was a $95,000 purchase at the Hoosier sale. 35 lifetime starts, 5 wins, earnings of $55,000.
7, Father Time, Michael Lowe trains, drives, and owns. 35 career wins, 192,000 in earnings, 54-4 at Hollywood Gaming Dayton Raceway.
Scratch the number 8, My Man Peter. The number 9 is Onion Gum. This was a $250,000 purchase at the Harrisburg sale. Trained now by Timothy Grubb. Comes over to the Grubb barn for the first race. This is a Chapter 7. Chris Page and Teresa Roll of Ostrander are the owners. This year, 13 starts, a 2nd and a 3rd. And scratch the number 10, Tulsa Bell. The horses are getting ready for our finale today on day 1 of 5 days in Delaware. Moving behind the starting gate. As we get set to go, let's send it up to Jason Settlemore for the call of the 17th.
Scratch down to a field of 8 here with a scratch of the 8, My Man Peter judges. The 10, Tulsa Bell Sick. 7 on gate. With the 9, Onion Gum in the second tier. Field of 8, moving up and moving in. Sponsored by Vernon Downs. Superfecta Pacers swing to the top of the stretch, and here they come. Don't forget to join us tomorrow. Tuesday, 1 p.m., Wednesday and Thursday, 11 a.m. They're off and trotting, and Fantastic L is getting the first call, going right for the lead tier. Rolling up on the inside, that's Onion Gum from the second tier. In between them, that's Oberto, and way out wide there as they move towards the opening quarter. That's Golden Endeavor, and Golden Endeavor off the turn and driving down the backside is looking to cross right over and take the lead tier by a length and a quarter. Golden Endeavor and Ty Smith dictating the fractions here through the opening quarter. The opening quarter came and went in 28 1/5. Into that far sweeping turn for the first time. Up top, Golden Endeavor. Tyler Smith leading it here by a length and a quarter to the inside. Fantastic L is there on the garden spot, racing in 2. Third, that's Oberto from the second tier. Racing in 4th is Onion Gum. Followed along, racing in 5th by Long Tom Jess as they pass the stands and the fans for the first time and head on over to the halfway mile mark of the rate. Out in the move to the outside there. Oberto is underway. Second over on the outside, Onion Gum flushing that cover. Third over on the outside, racing in 5th, Long Tom Jess. 6th to the outside, Father Time. Followed on the inside in 7th by Stone Throw Away. 8th in trailing the field, Cruise on Dover. They were halfway home, 58 2/5. A second panel in 30 1. Off the turn and setting sail down the backside. Heads are pointed towards 3/4 and Golden Endeavor with the lead here. Fantastic L to the inside. Racing in second, first up on the rim, racing in third, Oberto, racing by 3/4 and 127 flat. They'll trot the final turn and head for home, and Golden Endeavor with the lead here. Golden Endeavor by a length and a quarter from the inside. Fantastic L was desperately looking for racing room. Oberto and now swung up on the outside. Here comes Onion Gum. Less than a 16th to go. They're on their way home here in Delaware, Ohio. On the outside, Onion Gum gets up to win it. Going to be very close there for a second. Looked like the 3 Oberto over the 1 Fantastic L, but it's close. Time of the mile, 1:56 1/5. Onion Gum.
1:56 1/5 for Onion Gum. Comes over to the Timothy Grubbard. Chris Page, co-owner and driver, picks up a win under the new flag.
New ownership, 28 1, 58 2, 27 for 3/4, 56 1 for Onion Gum.
So Chris Page with win number 3, now with 139.
Onion
Lifetime.
Gum, as we mentioned, Frank, $250,000 purchase 2 seasons ago, I guess I should say.
You have to wonder, a big purchase like that, at what point? I mean, it earned $189,000. So
and 122 the year before. This year did not show much in 13 starts, only 10,000.
Right. It had
so
a
did
pretty
they give
good
up?
career. That's what you wonder.
That's what you think.
At
Yeah.
what point do the owners just say, it's time, let's move on from this horse? But whatever Chris Page saw paid off today. So unofficially, Onion Gum the winner. Oberto was second. Finishing third was Fantastic L. And finishing fourth was Golden Endeavor. So we'll get the rest of that rundown for you. So here comes your winner, Chris Page, back around to the winner's circle. Onion Gum, career win number 7.
Winner's circle. Well, the unofficial winner of the 17th and the final race here this afternoon. The 9, Onion Gum. 4-year-old bay gelding by Chapter 7 out of a Pernissa. She by Muscle Hill, owned by Chris Page, Delaware, Ohio. Teresa Roll, Ostrander, Ohio, trained by Timothy Grubb. Nicely handled here this evening by winning driver Chris Page. Caretaker for the 9, Onion Gum, Carter Page. In the winner's circle, representing Vernon Downs here for the 17th and final race this afternoon, Tiffany Rankin. Thank you, Tiffany. The 9, Onion Gum. 7th career victory, first victory in 2024. Home a winner in 1:56 1/5.
So there you have it. That puts the wrap on day 1 of 5 days in Delaware, 17 races in the books. We had a thrilling Ohio Breeders' Championship for the age pace. The Greg Luther barn sweeps the earlier Ohio Breeders' Championship for the 2-year-old filly trotters, I believe it was. 2-year-old filly pacers. And so those were the big races, but winners in the Buckeye Stallion Series, and just a great day of racing, Doug.
Nice picture there as you look at the, you can see the infield announcer's booth where we're located at. Stands are
Empty and out. So we will do it again tomorrow. We will kick it off at 11 o'clock with Trackside Live. We will then be live at 12:40 for our countdown to post time. Then 18 races will kick off at 1 o'clock. So we are looking forward to a full day of racing here from the Delaware County Fairgrounds. So for Matt Clark, Susan Schroeder, Doug Ballinger, Ashley Daly, I'm Frank Froz saying so long from the Delaware County Fairgrounds. Join us again tomorrow for more racing, and we hope that you have a wonderful Sunday night. Good night, everybody.
Five Days in Delaware has been presented by the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply, Midland Acres, thestable.ca, and Dublin Valley Farms. 5 Days in Delaware is a production of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association.